picked up his sack and flew. He circled the camp once in farewell, then headed off for Hain Marn. As he gained height, he was wondering if the silverworm would forgive him for whatever ancient fault it was that lay between them, now that he'd retrieved the book. He hoped so because he feared that even in human form, Rory would make an enemy that no man would want ranged against him. After some days of searching, Rory had found the mob of horsekin emigrants, with their wagons, herds of cattle, horses, and slaves, a good distance away from the ruined fortress. Where the Northlands plateau began to rise into the foothills of the western mountains, they'd made a fortified camp. Although the fortifications only amounted to dirt heaped up along ditches, they troubled him, implying as they did that the emigrants were planning on spending some days behind them. He circled overhead and made a rough count of the soldiers scattered here and there in the camp, less than half as many as he'd seen before, another troubling detail. The camp lay on the banks of another river, this one flowing south. Perhaps the leaders of this horsekin horde were planning on following it to some goal, and had sent some of their armed riders out as scouts. To test this assumption, he followed its course, but he'd not traveled more than a few hours when he found another camp. This one, laid out with military precision and swollen with soldiers, far more than he'd seen all summer long, as many as 2,000 by his rough estimate. As he circled above, he realized that the terrain around the camp looked familiar. In the hills to the west, not far away at all, lay his and Arzosaw's summer lair. Surely the Horsekin had no idea that the dragon caves lay so close. Would they attack the great worms? Of course not. Sir Conan. The name burst into his consciousness. This river ran through the canyons until it reached the flatlands again, then meandered down to the marshes around Sir Conan, a town that the Horsekin had coveted before. When the war at Sengarn had left them too weak to take it, they had tried to win its citizens over to a false alliance, but failed. Now the Horsekin had grown strong again. Little, however, had changed for the Ridair since that day 40 years earlier. Although the town was beautifully fortified, it could muster at the utmost 900 members of an ill-trained and ill-armed militia in its defense. Rory knew that if the huge army below him could breach the walls, take even a single gate, they would slaughter every man in it and enslave the women and children. Once the town was theirs, getting them out of it again would likely be impossible with the force that Dar and Voran could muster. By then, the summer twilight was gathering in the sky. Rory banked a wing and headed south, flying until the night darkness made it too difficult for him to follow the landmarks below. He settled among rocks in the hills to rest, but with the first silver gleam of dawn he launched himself into the air again and flew onward. As he traveled, he made a rough estimate of distances. An army the size of the Horsekin threat would move slowly over this hill country. The marshy land north of Sir Conan would slow them down as well. It would take them some days, perhaps even a fortnight if dragons should continually disrupt their line of march, to reach their prey. It took Rory, however, less than a day to fly wearily into the town. Up on the central island of Citadel stood the ruins of an ancient temple, half hidden by trees on a slope just down from the public plaza. Rory circled the plaza once and roared out Nifa's name as he did so, over and over until one of the terrified townspeople below finally understood him. "I'll be fetching her," the man called up to him. "Please eat not our folk." "I'd never do such a thing," Rory called back. "I'll lair at the temple." The fellow ran off, and Rory landed to rest and wait. "I be mourning Aethel as deeply as he," Katsi said. "But truly, Nifa, I do try to get myself up and about like. Your brother he be wallowing in grief, I think me." "I do agree, at least in part," Nifa said. "Well, let me go see if talk might help him." Katsi smiled in thanks. She'd turned into a stout, gray-haired matron, her face graved with deep lines, but still she reminded Nifa of Demet, Katsi's brother and her own long-dead husband. The family resemblance among the weavers had always run strong. Aethel did look like them too, she thought. "Aye, our poor lad." She found Giotto upstairs in the long bedroom he shared with Katsi. He was sitting at the window and looking out at Sir Conan spread out below, a view tufted with clots of mist from the lake. When Nifa joined him, he looked up and managed to smile. "What be all this?" Giotto said. Did my Kotzi send you here to cheer me? She did just that, Niffa said. She does worry. I be not mad with grief or such like. Truly, life on the caravan road be a dangerous thing. I nearly did die myself twice or thrice, as well you and Kotzi both do know. He paused to lay a hand on his right knee, broken years before in a fight with bandits. But what does irk and gall me, sister of mine, is that one so young should die and an old man like me still live. That does happen often enough that it should come as no amazement. True enough, but for some daft reason never did I think it would come to me and mine. He stood up and smiled again. I'll be going down now to ease Kotzi's heart. My thanks, that were best. And think on this, it may be that the gods did keep you safe for some reason we cannot know. Giotto merely snorted at the idea, but Niffa knew, in the wordless way that omens often come to Dweomer masters, that she'd spoken an inadvertent truth. They'd barely reached the ground floor of the house when a pounding on the front door proved the omen. Giotto flung open the door to reveal the blacksmith's apprentice, his face dead pale with alarm. "Mistress Niffa," he gasped out, "there be a dragon here in town. He did demand to speak with you." "What color be this worm?" Niffa said. "All silvery-like, with bits of blue here and there. He does lair at the old temple." "Rory! He be a friend, fear not." The apprentice looked less than reassured, but Niffa hurried past him. Her clogs clattered on the stone-laid alleyways as she trotted along. The temple stood some distance from her brother's house, round back and just down the hill. As she drew near, she could smell dragon, but trees blocked the temple from her view. "Rory," she called out, "be you here?" "I am," he called back, his voice as deep as thunder. "And the bearer of ill news, indeed." Niffa turned cold all over as the omen returned to her mind. She made her way through the trees and straggly weeds to find the dragon lounging on the remains of the temple's roof. She clambered up on fallen blocks of stone until she was more or less at his level. "I'd guess the trouble be the horsekin," she said. "Bain't?" "It is indeed. An army of them is assembling up north, and they seem to be headed this way." "Only seem to be?" She clutched at the tiny comfort of the words. "Where else would they be going?" The comfort vanished. "True spoken," she said. "We be the only prize worth fighting for in this part of the land. Have we any chance of fending them off?" "Not alone. I'm on my way to Prince Daryl Interial. He's allied with you, and he has archers." "Not enough. I be no fool, Rory." "Alas, 'tis true." He lowered his head, and his oddly human dark blue eyes watered in sympathy. "Still, it's far too early to give up hope. Dar can call upon his alliance with Deveri. It's obvious that if Sir Conan falls, the Westlands will go next, and then the Horsekin will be at the Deveri border." "Will the Prince of the Slavers see that as jeopardy?" "Of course, and so will the High King once the Prince informs him. Now, is Giotto still chief speaker here?" "He is." "It'll be up to him to keep your people from panic, and I can't think of a better man for the job." "No more can I. He'll be mustering the town council as soon as I do tell him." "Good. Besides, if arrows won't turn the horsekin back, there's Dweomer, too, for a weapon." The Dweomer was already warning her of disaster. For Giotto's sake, she kept that knowledge to herself. After Rory left, flying straight south like a silver spear hurled into the blue, Niffa lingered among the fallen stones of the temple. She used the trees, swaying in the summer wind, as a focus and contacted Delandra. She repeated the gist of Rory's message and saw her fellow Dweomer master's image turn pale. "This be horrible news, but Rory be on his way back to you," Niffa said. "He'll be telling you more than I know." Della's image, floating on the surface of a shallow stream, nodded her agreement. "Go tell Giotto," Delandra said. "I'm going straight to Prince Dar with this." "Well and good, then. I be remembering Cledric. He were the fellow from Penley who did come to us begging for shelter behind our walls should war come upon us. I did wonder at his fear, but it did turn out that he were merely prudent." An exhausted Rory returned to the Royal Alar with the sunset and found a council of war waiting for him out in the meadow. Although Arzosa had gone off hunting earlier in the day, Delandra and Salamander had joined Daryl and Teriel and the Banadar. In the sky, a few clouds caught the sinking light like streaks of blood across the blue, or so they seemed to Dalla's troubled mind. When Rory finished his report, Prince Dar swore softly to himself. He turned to his Banadar and raised a questioning eyebrow. "The situation's plain enough," Calendariel said. "If the Horsekin take Sir Conan, then they'll have a fortified salient." Cal turned to the dragon. "Do you think we can defend Sir Conan?" "Not unless we move settlers up there. It's too far north, too isolated. You'd need a new Gwr Brethren and 1,000 good riders and archers to hold it." "And how many farms," Salamander put in, "would it take to feed them all?" "Huh," Calendariel snorted profoundly. "We can barely hold on to the Melon River Valley as it is. Dar, sometimes I wish you'd never made that alliance with Jada's people." "But I did make it," Daryl and Teriel said, "and cursed if I'll break my word." Calendariel sighed and shook his head in frustration. "We've got to do something," Delandra joined in. "We can't just let the Horsekin take that city and enslave everyone in it. That would be horrible." "The Horsekin are prone to doing horrible things," Salamander said. "The question is, can we stop them from perpetrating this one?" "And the answer to that is most likely that we can't," Calendariel said with a shrug. "I don't like the idea any more than you do, my darling, but we have to be hard-headed." "You what?" Delandra's rush of rage made it hard for her to speak. She took a deep breath and began again. "There are 4,000 people in that town. 4,000 souls who deserve better than being dragged off and sold in a Horsekin market. The ones they don't kill outright, that is, or torture to death." The man and the dragon merely looked at her with a certain sympathy, as if she'd been taken ill. "I will not stand for it," Delandra went on. "If I have to, I'll leave Derry with Sidro and Gralazar and go to live in Sir Conan. Maybe Nifa and I can work Dweomer to defend the town, since you're all dishonorable enough to turn your back on our sworn allies." Salamander and Calendariel broke out talking at once. Rory silenced them with a deep rumble of laughter. "So," the dragon said, "we don't want to see Delandra in Horsekin hands, but the thousands of women and children in Sir Conan don't matter. I think she's beaten us all in this game of Carnoic." "Well, ye gods," Calendariel snarled, "I suppose having good men die with them will make matters better? Dalla, don't be a fool." Delandra choked back the nasty remarks that filled her mouth. She took a deep breath. "If you can't see reason, then I'm going to just get up and leave." She rose to her knees, but Calendariel flung up one hand in a gesture that made her pause. "Get up and leave." Calendariel spoke each word very carefully, as if he'd never heard of them before. "Get up and leave. Sit down, Dalla. You've just given me a splendid idea." Delandra sat as the idea occurred to her as well. "So," Cal said, "what if we move the people out of Sir Conan before the Horsekin get there?" The other men goggled at him, while the dragon laughed again. "Well, by the silver shit of the star gods, think," Cal continued. "Dar, for months you've been saying how desperately the Melon River Valley needs settlers." "So I have," Daryl and Teriel said, grinning. "Sometimes, Banadar, you put us all to shame. Do you think they'll abandon their homes?" Everyone looked at Delandra. "I can't speak for them," she said, "but they're not stupid or mad." "Of course," Dar turned to her. "This could solve a fair many problems, like building the Falcon. I've seen their town, you know. The Sir Conan folk know how to build fortifications, and I'll be needing a winter done myself soon." Rory slapped his tail on the ground. Everyone turned to look at him. "It may take time to persuade them," the dragon said. "We'd best slow the Horsekin down to give you that time. Fortunately, my prince, you have allies in the air. Arzosa and Medea will enjoy scattering their horses as much as I will." "No doubt." Daryl and Teriel rose, abruptly restless. "But it's a long way to Sir Conan from here. We'd best get on the road with the dawn. Banadar, we want a fast-moving mounted force with extra horses." "Just so." Calendariel got up to join him. "It would take the entire Alar at least 10 days to reach Sir Conan. A fortnight more like, with the herds and flocks," Salamander said. It's still a good 100 miles away, isn't it? We have to cross a range of hills, too. That's why I want a small force. I'm not risking the Alar's children either by taking them anywhere near the town and the horsekin. Kara can lead everyone as well as I can. She can find a safe spot for most the Alar to wait while we... Dar paused to glance at Calandariel and Delandra. While we travel on ahead, what do you think, Cal? A troop of 25? That would be a good number, and we should be able to reach the town in 5 days if we take extra horses. Unless, Dalla, you know a way to get us there even faster.
I can't open a Dweomer road for more than 1 or 2 people, if that's what you mean,
Delandra said. With Evander gone, the roads get more and more unstable. They're probably not safe for anyone who's not
Dweomer themselves.
I see. Cal considered for a moment more. I'd ask the dragons to carry some of us there, but frankly, I think we'd best go with a show of force.
I agree,
Delandra said.
What if the Horsekin send emissaries, like they did before?
They'll understand a message delivered by a troop of archers a lot better than fine words, Cal said. Even with dragons hovering around?
Quite right,
Delandra said.
And they'd love to get their hairy paws on Prince Dar. He'll need guards.
Which brings us back to the point, Dar broke in. We need to delay the main army. Can the dragons do that?
We can try,
Rory said. Salamander got to his feet. Delandra had never seen him so grim, with all his fool's pretense tossed aside. I need to go north with you. Valendario can receive any messages Dalla sends back. When it comes to harrying the horsekin, I have the best weapon of all. Calandariel snorted like an angry stallion and set his hands on his hips. And what, pray tell, might that be? Alshandra herself. Salamander crossed his arms over his chest and stared straight at the Banadar. Or her image?
Oh, splendid idea,
Delandra said. Salamander smiled at her. Calandariel, however, scowled and opened his mouth to speak.
Cal, hold your tongue.
Delandra got in first.
Ebony knows what he's about.
He does? Cal hesitated, then turned to Salamander. My apologies. Salamander looked so shocked that everyone laughed, including the dragon.
You can come with me, brother, Rory said. Arzosop mentioned that you've ridden dragonback before.
It was not a pleasant experience, but I have indeed, Salamander said. I suspect it will be easier with you instead of her, however.
It's likely, Rory said. I'll ask Arzosa to travel with the prince till they reach Sir Conan. Then she can come north to join us.
We'll be flying straight for the army, then?
Not quite. I want to go to our caves first and fetch Medea. It's time she learned how to harry an enemy,
Rory rumbled briefly.
And that way you can meet your nephew.
Calandariel slaughtered and skinned a pair of sheep for Rory, who needed to rest rather than hunt. Rather than watch his brother eat raw mutton, Salamander went to his own tent and packed a pair of saddlebags to take north with him. Rory had told him to be ready at the first light of dawn. He'd just finished when Delandra joined him. Are you riding with Cal when they leave? Salamander said.
No, Delandra said. I'll be traveling on one of the Dweomer roads. I want to reach Niffa as soon as possible.
I see. What about Derry?
I'll be leaving her with Sidro. She's too young to wean, but Sidro's already getting milk. The Geldathay seem to live for motherhood, I must say. Sidro had a child before, you see, and now she's pregnant again. That, and then the amount of time she spends tending Derry, has apparently gotten her motherly humors flowing early. Absent-mindedly, Derry rubbed one of her own breasts through her tunic. It'll be a nuisance for me, but for all I know, there's a woman in Sir Conan who needs a wet nurse. I've asked Niffa to look for one.
You'd nurse a stranger's child?
Why not? Someone else will be nursing mine. I can scry for Derry whenever I want, so it's not like I'll have no news of her.
Delandra's voice turned uncertain with worry.
Sidro can't talk mind-to-mind yet, but I'll contact Val every day.
There were times, Salamander reflected, that he was grateful for having been born male. Very well, he said aloud, but I was hoping that I could send Dar warnings should I see something to warn him about anyway.
Gralazar's offered to ride with the prince. Her city had an alliance with Sir Conan, back when she was still head of their town council, and she feels she needs to do something to honor it. Drav and his Geldathay riders will go with her, so the prince will have nearly 50 men to guard him.
Splendid. Now, when I've done performing my tricks, I'll have Rory take me back to Sir Conan, so I'll see you there eventually, assuming that all goes well.
Let's hope it does. You'll need to husband your energy, you know. If your body of light suffers damage, I'll be too far away to help you.
I'm entirely too mindful of that. By the by, has anyone told Rory that Laz has the dragon book?
Not yet. I'll leave that up to you. Doubtless you'll have time on the journey.
Most likely. Salamander paused to consider the pair of saddlebags he was taking on the journey. He'd stuff them as full as possible, he decided. When are you leaving for Sir Conan?
On the morrow.
Then good luck to you on the roads. I suspect you may need it. Salamander had touched upon one of Delandra's fears, that the remnants of the Dweomer roads might prove unstable. Evander had created most of them, then reinforced their existence simply by passing over them. Wherever he traveled, force poured down from the higher reaches of the astral plane, allowing him to mold it into all sorts of forms, including solid-seeming dirt paths. Upon his death, most had dissolved, because no Dweomer master existed who was powerful enough to renew them. Astral force will mold itself into form easily, but keeping those forms stable over time is another matter entirely. Yet here and there, Delandra had found some paths still open. She surmised that they had survived by virtue of a direct connection. Whether they existed naturally or had been formed by Dweomer masters in some distant past was a question she couldn't answer. No more did she know what might happen to her if a road should dissolve when she was walking upon it. Nothing good, she assumed. Yet she felt that she had no choice but to travel on the remnants of the roads. Although she could transform and fly, her bird form was rather nondescript. A plain gray linnet who flew slowly and lacked stamina. She needed to get to Sir Conan quickly rather than flapping her slow way along over several days. Delandra left the Royal Alar early in the morning, when the astral tide of Aether ran at full force. If necessary, she could draw upon its power to temporarily stabilize a path, or so she hoped. She had packed a pair of saddlebags with clothes and her ritual implements the night before. She took Derry to Sidro, then walked out into the grasslands. She found a rivulet trickling toward a larger stream and followed its course. At the joining of the waters, she opened her etheric sight and saw the shimmering lozenge in the air just a few feet above the grassy bank that signified a possible gate. Delandra walked straight toward the lozenge. It swelled at her approach as if in greeting. She took a deep breath, then stepped up and through into a shimmer of pale lavender mist that broke over her like a wave. As the mist cleared away, a cold bluish glare lit her way. She could see that she was standing on a flat outcrop of rock. Ahead stretched an image of another grassland with a gold-colored footpath winding through it. In her mind, Delandra formed images of Niffa and of Citadel. At first, they were only brief flashes of memory, but one image stabilized into a clear, if lifeless, picture of Niffa standing near the ruined temple. As Delandra walked toward it, the image moved away, leading her down the golden path. As it moved, it changed somewhat, adding a budding rose bush beside Niffa, and behind her, a view of a kitchen garden. Delandra walked steadily and fast, keeping her mind focused on the idea of Niffa on Citadel. The scenery around the path changed into a hillside. As Delandra walked uphill, houses grew up like flowers, and stone walls appeared. Trees shot up to either side of her. The image of Niffa suddenly looked straight at her and smiled. "There you are," she said. Her voice sounded oddly hollow, and the light falling upon her glimmered lavender. Delandra stepped off the path, walked through the lozenge gate, and found herself on Citadel, in the garden of the house Niffa shared with her brother. The sun hung low in the west, sinking toward its setting. As always, what she'd perceived as a few moments on the road had marked the passing of hours in the physical plane. The stench of Sir Conan hit her like a blow to the face. The townsfolk dumped all their refuse into the outrunning river, but they did it where the water still ran warm from the lake. The resulting smell was one thing she wasn't going to miss about the town.
"Here I am indeed."
As her body adjusted again to the solidity of the world of form, Delandra realized that her breasts were aching. When she rubbed them, milk oozed.
"It's good to see you. Did you happen to find someone who needs a wet nurse?"
"I did, and she be waiting for you inside. One of my brother's granddaughters, Hildy. Here, let me carry those saddlebags for you. You must a weary be." Delandra realized that indeed weary she was. In the spacious great room of Giotto's home, a scatter of finely worked chairs, each cushioned with bright fabric pillows, stood near a pair of windows with actual glass in them. Giotto had done very well for himself over the years, Della realized, trading back and forth with the Gel Thay, as well as the mountain folk. A young blonde woman sat in one chair, holding a baby who fussed and whined. She was trying to get him to suck water from a cloth sop, but the infant would only cry and bat at the thing with one feeble hand. "That be Hildy," Niffa said, "and little Fry. He be some 2 months now, and her milk, it were scant from the beginning." Hildy looked up with a smile so strained that Delandra realized that the lass was choking back tears. She decided that formal introductions could wait and strode over to sit down in the chair next to Hildy's. "Give him to me," Delandra said. When Hildy handed the baby over, he began to wail at this rude transfer to a stranger, but as soon as Delandra pulled up her tunic, releasing a waft of milk scent, the wails changed pitch to a demand. She settled him at her breast with a sense of mutual relief. Niffa pulled up another chair and joined them. "This be my friend Delandra," Niffa said to Hildy, "as doubtless you did guess by now." "So I did, and you have my thanks." Hildy paused to wipe her eyes on her sleeve. "It be a bitter thing to starve your own child. I do feel so shamed." "Don't," Delandra said. "I never had enough milk for my firstborn, but with the second I have plenty. I'll wager you will too." "See," Niffa said, "I did tell you, but truly I do see why you were loath to believe me. I've not had a babe of mine own." "Never did I not believe you," Hildy managed to smile. "It just did no good for the babe I have now." "Well, true spoken," Niffa said. "Dalla Hildy will be sheltering here for some days, till it be time for all of us to leave Sir Conan." "Good. That will be convenient all round, then." Grateful for the cushions, Delandra leaned back in the chair. Feeding the baby made her drowsy, and for those few moments, as she sat listening to Niffa and Hildy gossip about the various members of Giotto's large family, the horsekin threat receded, a disturbance on some far border, perhaps, of another country. Reality, however, shoved itself into her consciousness when Giotto came down to join them. Delandra hadn't seen Giotto since he was a young lad. He'd grown into a slender man, not very tall, but not particularly short, and his dark eyes and thinning gray hair had nothing particularly distinctive about them either. He walked with a pronounced limp, the legacy of a bandit raid on one of his caravans. "Good morrow, Dalla," he said in a voice darkened with age. "The servants, they did tell me you were here." "And a good morrow to you," Delandra said. "It's good to see you again." Giotto smiled in acknowledgment. "I were a-wondering," he said, "if it be time to send a messenger down to Penley." Delandra glanced at Niffa, who answered, "I think it be so. 'Twill take the folk there some days to pack up their goods and the like. Dalla, how soon think you that the prince will be arriving here?" 5 days, or so he hoped. Delandra paused to change the baby to her other breast. "I doubt me if they can travel any faster, even with extra horses." "So be it then," Giotto said. "There be no way for me to give their horses wings, and truly there be much to do here. Tonight I did call a special meeting of the Council of Five. We do need to decide how much to tell the town, and when we should be a-telling of it. 'Twere best to have everyone know the truth before Prince Dar does arrive. The folk, they be needing time to chew things over like." "Just so," Delandra said, "and I want to consult with your spirit talker." "Artha, her name be," Niffa put in. "Werda did go to her ancestors many a year past. I do warn you, Artha does show forth all of Werda's holiness, but few of her wits." On the morrow morning, Niffa and Delandra trudged up the hill to Citadel's central plaza, a wide paved expanse at the top of the hill. To the north stood the stone buildings that housed the council and other official doings, and to the south stood a little shrine to the spirits of the lake. 4 stone pillars held a roof over a cubical stone altar, laden at the moment with summer wildflowers. Artha's house lay below it at the end of some wooden steps. Dressed in white linen trimmed with white fur, the spirit talker stood waiting for them in the doorway, but rather than let them in, Artha came out to meet them on the grassy flat in front of her door. She was carrying the staff of her office as well, made of dark wood ringed at intervals with silver. When she held it up as if to bar their way, Delandra went on guard. She had expected trouble from this quarter, and she got it. "I will not leave," Arthur snapped, "nor may I countenance my folk deserting their gods." "If you stay," Delandra said, "you'll all be killed or enslaved. The Horsekin will never allow the survivors to worship your gods. They believe that their Alshandra is the only god." A silent Arthur studied Delandra with hostile dark eyes. Her hair, a steely gray, hung in 2 long braids to either side of her wrinkled face. Delandra kept her own expression carefully arranged in a pleasant, or so she hoped, neutrality. "Arthur, Holy One," Niffa said, "the Horsekin they do plan to turn our town into a fortress for their impious armies. Naught we can do against them will save our folk. The gods—" "The gods, think you they be powerless?" Arthur said. "They do protect those who give them their due. Have they not quieted the fire that lives beneath us? Have they not steadied the shaking earth?" "Somewhat has done so. How do we know it be the gods?" "Can you stand there and mutter blasphemies so close to the holy shrine?" Arthur spat out the words. "Have we not wrangled and snarled over all this before?" Niffa said, and she smiled. Delandra was expecting the spirit talker to take grave offense at that smile, but instead Arthur merely heaved a sigh and rolled her eyes. "Mayhap we have," Arthur said, "but still I will leave not." "You may choose what you choose," Niffa said. "What does trouble my heart is this, that other folk will heed you and stay here to meet an ugly weird." "They may choose what they will choose as well. It be no trouble of yours, witch woman." "Ah, but it be my charge truly to speak out against false counsel." Arthur made a sound much like the hiss of a furious cat and waved her staff in Niffa's direction. The sunlight caught the silver rings and gleamed in long sparks of light. Delandra suddenly realized that beside the rings the staff bore runes. While Arthur and Niffa continued what seemed to be a familiar argument, Delandra studied the staff, which Arthur held upright and unmoving in front of her. The runes all seemed to be elvish. When she sidled a little closer, Arthur ignored her. By craning her neck this way and that, Delandra finally managed to read them. 5 elements, all kin, 1 soul. "That's the rest of it," she thought, "the inscription on Kov's staff." By then Arthur had run out of invective. She and Niffa stood glaring at each other. Delandra said, "that staff, is it permitted for me to ask whence it came?" Arthur was so startled by this sudden change of subject that she nearly dropped the staff in question. "I know not where the first of these came from," Arthur said when she'd recovered. "But my teacher in the spirit lore did have this one, and on her deathbed she did give it to me. They be handed down over the long years, and when one does grow too frail, it be given to the holy fire and a new one carved." "My thanks," Delandra said. "That's most interesting." Arthur pursed her lips and glared at her as if she were a half-wit. Niffa smothered a laugh. "I think me we shall disagree on these things forever," Niffa said to Arthur. "What the townsfolk will do I ken not. I think me that what the prince of the Westfolk does say will have the true deciding of this." With a pleasant wave, Niffa turned and began to climb the steps back up to the plaza. Delandra said farewell to the furious spirit talker and hurried after her fellow Dweomer master. Neither said anything till they were up on the plaza and well past the shrine. "Do you really think she'll stay here?" Delandra said. "The Horsekin, what they'll do to a priestess of other gods, it's too horrible to even think about it." "I did make a plan already. Some of my brother's muleteers, they did say they would sweep her up and tie her to a wagon if such should be the only way to, persuade her to leave with us." "Good. That sets my heart at rest. I agree with you, though, that whatever Dar says will really decide the issue for the town." "Then we should know soon?" Niffa glanced up at the sky, where a few white wisps of cloud were moving in from the south. "I fear me that the rain it be coming, though." "I think you're right. I hope it doesn't slow Dar and his men down too much. Well, that's in the laps of whatever gods there may be." As he winged north toward Hainmarn, the Horsekin were very much on Laz's mind as well. Even though Laz in raven form could fly faster than he could travel on horseback, he felt as if he were crawling through the air, burdened as he was with worry. With Horsekin raiders close by, what if Hainmarn had fled back to Alban? He could return to the Westlands, he supposed, find the Royal Alar and deliver the book to Delandra there, hundreds of miles away. The very thought wearied him. At night, when he stopped to rest, Laz found himself missing Fahorn. They had met back in Tain Balapan years before when their Dwemer studies had led them both to Hasdrubal, the Bardekian refugee. Almost from the beginning, however, Faharn had disliked Hasdrubal. He stopped his studies early on, claiming that the teacher was evil, disgusting, and probably a criminal to boot. Laz agreed with his opinion, but he stayed on, learning what he could, discarding what he hated. He made such fast progress that he could take Faharn on as a pupil after only a year or two with the Bardekian. When the howling mob of Alchandra worshippers began purging the city of magicians, Laz and Faharn escaped together and gradually built up their band of fellow refugees. Outlaws perhaps, but unwilling ones, and now most of them were dead or had deserted to the Westfolk, including Kerr. I always thought he was my true friend, Laz thought, and Faharn just a hanger-on of sorts. How wrong I was. Occasionally, Laz shed a few angry tears over the bitterness of Kerr's betrayal. He could take comfort in thoughts of revenge, of taking Sidro back again and then mocking his former friend for losing her. Now and then he thought of scrying Sidro out, but the fear of seeing her in another man's arms always stopped him. On his third day of flight, which happened to be the day after Delandra arrived in Sir Conan, Laz found Hainmarn, a good many miles from where he'd left it. The enormous astral vortex lay in a different lake than the one he'd last seen, this one sheltered by a horseshoe of hills that clashed with the landscape around them. Oaks and a scattering of brush grew on the lake side of the rolling hills. Outside, among the rough northern mountains, stood pine forest. A river ran from the lake and flowed out of the open mouth of the horseshoe, but no river flowed into the lake from the opposite hill. The boulder with the silver horn stood on the lakeshore. Laz landed next to it and folded his aching wings. He'd been planning on flying straight to the manse, but his exhaustion made him pause. Although he felt perfectly confident that he could pick his way through the astral vortex, mistakes happened too easily when a Dwemer master had spent all his energies in the physical world. He transformed back into his human body and dressed, though he left his troublesome boots in his sack, then picked up the silver horn and blew 3 long notes. Shortly thereafter he saw the dragon boat set out from the island. Its strange etheric crew of rowers brought her smartly across the lake, then back doors, and turned her in the shallows. Laz waded out, tossed his sack aboard ahead of him, and with Lon's help clambered onto the deck. "Well, you be back, bain't?" Lon said, smiling. "I wager you do have a few tales to tell." "I do indeed," Laz said. "I hope Lady Angmar won't mind me imposing on her hospitality once more." "I doubt me that she will. You did find the island, and that be invitation enough for Hainmarn." Sure enough, when Laz walked into the great hall, Angmar looked up from her sewing, smiled, and waved her hand as if he'd been gone for a day or two. Mara came hurrying down the staircase and greeted him with a bit more enthusiasm, but no great surprise. "This morning Yvain did see you in her basin," Mara announced. "Welcome back." "My thanks." Laz slung his sack onto the nearest table. "I've brought you back the dragon book, and I now know just what a treasure it is." "That's so splendid. Please do tell me more. And my sister, be she well?" "She was the last time I saw her, and your father as well." "Let the poor man sit, Mara." Angmar laid her sewing into the work-basket on the floor next to her chair. "And fetch him some ale. Envoy Cov, no doubt he'll be wanting to hear these tales as well, so do call him in." Mara curtsied to her mother, then hurried out the side door on her way to the kitchen. "Mara seems to have learned courtesy," Laz said, smiling, "since last I saw her." "It be so indeed," Angmar returned the smile. "The hard work in the kitchen did teach her sister's worth as well. Come sit down, Laz. When Cov and Mara do join us, we shall trade tales." "Wait, do you mean Envoy Cov of Lynn, sir?" "I do. Rowena told me that he was dead." "He were not, but captured by the strange folk of the Northlands." Her smile turned soft. "My Rory did rescue him and bring him here for refuge, and I think me he be just the man our Mara does need, to be the lord here to her lady."
"Excellent. And while I'm here, I can teach her more Dweomer lore."
"For that my heart would be grateful. There be much need upon her to learn all she can." In honor of his return, Mara roasted a haunch of venison for the dinner that night, and made a sauce of wild mushrooms to go with it. Kov baked the bread. As a young man, he had, in the custom of the mountain folk, lived on a farm and learned that sort of skill. As she presided over the meal, Angmar looked happier than Laz had ever seen her. When she asked, she told him that Rory had agreed to the transformation back to his human form. "That be if the elven sages do have the knowledge they need to bring him back," Angmar said. "We have the book again," Laz said. "I've met these Dweomer masters now, and truly if anyone can restore him, it will be they." "That gladdens my heart to hear. My thanks, Laz. Truly it be good that you did return to us." It occurred to Laz that it had been a long time since anyone had welcomed him to a place that felt like home. For a moment he felt close to tears, but he managed to smile and thank her in a steady voice. After a tankard of Hainmarn's dark ale, Laz felt tired enough to excuse himself and go upstairs to his old chamber. The straw mattress and the blankets still lay where he'd left them, and the basket of extra clothes stood waiting for him as well. Outside, the sun lingered above the horizon, a sign that he had flown far to the north indeed. Its warm golden light filled the tiny chamber with the peace of an approaching night. Laz set his sack down and knelt beside it. He took out the precious dragon book and propped it up against the base of the wall. He could just discern the harsh lavender glimmer of a spirit dancing on the cover. "Please don't leave again," he said aloud. "The Westfolk mages and the dragon himself will come here to fetch you." The spirit brightened as if agreeing, then withdrew. Laz got up and went to the window. He leaned on the sill to look out at the lake, rippling in an evening wind, and used the sunlight upon the ripples as a focus to scry for Delandra. Although he lacked the knowledge to send her messages, he wondered what she might be doing at that moment. What he saw surprised him. Rather than out on the grass or in a tent, she was sitting inside a room and nursing an infant that he took for dairy. He could just dimly discern that she sat in a cushioned chair, and that two other women sat nearby, though neither of them was Sidro or any other women he'd seen among the Westfolk. Although he tried to sharpen the vision, it refused to clarify. In a fit of exhausted frustration, he broke it. That he'd seen anything at all through the water veil around Hainmarn intrigued him. Some force must have been guiding him or lending him strength, the astral spirits of the book, perhaps. Yet the scrying left him uneasy. Something dangerous lurked close to Delandra. That he knew, though what or why of it escaped him. Ever since he'd met Delandra and Ebony, Laz had come to see just how inadequate his own Dweomer training had been. Hasdrubal had left out a good many things, such as the ability to send thoughts to a fellow Dweomer worker's mind. He had given Laz a good understanding of the principles of the Dweomer, but he'd slighted the practice in a good many areas, always while promising that someday, soon but never on the morrow, he would teach more. If I hadn't been so gifted, Laz thought, I'd not have gotten very far with the work. Faharn was right about the old man. He was something of a fraud, truly. Be that as it may, Hasdrubal had certainly paid twice over for any sins he might have committed. Laz had a vivid memory of Alshandra's faithful holding up their blood-stained hands in the sunlight and shrieking with joy after they had clawed and hacked the Bardeki to pieces, gore under their fingernails, blood oozing down their wrists as they held up gobbets of flesh. Laz banished the image and shuddered. But the gifts, that evening, watching the sun sinking over the hills around Hainmarn, Laz wondered about his gifts, everything Lord Tren had so longed for but lacked. Someone had given them back to him. That he could surmise, especially when he remembered Hasdrubal's scornful words about the Great Ones who meddled, or so his teacher had called it, with the destiny of those who chose the Dweomer road. But then Hasdrubal had walked on the dark paths. Once again Faharn had been right. The dark paths. Had he himself known them? Once in that other life Delandra had mentioned but never revealed? Laz felt so sick that he could barely stand. He staggered back to the mattress and dropped to his knees upon it. Was that what had cost Lord Tren the only thing he'd ever truly loved? No, Laz whispered in the Geldathay tongue. By all the gods, not that. Yet he suddenly felt eyes watching him. He looked around, saw no one, twisted this way and that, still saw not even a spirit in the chamber, yet he knew that somehow someone watched him from a great distance away, perhaps from the astral, perhaps even from the fabled halls of light, where the Great Ones gave their judgments. If it were true that he'd taken the path of the Dark Dweomer, if he'd defiled the lore he loved so much with crimes such as those, He had restitution to make, weird to endure. He began trembling so hard that he fell forward onto the mattress. For a long while that night he lay rolled in a blanket like a child, trying to hide from the terrors of the darkness, until at last he escaped into sleep. "I just can't reach Laz's mind," Delandra remarked. "I've been trying all evening. I can scry him out easily enough, but I can't contact his thoughts. He seems to be somewhat ill. He's shivering and rolling himself in a blanket." "Can you where he be?" Niffa said. "Inside some sort of house. I think it might be Hain Marn, because I can sense a water veil around it. I saw the dragon book propped up against a wall near his bed. I suppose that's all I really need to know, that he's safe and the book with him." They were sitting in the great room of Giotto's house in front of a small fire, lit to chase away the omnipresent damp of Sir Conan. Delandra had fed Hildy's child, and his mother had taken him away to clean him and wrap him in swaddling bands for the night. As the two Dweomer masters sat talking, Giotto came in to join them. He sank into a cushioned chair with a long, weary sigh. "How does the temper of the town run?" Niffa said. "Foul," Giotto said, then smiled. "Well, half of it be foul. I understand not our folk at times. Some fear to leave more than they fear to stay, even though we all do know what evils the Horskin will bring with them." "Do they think your walls will fend them off forever?" Delandra said. "Not forever, only to the winter, when, or so they do hope, the snows will freeze the Horskin where they sit. It be true that winter around our town be a fierce thing. Were it not for our lake's warmth, none could live here, I think me." "True," Niffa put in, "but the Horskin, they live in the cruel north too. They do ken how to outlast the snows." "So I did say to the doubters," Giotto said. "The true problem, I do believe, be a fear of what might wait for us in the Southlands, so close to the slavers' country. Some do think that we shall be slaves there again, and it does seem preferable to be enslaved by the evil we know rather than some new one." "Surely they don't think the West folk will enslave them?" Delandra turned in her chair to look straight at Giotto. "None who remember Prince Dar do have such thoughts, but the young men, well, they know not what to think. They do have a hope that we might offer to join with the Horskin to take the summer country back from the slavers. I did try to impress upon them that the Horskin, they want not an alliance this time, but a conquest." Giotto shrugged both shoulders. "What will the Horskin want with our hundreds of ill-armed warriors, when they do command their own polished thousands?" The fire was burning low. Niffa got up and took a stick of wood from the basket by the hearth, then placed it carefully among the coals to avoid the salamanders playing among them. "Brother," Niffa said, "did the council send messengers to Penley?" "We did. On the morrow, most like, will we get a reply." The reply arrived on the following afternoon in the form of the entire village of Penley. Some 20 families showed up at the south gates, driving their milk cows, sheep, and hogs, with their dogs trailing after, and some cats as well, perched on the loaded wagons and handcarts, and ferrets in cages. The town militia led them around the lake to a spot on the grassy commons where they could pitch tents, feed their livestock, and settle their crying children. Giotto brought Cledric to the council chambers by the plaza where Delandra met them. At the sight of her, Cledric took a step back. His eyes grew wide, but he stammered out a pleasant enough greeting after Giotto's introduction. Delandra disliked him on first sight. The very fact that she couldn't say why she did made her wary. The feeling had something of the omen cold about it. "My thanks for this shelter," Cledric said to Giotto. "My folk be sore afraid, and I did fear they would up and run off somewhere rather than holding their ground." "Running off may well be what we all must do," Giotto said. "The prince of the West folk be on his way here with an offer of land farther south. There be no hope in holding out against the Horskin. There be thousands of them." Cledric turned dead pale. Big drops of sweat broke out on his forehead and ran down the creases in his jowls. He pulled a rag from his Sprigga pocket and mopped the sweat away. It was a reasonable enough reaction, Delandra decided, to Giotto's news. When she opened her sight and took a look at his aura, it swirled around him in a gray-green cloud of sheer terror. Again, a reasonable reaction to a marauding Horskin army from a farmer who stood to lose the land he'd worked all his life. to say naught of that life itself. She returned to her normal vision and saw Cledric trying hard to put on a brave front as Giotto explained their situation. "Well, what must be done, Cledric said at last. "My thanks, Chief Speaker, for this honest talk. By your leave, I'll be going to tell my folk what we do face. Then we must make some sacrifice to the gods of the town. Some of the first apples, they might please the holy spirits." "True spoken," Giotto said. "Tell your folk that the prince, we do expect him some 3 days hence." Cledric hurried away to the path down to the lakeshore, where the council barge stood at its pier, ready to take him across to the mainland. Giotto crossed his arms over his chest and watched him go with narrowed eyes. "Do you trust that man?" Delandra said. "I know not if I do or not," Giotto said. "Niffer did tell me that the Alshandra priestesses did come to Penley." "As far as we know they did." "If Cledric did believe in their false goddess, it be possible that the horsekin they did strike some bargain with him. Messages could go back and forth like with the priestesses." "Very possible indeed." "But then we all be frightened, and mayhap my mind does see things that be not there. What think you?" "I don't know," Delandra managed to smile. "He could be so utterly terrified for many reasons. The question is he afraid of the horsekin or of Prince Star?" Giotto laughed, one short bark that edged close to panic. When Delandra glanced around, she saw the other members of the Council of Five hurrying across the plaza toward them. "I'll go back to the house," she told Giotto. "I see that you have a council meeting." "True spoken. We do meet many a time in a day now, after we do go through the town and talk to our folk. The others," he gestured at the council, "they do see the wisdom in leaving. So that be one battle we need not fight." Later that day, Delandra contacted Salamander through the fire. He and Rory had flown a good distance since they'd left the Alar. By Salamander's estimate, they were some miles to the west of Sir Conan and a good bit farther north. "And the horsekin?" she asked. "Well, there's been no sign of them so far," Salamander said. "Which is all to the good. We've been following the route they must be taking, you see, just in the reverse direction." "Very well. Suppose the army was camping where you are now. How far is it from there to Sir Conan?" "At least 3 days' ride for a horde such as Rory described." "Only 3? Well, they must be at least a day's ride north of where we are, so make that 4 days at least." "It's still not enough." "I know, O Mistress of Mighty Magics, but we have yet to deploy and display our wiles, tricks, and shows of brute force and harassment. In short, we shall slow them down, never fear." "I do fear," Delandra thought to herself. "Profoundly so." To him she said, "I just hope there are priestesses traveling with the army. I'd hate to think of you performing a dangerous feat for an audience that can't see you." "So would I, but I'm willing to wager a high that the holy ladies have come along. These days the horse can never go anywhere without at least a pair or two, or so it seems." "Well and good then. Do let me know how things go." She broke the link before he could feel just how troubled she was. Since Rory had no desire to tease his brother with sudden drops in height or near vertical climbs, Salamander was finding the trip north on Dragonback a far easier ride than the one Arzosa had given him. By the time they reached the dragon's mountain lair, the view from high in the air had come to delight him. Rivers ran sparkling in tiny silver threads through forests that billowed and swayed in the winds like one massive living thing, rather than separate trees. Grassy valleys lay like jewels among the dark rocks and twisted pines of the foothills. When they reached the mountains, they dodged among enormous pillars of rock and skimmed above craggy slopes. The boom and thunder of Rory's wings echoed back to them like a chant. At last, late on an afternoon, Salamander saw the remains of a stone tower standing at the edge of a mountain meadow. Above the meadow loomed a sheer cliff, leading up and up to a streak of snow on a rocky ridge. Low on this cliff, behind the tower, he noticed a ledge of rock and the dark slash of a cave mouth. "Hang on," Rory called out. Salamander tightened his grip on the rope harness around his brother's chest as the dragon swooped, flapped hard, curled his wings, and landed neatly on the ledge. Salamander slid down from his back just as Medea poked her green and gold head out of the cave and roared a welcome.
"Rory's brought Uncle Ebony," she called out in Elvish. "Messa, Dver, come meet Uncle Ebony." A smaller dragon, Salamander estimated she was perhaps 15 feet long, waddled out of the cave. Her scales shone as golden as the sunlight on a summer afternoon, darkening on her belly to the orange red of a sunset. Behind her came a slender hatchling about the size of a plow horse, iridescent silver like his father, though his underside was a definite dark blue to match his dragon-slit eyes. Beautiful though the three young worms were, the vinegar stench of dragon billowed out of the cave along with them, so strong that Salamander felt faint. He managed a decent bow to the two females, who rumbled an answer and caught his breath at last. Dever, his nephew, his dragon brother's son, Salamander hardly knew how to address him. His name, Salamander could guess, came from that of his and Rory's father, Devabarial Silverhand. The young silverworm bobbed his head respectfully to his uncle. His dark blue eyes caught Salamander's attention. He had the vertical cat-slit eye of a dragon, but rather than round, his eyes were oval like a human or elven eye. "Greetings!" Dever had a dark voice, but still within a human range, thanks to his youth and size. "Did you bring my new sister too?" "I told him about Berwinna," Medea put in. "Winnie's visiting friends farther east," Rory said. "I hope you'll meet her some day soon." He paused, glancing around him. "Ebony, that tower just below us. I thought you might want to lair in it. I know the cave's a bit dank for someone of your delicate sensibilities." He rumbled briefly. "Delicate as horseshit," Salamander said. "After everything I've been through. Be that as it may, the tower intrigues me, and it should provide all the shelter I need this time of year." "Good." Rory turned to the hatchlings. "We have something important to discuss. Medea, it's time you learned to hunt the Meridan." Medea lifted her graceful green-gold head and roared with joy. While the afternoon sunlight lingered, Salamander clambered down the cliff face to the meadow. Medea swooped down with his saddlebags and blankets in her claws, dropped them into the high grass, then swooped up again to the ledge. When Salamander looked back, he saw that the other dragons had all gone into the cave, which must have been therefore far larger than it looked from the outside. With a shake of her green and gold tail, Medea slithered in after them. Salamander walked over to inspect the tower. It lacked a roof, and its wooden door and the inner ceilings had long since rotted away, but the walls still stood high, although inside green moss grew thick upon them. In the center of the roofless circle, where sunlight could reach, tall grass and some sort of bramble formed spiky tangles. Snakes and a variety of spiders and insects, Salamander assumed, lived under the greenery. He decided that he'd sleep outside the tower rather than in it. He walked outside and glanced up, just idly, but carving on one of the higher ranks of stone caught his attention. He shaded his eyes with his hand and saw a line of lettering in the ancient style of the Elvish syllabary, picked out by the shadows of long light from the west. Craning his neck, he walked around the tower several times until he'd seen it all and could puzzle out the meaning. "We, the last of they who stand on guard, carved these words. Traveler, if any travelers there be, we hold to our duty, though no relief has reached us this 100 years. How much longer had they waited, he wondered, before making their retreat? Or had they all died in the tower, either in a Meridan attack or of simple old age, until the last of the last lay unburnt with no one to build him a funeral pyre? No one would ever know, he supposed. "I've seen your message," he called out. "I stand witness that you were faithful." The wind sighed around the stones, and in that sound he thought, just for a moment, that he heard voices answering. In the last of the daylight, the dragons flew out to hunt, Rory first, then the young. The combined beating of their wings boomed and echoed so loudly that Salamander clasped his hands over his ears and kept them there until they were well away. He scrounged himself enough fuel for a fire from the woody shrubs growing around the meadow's edge, then considered the food he had left. Half a sheep's milk cheese, some scraps of flatbread, a sack of flour, a good chunk of purified lard, and his wooden box of soda. Not far from the tower, a little spring welled up amid tall grass. Salamander took his water bottle and hunkered down beside it.
As he pulled the grass aside to reach clean water, he realized that someone had lined the spring mouth with neat blocks of stone. Those watchmen of the tower, he could assume. He laid the bottle down, then used both hands to clean the grass and water weeds away until the spring welled up in a basin once again. He'd just finished when he heard the thrumming of dragon wings. A flash of silver in the sunset light, Devere circled low over him and dropped 2 dead rabbits on the ground next to Salamander. With a flutter of blue and silver wings, he landed nearby. "The rabbits are for you, Uncle," Devere said in Elvish. "Daw said you could roast them." "I can indeed," Salamander said. "My thanks, nephew." "Daw killed 2 horses for the rest of us. He and Medea are bringing them back." "Horses? I take it you found the Meridani army." "Yes. Daw wouldn't let me attack them, but it was still great fun watching Daw and Medea scare them. The horses all bucked and ran, and some of the Meridan they ended up on the ground." "Splendid. How far away was this?" "A long way north." Devere half opened his wings, then closed them again in the dragonish equivalent of a shrug. "That's why they sent me on ahead with the rabbits. I can fly lots faster than the lasses can." Salamander considered the size of Devere's wings and doubted it. Aloud he said, "The horses must be heavy even for dragons to carry." "Yes, they had to fly slowly once they got them. Uncle, Daw says that you can fly too. Can you be a dragon like us?" "No, alas, but I can turn myself into a magpie." Devere blinked at him. "It's a bird," Salamander said. "A black and white bird that chatters a lot and loves shiny things." "I don't think we have magpies in the mountains." "I doubt it truly." Devere suddenly cocked his head, listening. "Here comes my clutch." Salamander concentrated on listening, but a fair many moments passed before he too heard the measured drumming of wings. The twilight began to deepen just as the 3 dragons, burdened with their dinner, reappeared above the valley. With a high-pitched roar, Devere leaped into the air and flew up to join them as they landed, one at a time, on the outcrop by the cave mouth. Salamander watched as Rory divided up the kill for the hatchlings. He snapped at a greedy Devere and told him to wait for his sisters to take their share, had Meza lick her face clean after a particularly disgusting bite of horse, and praised Medea for the care she'd taken of the younger worms while he'd been gone. It struck Salamander as passing strange that Rory would show the concern for this family that Rodri Mailwade had never shown for his human children. "He's too much at ease in dragon form," Salamander thought. "We're pulling him back just in time." Salamander lit his fire with a snap of his fingers. By its light he cleaned the rabbits, then wrapped them in the fresh wet grass he'd pulled earlier and set them to roast on the coals. Overhead, the twilight was deepening into night. He walked away from his fire and stood in the darkness to watch the stars appearing over the remains of the stone tower. The sight moved him nearly to tears. Why, he couldn't say, except to speculate that he had once served the 7 cities here on the border, perhaps even among the last of the watchmen in the tower. Dal is right, he thought. I must meditate more and study more and do all those things I've fled from all my life. While normally he found such thoughts wearisome, that night they gave him a peculiar pleasure, a sense of rightness, fitting the harsh times. All night he dreamt of the western mountains. He saw confused glimpses of a splendid fortress and of a city in ruins that, even in its ravaged state, dwarfed any he'd ever seen in Devere. On the morrow, Salamander woke to a less than splendid reality. He was eating cold roast rabbit for his breakfast when Rory glided down to the meadow. The dragon first drank from the spring, then waddled over to join him. "My thanks for pulling the grass and such like away from the basin," Rory said. "I tried to claw it away once, but all I managed to do was get mud in the water. Not having hands is a cursed nuisance." "I can well imagine." Salamander paused to wipe his own greasy fingers on a clump of grass. "Devere told me that you found the Meridan last night." "Yes, we did. They're some miles to the east of us, which doesn't matter, and about 2 days' march, for them that is, to the north." Rory considered briefly. "Which puts them a good 6 days from Sir Conan, assuming they recaptured all their horses in time to get a full day's march in today. How close to the army do you have to be to work whatever it is you have in mind?" "Where I can see them, but they can't see me." "Easily done. Are you ready to leave?" "I am. Let me just scatter these rabbit bones for whatever wants to eat them." Thanks to Rory's powerful wings, they caught up with the Horskin army just as the sun was reaching zenith. The enemy was marching through a narrow but long grassy valley, bordered on either side by forested hills. A silver riband of a river threaded itself through a stripe of trees for the entire length of the valley. Streams trickled from the hills to either side to join the river. As he looked down from the height of Dragonback, Salamander found himself thinking of the army as some sort of animal, huge, dangerous, but as awkward as a dragon on the ground as it plodded around clumps of trees and outcrops of rock. At every stream, it slowed to a crawl in order to ease its horses across the bad footing of the fords. Rory circled high above to match its tedious pace. After a few miles, the army halted, or at least the front ranks halted, then those behind them, and so on down the entire length of the column in a sort of convulsion or ripple that at last reached the slaves and servants at the rear. Have they seen us? Salamander wondered, then realized that the Horsekin were merely pausing to rest their horses. Noontide heat shimmered on the hills. Rory dropped a little lower, close enough for Salamander to see the tiny figures of riders dismounting. He noticed that they kept glancing up at the sky. As the army spread out into the grassy meadows on the western side of the river, Rory banked a wing and turned toward the western hills. On the highest hill, huge boulders and outcrops of pale brown rock emerged from the forest cover like the knuckles of an enormous fist. Rory soared up to the summit, circled once, and landed upon one of the outcrops. Salamander slid down from his back. "How's this?" Rory said. "You've got a clear view down to the valley floor, but you can hide among the trees as well." "It should do splendidly," Salamander said. "Are you going back to the lair?" "No. If you're spotted, they'll come after you, and you'll need a way out." "I can fly, you know." "As fast and far as I can." "Well, no, and I think I see some archers down there. An arrow that would bounce off you would skewer the magpie. Your company will be much appreciated as always." Salamander untied his saddlebags and bedroll from the dragon's harness. As the sun beat down on the pale rocks, sweat began to soak through his linen tunic. He took his gear and slid down between two massive boulders to the bare dirt and sliver of shade between them, but Rory stretched out in the full sun with a sigh, like the sound of a wave breaking on a graveled beach. Thanks to the steep rise of this particular hill, coupled with his elven sight, Salamander could indeed look straight down to the army below. He was searching specifically for the white garments that marked the priestesses of Alshandra, and the white mules they generally rode as well. Fortunately for his plans, he saw a good 24 women in white, surrounded by slaves and servants, all in darker clothing, and among the horses a little herd of white mules. The large number of priestesses in fact surprised him, until he remembered that their holy witness Reyna had died in Sir Conan. Most likely they were planning on founding a temple and shrine once the army had taken the city. He could also pick out the tiny figures of the warriors by the glint and glimmer of their weapons and the mail they wore under long surcoats. It was odd, he reflected, that they'd chosen to ride in armor. Were they expecting an enemy force out here in the wilderness? Or was it some mark of manhood among them to expose themselves to heat and exhaustion by riding encased in metal on a summer's day? "Rory," he called out, "are you asleep?" "I'm not." The dragon slithered to the rim of the outcrop and hung his head over the edge to reply. "Why?" "The Horsekin are riding fully armed. Do you know why?" "The slaves, of course." Rory paused for a huge yawn. "When you depend upon slaves, you fear your slaves. I learned that in Bardek. Here they are, some hundreds of miles from home. If all those slaves rose up to murder them, they'd have a nasty fight of it." "So they keep their weapons close to their hands, not on a wagon or such like, where the slaves could steal them?" "Exactly. Any more questions?" "None for the nonce, my thanks." "Good." Rory slid his bulk back from the edge. "Wake me when the army saddles up again." Waking a sleeping dragon struck Salamander as dangerous enough for a proverb, but he could always, he decided, throw rocks from a distance. Salamander sat down cross-legged and braced his back against the rock face behind him. He went into a light trance in order to stay fully conscious and alert while he formed the Alshandra image in his mind. He imagined her as a towering figure, her honey-blonde hair pulled back into a single braid, her face grim and glowering with disapproval. He gave her mail to wear and a bow and arrows to carry. Once she lived apart from his will, he slowed his breathing and sank down into a deeper trance. On the etheric plane, the Alchandra image took on dimension and life. She seemed to breathe. She moved this way and that in the billowing blue light. Her hands raised the bow, then lowered it. The long years of ritual worship by her cult had formed and ensouled astral images, creating a reservoir of power to quicken such creations as this. When Salamander rose up in his body of light, a silver flame that wrapped him round like a cloak and hood, the image rose with him, then drifted off on its own. After a struggle, he managed to haul it back. Below him, the army, to his etheric sight, had dissolved into a pulsing river of auras, mostly red shot with gold, while the servants moved through wrapped in darker browns and grays. He could pick out the priestesses by their silver auras, steady points of pure light glowing in the mass, yet somehow set apart. All around, the sunlight energized the etheric substance in sparks and ripples of silver. The astral tide of fire was rising and merging with the tide of aether. Salamander spotted a long wave of fire energy flowing downhill and launched his image upon it. As she floated toward her worshippers below, she raised her arms and nodded her head. A priestess saw her and shrieked, pointing at the image. In a swirl of silver auras, all the holy women turned toward her and began to chant, their signal to the army that their goddess had appeared. Salamander heard the warrior's sudden howl of greeting, "Hi, hi, hi," as a distorted wave of etheric sound, echoing and moaning through the blue light. Long streamers of red and gold swirled upward from the auras of the worshippers below. As their chant and the army's howls rose toward the image, she battened on the etheric energy that rose with it. Now came the crux. Could he control the thing? He sent his mind out toward the image and felt as if he'd slammed into a stone wall. The priestesses, with their instinctive dweomer fed by years of worship, had surrounded their goddess with such an outpouring of emotional force that he had no chance whatsoever of reaching the image, not in any subtle way. In a fit of ill temper, Salamander sailed downhill after the false Alchandra. He invoked the light that shines behind all gods and begged it to destroy the false image he had created. In answer, the tide of fire brightened around him. He used his flame-clad arm to draw a massive pentagram made of the sparkling light and hurled it at the image. "Begone, in the name of the Great Ones!" At the pentagram's touch, the Alchandra form burst in a shower of sparks as transparent as shards of broken ice. The streamers of red and gold fell back, raining down upon the auras that had originally released them. The priestesses shrieked and wailed, a horrible cry of agony to his etheric ears, while the men of the army milled around like ants when a farmer's plow opens their nest and kills their queen. Salamander flew back to his body, still slumped against the rock face. He slid down the silver cord, hovered briefly, then let himself fall back into the flesh. He banished the body of light and woke, panting for breath, soaked in sweat and stiff in every muscle. He staggered to his feet and, leaning against the rock for support, peered downhill at the army. The priestesses had huddled together, a flower of white robes amidst the dark clothing of their servants. All around them, confusion swirled as the warriors rushed this way and that, falcattas in hand, as they looked in vain for an enemy they could fight. Horses reared, and servants ran to pull them down again. "That gladdens my heart to see," Rory said from above him. "The yelling and screeching woke me by the by. It looks like your attack struck home." "To some extent," Salamander said. "Not as much as I'd hoped." "Well, I can't let this opportunity go to waste." With a massive roar, the dragon leaped from the rocks above and flew. After 2 booming strokes, he swept his wings back and fell like a stone hurled from a sling, down and down until Salamander feared he'd dash himself to death on the ground below. At the last moment, the dragon swept up again, as silver and bright as steel in the noontide sun. In his claws, a horsekin screamed and writhed. An officer, a Raxan, Salamander realized, because he wore a cloth of gold surcoat. A futile volley of arrows flew after the dragon. Rory circled once, then deliberately dropped his prey. With one long scream, the Raxan fell toward the center of his army. Warriors and servants alike yelled in panic and ran back and forth to get clear as he plunged onto the ground. The frightened mob blocked Salamander's view of the corpse, for which he felt nothing but gratitude. Rory flew back and landed on the rocks directly above him. "I'm going to fly a little ways away to lead them off," he called down. "I don't want them coming up here and finding you. I'll be nearby, though." Once again the dragon took flight. He glided above the milling, shouting army, but kept just out of arrow range. He flew off to the north, only to turn abruptly west and disappear between two hills. None of the horsekin followed him. Apparently Rory had misjudged his enemy's courage, not that Salamander could blame them for their reluctance to chase a murderous worm. Salamander sat down in the shade of the boulders and rummaged through his saddlebags until he found his leather water bottle. He could easily have drunk every drop in it, warm though it was, but he forced himself to save a third of the water for later. As he watched, the army far below regained control of itself. It took several hours, by his reckoning, but eventually the riders formed up in a marching order, the servants and slaves fell in behind, and with the priestesses leading the way, the army began to move, riding slowly and with some dignity toward the south. Once the last of them had disappeared and the cloud of dust they'd raised had settled, Rory returned to the outcrop. Salamander gathered up his gear and climbed back up to his brother's scaly side. "I was hoping they'd stay here," Salamander said. "These rocks make a perfect watchtower." "There are other spots like it farther south," Rory said. "We'll follow them and see where they make their night's camp." Not far off, as it turned out. Some 6 miles to the south, the horsekin halted their column under steep and rocky cliffs on the west side of the valley. As they spread out to pitch tents and hobble horses, Rory and Salamander landed some hundreds of feet above them in the shelter of a scraggly growth of trees that reminded Salamander of the dark and twisted Surgani pines. Some ways back from the cliff edge, Salamander found a stream big enough to quench both their thirsts, though Rory had to push through and trample undergrowth to reach it. "What now?" the dragon said when he'd drunk his fill. "Do you want to wait till morning for another strike?" "I'm not sure," Salamander debated briefly with his own natural caution. "I think I'll make a feint at twilight. If that goes well, I'll make my main strike on the morrow." "I'll leave them be for now, then. I don't want to spoil your thrust." The thrust Salamander had in mind was dangerous enough without a dragon interfering with his concentration. The only way he could control the image adequately, he decided, was to turn it into a body of light and ride inside it, as it were, out on the etheric plane. The operation would drain his own life force, but if the worshippers below responded as they'd done earlier, he would have their power to absorb and replenish it. Perhaps. He'd never heard of any Dweomer master attempting this particular working. If any had, they'd not lived to record the knowledge they'd gained. Just at sunset, when the astral tide of water was just beginning to run in, Salamander created his image again, though this time he equipped her with a horsekin-style falcata instead of a bow and arrow. When he slipped into the deeper trance, he banished his usual body of light. He held the Alchandra image steady in front of him, then imagined looking out of its eyes, imagined moving its arms as if they were his own arms. Suddenly he heard a rushy click like a metal sword striking a wicker shield. He was no longer imagining, but looking out of the image's eyes. When he glanced back, he saw the silver cord running from Alchandra's solar plexus to that of his physical body, which lay inert well back from the cliff edge where he'd left it. Salamander held the falcata vertically in front of the image. He sailed free of the cliff edge and began to drift downward, but he kept glancing back to ensure that the silver cord played out smoothly, and that it glowed thick and strong behind him. Down below, the priestesses had gathered some hundreds of yards from the main body of the army. No doubt their servants pitched the holy camp well away from the noise and pollution of the fighting men. He drifted toward them, and as he did, he heard the first chant of recognition. In a cloud of silver auras, the priestesses ran free of the tents and campfires to huddle together out in the open meadowland, well away from the river and its treacherous water veil. He could just discern them lifting up their arms toward the image as they chanted a welcome. Salamander arranged a scowl, as fierce and disapproving as he could make it, on his face and thus the image's face. He turned toward the north and raised his falcata to point in that direction. The chanting changed, the voices shaking on the notes. He kept the saber pointing north while he made the image stamp its feet and wave its arms in an astral temper tantrum. Below him the chanting stopped. Voices cried out in fear and called out questions to the goddess, questions that he had no way of answering except to point back the way the army had come. Behind him the silver cord had stretched out dangerously thin. Salamander turned the image around and sailed back to the cliff, following the cord to his body. For a moment he hovered inside the image while the priestesses below cried out once again. He understood just enough of the Geldathay tongue to know that they were begging Alshandra to return and speak to them. Instead, he slid down the cord to his body and transferred his consciousness back to his physical being. Before he broke the trance, he banished the Alshandra image. Salamander sat up, exhausted and sweating despite the cool evening wind. Rory crouched nearby like a cat with all four legs tucked under him and his tail wrapped neatly around his haunches. His silver scales glimmered in the gathering twilight. "Ye gods," the dragon said, "I could just make out that Alshandra thing floating around. I take it that you created it." "I did, yes." Salamander paused to grab his water bottle and drink. With a stream so close by, he allowed himself to finish off the contents before he spoke again. "You know how children play with their dolls and little toy warriors? They hold them up and dance them around and speak for them? That's what I'm doing with this false Alshandra, though alas I cannot make her speak. It would make my task a fair bit easier if only I could." "What would you have her say?" Go back, you impious creatures, I forbid you to take Sir Conan." The dragon rumbled with laughter. "Too bad, life is never so simple and kind." "Just so?" Salamander stretched his aching arms and shoulders. "But I'll wager I've given them something to chew over among themselves. At best, mayhap, the fighting men will turn superstitious and lose their morale." "They're superstitious already, believing what they do. As for their morale, you've made it sink, I wager." "Splendid. On the morrow I'll make another appearance, but I'm going to wait till they're on the move." At intervals throughout the day, Delandra had been scrying for Salamander, though she'd not attempted to contact him mind to mind, an operation that would siphon off some of his magical energies when he needed every pulse of them he could muster. She'd seen, therefore, both of his workings with the Alshandra image. Unfortunately, she'd received only a confused impression of the army's reactions, as she'd never seen any of the horsekin or their priestesses in the flesh. She could only hope that the sight of their angry goddess had terrified them, those that could see her at all. "I wonder if I should have let him try this working," Delandra said. "It's immensely complicated." "If there be anyone who might succeed in this," Niffa said, "Ebony, he be the one." "Let's hope so. It's a pity that he can't bring the image through to the physical, where everyone in that wretched army could see it. But he'd have to have the power of one of the guardians for that." "Or one of the gods, if such there be." The gods were very much on Niffa and Delandra's minds that evening. During the day, as they'd wandered around Sir Conan, listening to the townsfolk's opinions on the proposed evacuation, they'd heard a number of worries about deserting Sir Conan's old gods, those who lived under the lake, or up on Citadel, or in the water meadows that surrounded the town. Many citizens had a god they particularly favored, it seemed, whether it lived in the clouds or in a particular ancient tree clinging to the rocky island. "Your people believe in an amazing number of gods," Delandra said to Niffa. "Those that do believe at all," Niffa frowned, thinking something through. "Most they do know that what some call gods be truly spirits and little more. This all does trouble my heart, Dalla. Not till today did we hear people fearing to offend those spirits and godlings. I wonder if Arthur be behind this, stirring up the fear with strong words." After the evening meal, they took candle-lanterns and walked across the plaza to Arthur's domain. As they were making their way down the wooden steps to the shrine, they met Cledric coming up with a lantern of his own. He raised it high, peered at Delandra, and flinched so sharply that he nearly missed the step below him and tumbled down. Just in time he caught himself, recovered his balance, and mumbled, "Good eve to you." Vandar Spawn, the Alshandrite name for the Westfolk, rose in Delandra's mind. "Is that what he thinks I am?" "And a good eve to you," Niffa said. "Come you to lay an offering to the gods?" "I so did truly," Cledric said. "Ye gods, I be so tired tonight, missing that step as I did. Do forgive me, but I must return to my villagers." Delandra and Niffa stood to one side and let him climb up past them. They continued down to find Artha standing outside her cottage door. She crossed her arms over her chest and glowered at them. "What be so wrong?" Niffa said. "I did spend much time today," Artha said, "thinking upon what you did tell me concerning the horsekin. I do think me that if we did take the holy altar with us in a wagon or such like, the gods might well travel south along with their folk." Niffa grinned at her. "I do wager we can find a wagon indeed. The farmers from Penley, they did bring their plough horses, and they can pull a fair heavy load. If their masters do let them. That fellow from Penley, Claude Rick, or whatever his name may be, I like him not. He were here just now, nattering about the gods, begging me to tell the folk to stay behind safe walls." Artha suddenly smiled. "I do think me that it were his nags and wines that did change my mind to your way of thinking." The three of them shared a laugh. Delandra wondered suddenly if Cledric were lurking above on the plaza to eavesdrop, and if so, if he could hear them. She turned and glanced back, but saw no one on the wooden steps or at the plaza edge. "Well and good then," Niffa said. "Let us talk more upon the morrow morn. The blacksmith, he does have 2 wagons, and no doubt will gladly offer one to you and the gods." Neither Delandra nor Niffa spoke until they'd gained the plaza and walked halfway across it, well out of the spirit talker's earshot. Delandra kept watch for Cledric, or more likely the glimmer of his lantern as he hurried off, but she saw neither. At the public well, they paused in their pool of lantern light and looked around them. No one in sight on the wide cobbled expanse. "I like this not," Niffa said. "This Cledric, I ken not his heart or mind." "No more can I," Delandra said. "He's so terrified that his fear's like a coat of mail. I can't penetrate it. He could be a traitor of some sort, or he could just be a panicked creature who hardly knows what he's doing or saying, like a rabbit in its hole when the weasel crawls in." "I do agree. Alas, though, I do fear me the answer will come in some hateful way." "True spoken. We'll have to keep an eye on him." On the morrow morning, the Horskin army lingered in camp. Since Salamander had seen it with his physical eyes, he could scry it out by using the running water of the stream as a focus and thus spare himself the strain of scrying in the body of light. Once he had a clear image of the camp, he sharpened the image and magnified it until it seemed that he hovered some 10 feet above. There he had a stroke of luck. He had seen in the flesh one of the Horskin priestesses in Zac Growl, both before and after that fortress had been destroyed. By following her, he could see as clearly and in as much detail as if he stood among the holy women. Unfortunately, what he couldn't do was hear. Everything unfolded in silence, just when he desperately wanted to hear their talk. Some of the priestesses looked as grim as death, others openly wept. All of them milled around their special area of the camp and talked with each other in little groups that formed and broke up like autumn leaves swirling on the surface of a stream. He could guess that they were discussing the 2 ill-omened appearances of their goddess, but what they might have said about them remained beyond him. Salamander was on the verge of breaking the vision when a messenger came running from the main army's camp. He knelt to a woman who wore an elaborate headdress, likely the chief priestess, Salamander decided, and spoke briefly. She nodded, then turned and beckoned to the other women. Together in an orderly crowd, they followed the messenger out to the empty stretch of grassy ground between the camps. 4 Horskin men, with cloth of gold surcoats over their mail, stood waiting for them. They talked at some length until the head priestess shook her head no. One of the Raxoneer began waving his arms as he spoke. From the way that the head priestess stepped back, Salamander could assume that the Raxan was bellowing. A second officer grabbed his arm and calmed him. The chief priestess turned and stalked away, with her women following her. The Raxoneer returned to the army, talking among themselves. The Raxan, who'd lost his temper earlier, kept pounding his fist into the palm of the opposite hand. With a shake of his head, Salamander broke the vision, then got up and walked over to his brother, who was lounging on the ground in a patch of sunlight among the trees. "We've certainly stirred them up," Salamander said. "The priestesses and the Raxoneer are arguing among themselves." "Good." Rory yawned with a show of fangs. "Are you planning on making things worse?" "I am indeed, but I need to get ahead of them on the road." "Easily done. Get your gear together." When Rory and Salamander took to the air, Salamander looked down to see the army lining up for its day's march in a somewhat different order than before. First came the fighting men, then directly behind them the cluster of priestesses on their white mules. Servants, carts, and slaves formed an untidy mob at the rear as usual. Rory kept circling as the army moved forward, one rank at a time, until the entire cumbersome parade was at last marching down the valley. When Rory flew off to the south, Salamander looked back and noticed that the ranks of servants had fallen some yards behind the main line of march, as if perhaps they followed even more reluctantly than before. While the western rank of hills remained steep, the eastern range was beginning to lower and flatten out, ultimately to merge with the downs bordering the Northlands plateau. The army was drawing closer to Sir Conan. Soon they'd reach easy terrain and could march faster. If Salamander was going to disrupt them, he would need to do so that very day. When he spotted another rocky outcrop to the west, he yelled at Rory to land. The silver worm banked a wing, soared over the outcrop, then landed on the hillside just behind the boulders. "My thanks, brother of mine," Salamander said. "This looks like a splendid spot for my final thrust. If I can hurl confusion, commotion, and stupefaction into their ranks, then I shall buy another day of safety for Sir Conan." "You do all that," Rory said, rumbling softly, "and I'll stand ready to pick off a horse. I'm hungry." "Then if the gods allow, we shall gain at the same time both a victory and a meal." A cloud of dust approached from the north, the signal that the army was arriving. Salamander retrieved his leather bottle of water from his saddlebags, then lay down in the shade of the rocks and went into trance. He summoned the Alchandra image with the falcata, transferred his consciousness to it, then rose into the etheric. As he hovered above the twisted, throbbing mass of red and gold auras, he saw the priestesses clearly, their silver auras tinged with the blue of doubt and worry as they rode upon their white mules. On the tide of aether, Salamander drifted down toward the women below. They saw the image and halted, turning their mules out of line, then raised their chant. The main body of the army also came to a halt, but in a disorganized mob that spread across the entire area between the hills to the west and the river bordering them on the east. The front ranks traveled nearly a quarter of a mile onward before they realized what was happening behind them and turned back. Salamander swung his falcata with a flourish and pointed north. He scowled, danced back and forth, then floated over the priestesses and let himself drift northward, still holding his saber high. The priestesses turned their mules and followed, while the swarm of servants and slaves tried to get out of their way. Some trailed after the priestesses, others merely ran to one side or another. Salamander glanced back. His silver cord had stretched out as far as he dared take it. He sailed up higher and began to drift back toward his body just as a troop of horsemen broke away from the army and came charging down the valley, waving their falcatas and screaming at the priestesses to stop. The magnetic effluent from so much iron, both in their weapons and their armor, pulled at Salamander's silver cord and made it twist. As it unfurled, it became dangerously thin, then swung back and forth as they rode under the image and passed. Close to snapping, Salamander rose up fast and barely in time. He soared back to the outcrop of rock and his body lying in the shade. As he hovered over it, he saw Rory launching himself into the air, but he had no time to watch his brother from the etheric. The silver cord had weakened until it appeared as a trail of mist, no longer a cord. Salamander slid down and slammed into his body so fast that he shrieked aloud with pain. Freed from his control, the Alchandra image drifted away toward the valley and the worshippers whose devotion would feed it. Salamander could do nothing to stop it. Sitting up took the last of his strength. He leaned against the rough rocks behind him and panted for breath while he listened to the distant screams and shrieks from the valley below. The water bottle lay to hand. He drank as much as he could get down, but the taste seemed wrong, somewhat sweet and meaty. When he wiped his hand across his mouth, his fingers came away bloody. His abrupt return to his body had burst a vein in his nose. Salamander staggered to his feet. By clinging to a boulder, he could stand and look down. The entire army was milling about in confusion. Horses reared and kicked. A few riders lay on the ground. Alchandra's image had disappeared, but the priestesses and the supply train had both withdrawn some hundreds of yards back the way they'd come. The priestesses, still mounted on their white mules, had drawn themselves up like a wall between the servants and the main body, as if to protect them. Wing beats drummed in the sky. With a dead horse hanging from his massive claws, Rory swept down and landed on solid ground, a good distance from the edge of the outcrop. He laid the horse down, then waddled back to Salamander. "What happened to your face?" he said. "Carelessness," Salamander said. "It's just a nosebleed." "You have 2 black eyes as well." "Oh, well, those came up fast. Doubtless I'll have bruises all over me by the morrow. I need to soak in cold water. That stream will—" "No, you need to get onto my back. A few of the cursed Meridan have found their courage, and they're climbing up the hill below. I'm going to roll this horse down on top of them, and then we're flying off." Salamander stuffed his water bottle down the front of his shirt, then clambered onto his brother's back. Hanging onto the rough rope harness made his hands ache and in spots bleed. Rory flew up into the air, then swooped down to pick up the dead horse. As he circled up with the prey in his claws, Salamander caught glimpses of some 20 determined Horskin warriors, falcatas drawn and ready, struggling on foot through the tall grass of the hillside. From a good height, Rory dropped the horse onto the steepest angle of the hill. It bounced, burst open with a shower of blood and spray of guts, then slid straight into the squad. Curses rose up as those it hit fell, one on top of another. In a tangle of arms and legs, they rolled back down the grassy slope, furious, disgraced, but probably mostly unharmed. Their companions scrambled back down after them. Rory flew off fast, heading west while Salamander held on as tightly as he could. His muscles, shocked by the impact of his etheric double, were beginning to stiffen. The aches turned into pain. By the time they reached the meadow below the dragon's lair, late that afternoon, Salamander ached so badly that he tumbled rather than slid from his brother's back. He lay panting in the grass, but managed to sit up when Devere glided down to join them. When Salamander looked up, he could see Medea and Meza peering down from the ledge above. "Is Uncle Ebony hurt?" Devere said to Rory in Elvish. "No," Salamander broke in. "Or rather, yes, I am hurt, but not in any imminent danger of dying or such like. What I need to do is get my gear from your father's back so he can go off and hunt for supper." Devere allowed Salamander to lean upon him for support. With his help, Salamander managed to untie his bedroll and saddlebags from Rory's rope harness. Moving eased his muscles enough for him to refill his water bottle from the spring and spread out his blankets in the shade of the tower. "I'm going to go hunt now," Rory said. "I'll fetch some venison, and you can have a share." "My thanks," Salamander said. "You needn't fear my leaving without you." Rory rumbled, then leaped into the air and flew with a drumming of wings. As soon as Salamander laid down his blankets, he fell asleep. In dreams, his highly trained mind could ignore his aching body and sail back to the Horskin army. Although the dream was so vivid and detailed that Salamander could take control of it, he doubted its accuracy out of simple caution. He saw an army disintegrating into an armed mob. All along the river stood clots of dismounted men, their horses still saddled and bridled, their tents and gear lying on the ground. The Raxoneer in their gold surcoats and the keepers of discipline in their red worked their way through, shouting orders, cracking whips, drawing weapons. He watched one Raxan kill a man who shouted back at him. One angry swing of the Raxan's falcata tore the fellow's head half off his body. Salamander abruptly woke, revolted by what he'd just seen, and sat up with some difficulty. For a few moments he found it hard to remember where he was, but the sharp vinegar smell of dragon brought his consciousness back to the meadow. Devere was crouching nearby watching him. "Are you truly well, Uncle Ebony?" "Well enough, my thanks. A bit hungry, are you?" "Very, but Da will bring us back something good." Devere spoke with perfect confidence. "He always does." Salamander felt a stab of guilt that he and his fellow Dweomer masters were going to take Devere's father away from him forever. He had the vague thought that he might bring the young dragon back to the grasslands when that happened, if of course Delandra could lift the Dweomer upon Rory. He put family matters firmly out of his mind. Such worries needed to wait until the people of Sir Conan had made their escape. "I have to scry," Salamander said. "Do you know what that is?" "I do. Mama does it sometimes. I'll be quiet, I promise." "Well and good then." So, Salamander thought, that wretched Arzo-san knows a fair bit more Dweomer than she's ever admitted. Overhead, a few wisps of clouds were sailing in from the east. Although the sun had set behind the western hills, casting the meadow and the tower into shadow, the sky above still shone brightly with blue. Salamander lay down on his back and fixed his gaze upon them as he invoked the powers of air. The vision of the army, a vision he could trust this time, built up fast. He saw immediately that his earlier dream had shown him truth. The army had spread out into a wide but thin scatter of men and horses. The Raxineer and the keepers still stalked among them, but now the keepers carried long spears to threaten those who disobeyed with the worst punishment of all. Salamander saw in fact one man already stripped naked and impaled, still alive and screaming down by the river. Although Salamander couldn't hear him, he could read the victim's agony from his contorted face. A few more examples such as that, and no doubt the Raxineer would regain control of their men. The priestesses were another matter. They had withdrawn a good half a mile away from the main army and taken many of the servants and supply carts with them. As he watched, Salamander saw a troop of some 100 fighting men ride up. His heart pounded. What were they going to do to the women? Nothing, as it turned out, but join them. Their leader knelt before the head priestess, who laid her hands on his head in blessing. A few at a time, other men slipped away from the army and took refuge among the white dresses and white mules of Alshandra's elect. Although he wanted to see more, Salamander's exhaustion cost him the vision. He returned to normal sight to find the clouds above dyed pink by the sunset off to the west. De Vere still crouched nearby, but just as Salamander sat up again, they both heard the drumming of wings, a slow booming in the air as the burdened Rory flew back with 2 deer, one in his front paws, the other dangling from his mouth. "Dinner!" De Vere leaped up and with a rustle unfolded his wings. "You go eat," Salamander said. "I need to find firewood so I can cook my share." "Medea got you some. It's in the tower." De Vere bunched his muscles, stretched his wings, and leaped into the air. He landed on the ledge above a moment before his father dropped the 2 deer upon it. Medea and Meza came waddling out of the cave, chattering in Dragonish, to join the meal. Rory landed among them and began apportioning the venison. Salamander got to his feet, slowly, and staggered to the empty doorway of the tower. Inside, leaning against the wall, stood an entire dead pine tree, crisp with orange needles. Fortunately, since Salamander had only a small hatchet in his gear, a number of branches had fallen off, and a reasonable amount of splinters and dead bark lay around as well. Salamander got the impression that Medea had simply dropped the tree into the roofless tower from a great height. Still, it made good fuel. Salamander had a decent fire going by the time Rory glided down to the meadow. His brother laid a mangled-looking haunch of venison, still wrapped in its original owner's hide, down in the grass. "It's a bit gnawed around the edges," Rory said. "I can't handle a knife, of course, to disjoint anything cleanly. My apologies." "No need. I've had naught but soda bread to eat for days, and this will be splendid stewed, gnawed or not." Salamander skinned the haunch, then cut down to the tender meat by the bone. He set chunks to simmering in his cook-pot, then tried roasting a slice threaded on a green stick. The result was edible if tough. After he ate, he could think of nothing but sleep. He forced himself to stay awake until the rest of the meat had cooked, then put out his fire and lay down. In the morning, the rising sun woke Salamander. He had to struggle to sit up. His sore muscles had turned so stiff in the night that he could barely get to his knees. When he looked down at his arms and hands, he realized they'd turned a mottled red and purple. The bruises had come out in the night, transferred slowly from his etheric double, unlike the normal immediate bruises caused by physical blows. That his face had suffered damage so quickly showed him just how much danger he'd been in. He shuddered retroactively and reminded himself that he'd survived. Eventually, he got to his feet. When he looked up at the cave, he saw no sign of the dragons. He took an experimental step toward the spring and found that he ached in every joint, but the more he moved, the more he was capable of moving. By the time he'd made soda bread and eaten it with cold stewed venison, he felt restored enough to scry. In the upwelling spring, by the powers of water, Salamander summoned images of the Horskin army, or as it turned out, of the 2 armies. The priestesses had gathered several hundred fighting men around them, as well as a good many servants and slaves. As Salamander watched, this gathering of the devout mounted up. With the chief priestess on her white mule at their head, they started off, north. They were leaving the main body and marching off the way they'd come, heading home. Grinning like a fiend, Salamander turned his attention to the main body, which was also preparing to move out. Most of the fighting force remained under the control of the Raxaneer, though they were leaving some 20 men behind them, dead on the long spears, the price of restoring order. In a reasonable show of discipline, the army began to ride southward, still intent on reaching Sir Conan, or so Salamander could assume. Salamander broke the vision, then used the spring as a focus to contact Delandra. Her image floated upon the water and smiled at him. "I'm glad to hear from you," she said. "I've been worried, and—" "Wait." The smile disappeared. "Ye gods, what happened to your face?" "I was forced to rejoin my physical body a bit hastily," Salamander said. "But I reached it, and it's still here intact, more or less." Delandra's image rolled her eyes, but she listened intently as he described his work with the Alchandra image. "So I've managed to throw some confusion into their ranks," Salamander finished up. "The army must be well and truly demoralized to have their priestesses hair off without them." "I should think so." Delandra smiled again. "Good, you've certainly managed to slow them down." "Have you scryed for Dar and his escort recently?" "I have. They're nearly here, but of course we'll need time to get the refugees well clear of the city. Most of the folk have been packing up their goods, but there are always people who refuse to believe bad news, and because of that put off doing anything about it." "The name of that kind of person might be Horsekin Slave if they're not careful." "That, alas, is true spoken. What are you going to do now?" "Stay here in the tower in Dragon Meadow, or so I've been calling it in my thoughts. Rory and Medea will cause the Meridan a bit more trouble while I rest. Rory will bring me back to Sir Conan once our Zosa returns to the lair." "I'm glad you're going to rest. What you did can't have been easy." "No, it wasn't, much as I hate to admit it. And now, O Mistress of Mighty Magics, it behooves me to break this link. The astral tides are changing, and it's hard to see your face." "Indeed. Contact me again later if you can." Salamander refilled his water bottle and went back to his gear, lying scattered on the ground by the dead fire. He knelt to tidy it up, then paused, looking up at the tower looming above him. How hard would it be, he wondered, to repair the roof and put in an upper floor and some steps to reach it? An idea, or perhaps it was only an image, the glimmer of an idea, was rising in his mind, a few shy thoughts at a time, like the streaks of sunlight breaking over the eastern hills. Once Rory returned to his human form, or died in the attempt, the Northlands would need this watchtower again to guard against prowling Meridan. Perhaps he could man it, in the company of his dragon nephew and his sisters. De Vere would need someone to help him come to terms with his mixed heritage of elven blood. I could live among dragons, Salamander thought. At last he could give himself over to the Dweomer in the complete and committed way he'd always shunned before. The idea gave Salamander a sense of satisfaction, an intense sweetness of feeling, such as he'd not known since his marriage to Marka, all those years ago in Bardak. All morning he thought over his idea. Toward noon, Rory flew down to join him. When Salamander told him what he was planning, his brother's oddly human eyes filled with tears. With a growl, the silver worm shook his head and scattered them. "This eases my heart," Rory said in Devarian. "The one thing that's been troubling me about returning to human form is leaving De Vere. He's but a lad as a dragon's life goes. He needs a father, or an uncle." "An uncle he shall have then, assuming Delandra approves my little scheme. Shall I ask her?" "If it pleases you, ask away." When he let his mind reach out to Delandra, she returned the contact so quickly that he knew she'd been waiting for him to reach her. "How are you?" she said. "You were so bruised and exhausted looking that I've been worried, but I didn't want to risk waking you if you were asleep." "I'm awake," he said, "also full of insight. O Princess of Powers Perilous, I have seen the rest of my life's work stretch out in front of me like a road." "What?" Delandra's intense surprise translated itself to his mind as a wave of laughter. "Tell me." The tower, the dragons, his plans, Salamander sent their images and words to her in a jumble of excitement and delight. She listened calmly, and he could feel her caution as she thought over what he'd told her. Thought it over for a very long time, or so it seemed to him, fearing as he did her disapproval. "Can you really live alone like that?" Delandra said at last. "You of all people." Me of all people indeed, I am sick to my heart of playing the fool Dalla, of travelling through Deveri with my tricks and tales.
And yet I'll never feel truly at home in the Westlands either.
Nor will I ever be the bard my father wants me to be.
Very well, then.
Salamander waited for her to voice nagging doubts and irritated sneers, but none came. You truly mean it, don't you? Salamander said. You approve?
You know your own heart best.
Her image smiled at him.
But Valendaria was your teacher. You owe it to her to sit down and talk this over.
Well and good then. We can discuss this once we all return to the LR.
Assuming, of course, we all do. Her face darkened. Well, Dar's nearly here. The future's in the laps of the gods.
The prince and his escort rode into Sir Conan late on a damp afternoon. In the sky, grey clouds were scudding away, as if perhaps withdrawing from the royal presence. As the rain slacked off, the occasional shaft of sunlight broke through to dance upon the surface of the steaming lake. From their places on the catwalks, the town watch greeted the prince with a shout and a blare of signal horns. Delandra, who had been waiting with Giotto on the lakeshore, hurried down to the south gates of the city. When she looked back at Citadel, she could just make out Arzosa, as black as a raven, circling the lake once, then landing somewhere on the island out of sight. The ruins of the ancient temple, Delandra assumed. Darrell Ontario led his men inside to the grassy commons, a ring between the town walls and the welter of buildings and crannogs at the lakeshore. When a crowd of townsfolk came running to cheer the men who'd ridden to their aid, a weary dust-stained Dar acknowledged them with an upraised hand and a grim sort of smile, a gesture that made him look more princely than Delandra had ever seen him. He was growing into his position in life out of raw necessity, she supposed, more than some instinctive breeding. "Citizens," Giotto called out, "stand back. On the morrow morn we'll be gathering upon Citadel, and then you will hear what his highness shall tell us." Calendario pushed his way through the retreating crowd and reached Delandra's side. He too looked weary to the bone. He threw one filthy arm around her shoulders and squeezed, then let her go. "What's the mood in the town?" he said in Elvish.
"Not panicked," Della said, "which is the best thing I can say. Most people are resigned to leaving. A lot depends on what Dar says on the morrow."
"It's going to be a splendid speech. He's been working on it ever since we left the Alar. Devabariel helped him."
"Dev's here?"
Delandra stood on tiptoe and craned her neck, but she could catch no sight of the bard.
"At his age?"
"Yes, the long days in the saddle were too hard on him," Cal finished her thought. 2 days out he turned back, but by then Dar had the ideas he needs.
"Wait. Dev rode back by himself?"
"Of course not. I sent a man back with him. Besides, the Alar was following us along, so the two of them probably only spent one night out alone." One of the archers strode up to Calendariel to ask him a question about pitching their camp. Delandra looked up at the torn gray clouds and used them as focus. When she thought of Devabariel, she saw him sitting in front of a tent and talking with Kerr. She broke the vision with a small sigh of relief. Although Giotto invited the prince to stay in his house up on Citadel, Darrell Ontario insisted on camping on the commons with his men. Growlazar, however, did accept Giotto's hospitality. "I be too old for all this sleeping on hard ground," Growlazar said. "Still I do feel that my place be here. I do wish the townsfolk to see that they may trust Geldethay, though not Horskin." After the evening meal, Giotto left the house to meet with his fellow council members. Delandra nursed Hildy's baby, then left the house to go speak with Arzosa. She found the black dragon lying on the roof of the ruined temple, facing west and contemplating the red and purple streaks of sunset clouds. As Delandra picked her way through the fallen stones, Arzosa wiggled around to face her.
"I wanted to thank you," Delandra said, "for guarding the prince."
"You're most welcome," Arzosa said. "Do you want me to stay here for another day or two?"
"No, there's no need. No doubt your hatchlings want to see you."
"So I'd hope, though I must say hatchlings can be wretchedly ungrateful at times. Be that as it may, I'll be off with the dawn on the morrow." Later that night, the Council of Five sent messengers through the town to announce a meeting, a council fire, as custom called it, some hours after dawn. As soon as the sun rose, workers carried the planks and beams of the chief speaker's platform out of the council house and began to assemble it, a solid wood structure wide and long enough for 12 people to stand upon it. Giotto and Delandra stood to one side of the plaza and watched the work go forward. "Dar needs to speak, of course," Delandra said, "and Gralazar wants to say a few words as well. Cal and I should probably stand with Dar." "That be true, to show that the prince he does have a retinue," Giotto said. "Gralazar may wish to have one of her guards as well, that fellow Drav, mayhap. I shall be there, and Cledric, for he be the only chief speaker Penley has, though he be not much of one." "You may want to add a couple of the men of the town militia." "That I shall do." Giotto was about to say more when a louder drumming sounded over the hammering of the workmen. Arzosa flew up from the temple and circled the plaza once. She roared out a farewell, then headed off north. They watched until she dwindled to the size of a crow and disappeared into a trail of mist. "Aye," Giotto said, "it does make my heart beat faster to see a dragon fly, still yet after all these long years." Once the workmen had finished the platform, the town drummer climbed onto it and set up his enormous leather drum. When Giotto gave the signal, the drummer began to beat upon it with 2 sticks in a slow but steady rhythm. A few at a time at first, the townsfolk who lived on Citadel began to climb the path and gather on the plaza. When Delandra looked down to the lake, she saw a bobbing flotilla of coracles making their way across from the Crannog town. It took some while to assemble the citizens on the plaza and the officials on the platform. Dar stood off to one side, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his lips moving as he mouthed parts of his speech to come. Giotto and Gralazar conferred briefly, while Calendariel and Drav talked with the 2 militiamen who'd been chosen to stand with them as a show of joint force. Cledric kept off by himself, his face gray with fear. Occasionally he took a rag out of his brigha pocket and mopped sweat from his face. Artha arrived, and Niffa with her, squabbling over some fine point of theology, to stand behind the platform with the rest of the Council of 5. As she watched the 2 women together, Delandra realized that they had known each other since childhood. Their arguments, doubtless continued over the years, offered them as much comfort as reassurances would have given to someone else. At last, the pounding drum fell silent. Giotto stepped forward and raised both hands in the air. The crowd quieted down, quickly in front, slowly at the rear. "Citizens," Giotto called out, "we all do know why we do gather here. The times be grave and fearsome. Let us delay no longer in facing what we must do." The citizens clapped their approval. The older people in the crowd called out Dar's name with some enthusiasm, though some of the younger women looked as gray and fearful as Cledric. Gralazar, however, spoke first, with Drav standing behind her on guard. "Ye good folk of Sir Conan," Gralazar began, "I come here in shame to offer my apologies to you all. My own city of Bramel once did count you as allies, and faithful allies you were. Alas, as you well know, the foul swine who served the demoness Alshandra did wrest that city from me and mine, and send us into exile." The crowd murmured in acknowledgement. Delandra kept a sharp watch on Cledric and saw him wince over Gralazar's sneer at Alshandra. "All I can offer you now is my advice," Gralazar continued, "to take or spurn as you will. Behold Prince Darylantariel of the Westlands, another faithful ally of yours. I would ask you all to listen most carefully to what he does say." Gralazar and Drav moved back to allow Darylantariel to come forward on the platform. He bowed to the crowd, then launched straight into his speech. "Exalted Mother Gralazar called me a prince, but truly the lands I was born to rule lie in ruins far to the west. You may have heard of them as the 7 cities of the far mountains and the Vale of Roses. The Horsekin destroyed them, burning, looting, raping our women, killing anything that lived within our walls. The bards have passed the tale down, and truly I think your scops, as you call them, know it as well." Among the crowd, the older people murmured their agreement. "I am not your prince," Dar went on. "I cannot command you or enslave you. You are a free people. All I can do is offer to help you stay free. I have archers, I have swordsmen, I have riders who have fought the Horsekin before and won. You have brave soldiers who can fight beside mine, yet neither you nor I have enough men to save this city. All we can do is save your lives, your children, your livestock, and whatever you can carry away." He paused, looking out at the assembly, staring directly at one person and another, and by catching their individual gazes he caught the entire crowd. "I can give you land, but you shall rule that land. Not me, not mine, not the lords who have sworn to me, but you and your free assemblies. In return, I ask only for food to feed my army and yours, food and supplies for the men and women who will keep us all free." The crowd had fallen silent, so quiet that Delandra could hear the wind in the trees behind the plaza. Dar cleared his throat, then continued. "If you agree, we will swear a solemn bargain, you and I, under the eyes of the gods of both our peoples. I will swear that forever you will be free. You will swear that you will help me keep your lands free. We shall build together a new Ridair, a land that's free indeed, a land free of the tyranny of kings and priests alike." He paused, then held out both hands in supplication. "Will you join me?" The assembly roared like a breaking wave, cheering, screaming out, "We will," over and over. The noise echoed around the plaza, booming like the sea against rocks at high tide. Delandra glanced around and saw Cledric glaring, and slowly, carefully, drawing a dagger from its sheath. "Dar, where?" Delandra screamed, but in the noise he never heard her. She turned and flung up both arms to summon wild folk, but Drav had seen the threat. With a howl of warning, he lunged at Cledric, who twisted away and made a feeble strike in Dar's direction. The Geldathay grabbed Cledric's left arm and swung him away from the prince. Cal leaped forward, but Cledric slashed up with the dagger in his right hand. Drav made no noise, merely stared at Cledric with a look of mild annoyance as blood gushed from his throat. His knees gave way, and he fell, crumpled over like an empty sack stood on end. From behind, Cal threw one arm around Cledric's neck and hauled him back while he choked and writhed. Dar grabbed his wrist and twisted so hard that Cledric howled and dropped the dagger. Delandra rushed forward and flung herself down in a kneel beside Drav, but all she could do for his physical body was to close its eyes. As she bent over him, she felt the touch of Gralazar's mind on hers. She looked up to see Gralazar kneeling at the back of the platform. Dalla realized that her fellow Dweomer master would lead him to whatever after-death place of peace the Geldathay might have. The entire scuffle ended so fast that only those in the first few rows of the assembled townsfolk even saw the murder. They began to shout the alarm. As the news of this treachery spread, the crowd began to move, to pull back, to shout in response, a slow churn toward panic. Delandra got up, wondering if she should try to calm the crowd, but Giotto limped forward and held up the staff of his office. "Citizens," he called out. "Citizens, hold and stand. The traitor's been caught." The two militiamen stepped forward and took Cledric from Calendarial. They twisted his arms behind him, then shoved him to the edge of the platform on display, while Giotto went on speaking in a calm, steady voice that worked on the crowd like Dweomer. The citizens held still, stopped shouting, began to reassure each other, and finally fell silent to listen. "Tomorrow we shall do one last piece of business here in our beloved town," Giotto called out. "The traitor shall have a fair trial according to our laws. In the meantime, may his men guard our prince well." "Cursed right," Calendarial muttered. "I blame myself for Drav's death. I should have been—" "Hush," Delandra said. "He took us all by surprise." "We did doubt his good faith," Giotto put in, "but none did think he had the courage for such a strike." Calendarial shrugged, started to speak, then knelt down by the Geldathay corpse. "Let's give him a decent funeral at least," he said. "Just so." Dar stepped forward. "I owe him my life. I only wish I could have saved his." Between them, Calendarial and Daryl Interial picked up the corpse and carried it off the platform. Delandra glanced at the pool of blood, turning thick in the sunlight, and nearly vomited. Giotto caught her arm to steady her. "Come away," he said. "There be not more to say here. The prince did win them over." The crowd was beginning to disperse. Those at the back of the plaza were turning and filing down the path, heading for the lakeshore, while those waiting milled around, finding friends, talking amongst themselves, picking up frightened children, but always moving steadily off the plaza like slow water running over an outcrop of rock. Delandra allowed Giotto to help her down from the platform, but they lingered, waiting for the crowd to thin. Some of the militiamen filled buckets at the well and sluiced down the platform. Delandra turned her back rather than watch Drav's blood run along the cobbles. "Well," she said, "now we know for certain that Cledric was a traitor. I just wish I'd seen it sooner." "I do wish the same for myself," Giotto said. "Niffa did have her doubts, and now I do wish I'd listened more carefully. But there be naught we can do now. I be remembering my time in Sengorn and what the folk there might say. It were Drav's weird, and no man can turn his weird aside. Somewhat like that, at least." "That's true enough, but I still wish I'd sniffed out Cledric earlier." That afternoon, the Council of Five walked through the town to speak to the citizens. They came to the conclusion that they had no need to call for a formal deciding, as the Sir Conan people called their method of voting. Almost everyone in town wanted to leave now that Dar was offering them a destination. Those few who didn't would be coerced by their kin. Still, it would take several days for the town to pack up and leave in an orderly fashion, as Giotto pointed out that night at the evening meal. "We don't have 2 days," Niffa's voice shook. "I did scry out Rory this morning. He be harrying the army, be they be close, mayhap 4 days' ride at the most. If they do find us gone, but we do linger close by, then they will be riding after us." "Slaves are a valuable commodity to the horsekin," Calendario said. "We'll have to fight some kind of delaying action." "We don't have the men to spare," Dar said. "So we have to make all possible speed. Giotto, please tell your people to take only what they can grab and carry away fast. If they're dead or enslaved, their possessions won't do them any good, will they now?" "True spoken, your highness," Giotto said. "Food first, clothing and blankets next, and then whatever trinkets do pack fast and easily. I think me we all ken what evil comes toward us, and none will linger to feel its whips." "Good. Once we're all heading south, then I'll give you horses for messengers. They can ride to the farms with the ill news and collect those people too." Late that night, Delandra and Calendario were talking over the evacuation plans in their chamber when she heard Giotto calling for her. She opened the door to find the chief speaker pacing in the corridor. 2 town guards stood nearby. "Ill news," Giotto said. "Cledric did hang himself." "Ye gods," Delandra said. "How?" "He did manage to tear his clothes to strips and braid himself a noose." Giotto shuddered profoundly. "The cell he were in, the ceiling, it be not high enough for him to drop like, so he did fasten the noose to the iron bars in the little window and lean forward, trying to kneel like till he did choke." "I can't see how anyone could. By the black sun." "He would have gone into a faint, methinks, early on, and then kept strangling till he died." "Mayhap, but still, he must have been incredibly determined to die." "He were sore afraid to face his horsekin masters, I do wager." "Now that's true spoken. Most likely he took the easier way to his death, ghastly though it sounds." "A quicker one at the least. The militiamen, they be hanging his corpse again, from the north gate this time." Giotto allowed himself a thin smile. "Just to let the invading horsekin know, like, when they get here, that their traitor he did fail them." Salamander and Rory had left the young hatchlings in Medea's care and followed the Horsekin army. On that first day after the defection of the priestesses, it managed only a few miles. Fights among the men kept breaking out. The carts kept losing wheels, with the help of the remaining servants, Rory suspected, since the wheels had lasted much better before. The Raxoneer would call a halt, then ride up and down the ranks with the keepers of discipline, whose whips cracked among the troublemakers. Once they'd restored some sort of order, the army would lurch forward again. The army made camp early that afternoon. As soon as it had stopped, and before the servants could tether and hobble the horses, Rory left Salamander out of sight on the crest of a forested hill and plunged down. He killed one horse and panicked the rest as he carried the bleeding carcass away. Although most of the soldiers took out after their fleeing mounts, the keepers of discipline had to beat some of the men into joining the chase. Rory stayed on guard in case a squad came after him, but apparently no one had the courage this time around. The two brothers made their own camp in a clearing among the trees a good distance from the army. Salamander was eating cold venison, and Rory was busying himself with the dead horse when they heard the drumming of dragon wings coming up from the south. "That will be our Zosa," Rory said. "The prince must be safely in Sir Conan." "I'd assume so, yes," Salamander said. "You know, you really need to tell—" "I do know," Rory snarled and clambered to his feet. My apologies. I'm not looking forward to this, not in the least." Rory waddled to the edge of the clearing. He made a quick run across, then took to the air, circling up clear of the forest around him, while our Zosa's wing beats drummed closer and closer. He gained height, saw her off to the south, and roared. She roared in answer and changed course to fly straight for him. When they met in midair, they swerved and circled around each other twice in greeting. With a dip of one wing, he led her back to the south a little distance to a grassy hillside he'd spotted. They landed some yards apart, then walked toward each other until they could sit, crouching nose to nose. "Where's that chattering elf?" Arzosa said in Dragonish. "I hope you've lost him." "No, he's in a camp in the forest," Rory answered in the same. "I wanted to have a private talk with you." She laid her ears back and narrowed her eyes. "What's wrong?" she said. "Something is." "It's about that book of Dragon Dweomer. Mage has found it." She hissed and stretched out one front paw, claws splayed. Rory took a deep breath and decided that he'd best blurt the truth and be done with it. "Dalandra thinks she can return me to my human form," Rory said. "It would be best if she did. I can't live like this." Arzosa raised her head and roared so loudly that the earth trembled under them. "I should have known," she said in a normal voice. "That meddling bitch. I suppose she wants you for herself again." "Don't talk like a fool. Of course she doesn't. It's just not my weird to live life as a dragon." Arzosa hissed, raised herself up, then flopped back into the grass with another long roar. "I'm sorry," he said. "It aches my heart to hurt you like this, but I never should have let Evander—" "Oh, hold your tongue, you wretched, stinking male!" It was, he supposed, the worst insult she could think of at the moment. He took refuge in silence. "I'm going to have a talk with her," Arzosa said. "I doubt very much if she and her minions have the power to turn you back. It's no certain thing, Rory. She did warn me that the spell, or whatever it is, might be beyond her unwinding." "Then she's wiser than I thought," Arzosa growled deep in her throat. "But there's no use in my vexing myself until we see if she can succeed without me." "Without you?" "Do you think you would have survived Evander's meddling without me there to lend you strength?" Rory opened his mouth, then shut it again. He could feel his tail lashing through the grass of its own accord. "Ha," Arzosa said. "You did think so, didn't you? You were dying, Rory. I refused to lose you, and that nasty clot of ectoplasm finally did something useful when he built the matrix for your new life. But something had to fill it. Something beyond the astral light, that is." He wondered if she spoke the truth. He had never known her to lie outright, but her definition of falsehood tended to be far narrower than his. He managed to calm himself at last. His tail quieted and lay still. One thing he'd not miss about dragonhood, he decided, was that wretched appendage and its independent mind. "Now then," Arzosa said, "Dalandra told me that you were going to take Ebony back to Sir Conan." "I am, yes." "No, you're not." "I will, and yes, I promise you that I'll do naught to harm him." "He's your bloodkin, and that means much to me even if it means naught to you." Her tail raised and slapped down hard, scattering torn grass. "I should have known the wretched elves would find some way to break my heart." "I'm sorry." It was the only thing he could think of to say at first. He forced himself to find something better. "I'll always hold you dear, you know. It's nothing you've done. She was staring at him so reproachfully that he could barely look her way. He found himself remembering the night that Jill had left him so many years ago now, and how bitterly he'd wept as soon as she could no longer hear him. He doubted if Arzosa could weep, but in her own way she was suffering. Finally, he could stand her sad gaze no longer. "I've got a dead horse back at camp," he said. "Are you hungry?" "I was, until you told me about this," she hissed, and her tail thrashed of its own accord. "But I suppose I could get a haunch or two down." "Then follow me back." He turned and began his run downhill before she could say more. He launched himself into the air, glancing back to see her following. He hardly knew what he was feeling at that moment. Regret that he'd caused Arzosa pain, certainly, and a sneaking hope that Delandra would be unable to reverse the spell, but at the same time a more urgent hope that she'd succeed. "I can't go on like this," he told himself. "Better to die from the Dweomer than risk staying a dragon much longer." For the first time he realized how close he'd come to losing, just as Delandra had warned him, his human soul. During their last day in Sir Conan, the citizens finished gathering what goods and supplies they could carry. Some few had wagons, more had handcarts, and even more could scrounge up a wheelbarrow. The town blacksmith fired up his forge and began binding wooden wheels with iron strikes. The council barge took Prince Dar and his escorts on a tour of the crannogs and wharfs that ringed the lake. The archers helped the townsfolk wherever they could, and Dar stopped often to offer encouragement and repeat his promises. As she wandered through the town, Delandra was impressed by how willing the citizens were to help each other. No one would be left behind, not an elderly woman, not a man with a twisted leg, or a sickly orphan child. When she returned to Citadel, she saw the council members dividing the stored food in the town granary and distributing it evenly among the citizens. Up at Jado's house, the servants were bustling around, putting food and movable goods into mule packs. "There'll be room for other goods as well," Niffa told her. "The eldest townsfolk may put in them what they cannot carry themselves." By sunset, the citizens had finished their preparations. The town militia stood guard over the loaded wagons and handcarts lined up at the southern gates. The Council of Five met for one last evening meal in Jado's house, where the heavy wood furniture, stripped of its cushions, stood randomly around echoing rooms without drapes and tapestries. The house felt cold, as if it knew that it was about to be abandoned. To feed everyone, the servants had set out a long trestle table in the great room. Although Prince Dar ate with the council at the head table, he insisted on taking a seat at the side, leaving the position at the head for Jado himself. Delandra ate little and left the table early. She walked outside into the golden sunset light, climbed up to the plaza, and stood looking down at the town across the lake. Silence lay everywhere, as heavy as the mist rising from the steaming water. The last meals in all the houses would be sad, she supposed, with mothers choking back tears and fathers muttering to themselves in anger while nervous children fussed and whimpered. The sound of dragon wings broke through the silence. Delandra looked up, expecting to see Rory, but Arzosa was gliding down from the sky. She dipped her wings in greeting and headed for the ruined temple to land. Delandra hurried down the slope and reached it just as Salamander climbed down from the dragon's back. Bruises mottled his face and hands, but he waved to her cheerfully enough. "Let me just get my gear down," he called out. "Ye gods, is it me, or does this place stink to high heaven?" "It's the lake and the garbage," Delandra said. "If you can stand to eat in this perfumed setting, you're just in time for dinner." "I cannot tell you how welcome that is after days of scrounging in the wilderness. I shall grow used to the smell, as I suppose most people do." Delandra turned to the black dragon. "Arzosa, you have my thanks for—" The dragon looked her way, curled her lip, and hissed. "What?" Delandra thought, then realized that Rory must have told her the truth. Arzosa confirmed that insight later. Delandra took Salamander to Jado's house, saw him seated and fed, then returned to the temple, where Arzosa had stretched out in the early evening sun. At her approach, the great worm roused and sat up with a great show of extending her wings and snarling. "We'll be leaving on the morrow," Delandra said. "Do you want to go back north to your hatchlings?" "Perhaps." Arzosa opened her mouth to expose her fangs as long as sword blades.
I have a bone to pick with you, elf. Oh, ye gods, you spoiled and petulant worm! Delandra set her hands on her hips. This is a fine time for you to turn nasty. Arzosa paused, startled by this answering display of ill temper. Well, the worm said eventually, Rory told me about the dragon book and his decision. And I suppose you were going to sneak around and turn him back before I had a chance to say one word against it? Not of the sort. Delandra decided that the time had come for plain truth. Now listen to me before you storm and rage. Arzosa hesitated, wings half extended, mouth open, then suddenly shut her massive jaws and folded her wings. She lay down with her forepaws tucked under her chest like an enormous cat at a hearth. My thanks, Delandra said. First off, just because we finally have the book doesn't mean I can work the Dweomer in it. I've not even seen the thing yet. Laz has it on Hain Marn. Oh, Arzosa's voice sounded calmer. I didn't know that. Which is why I'm telling you. Second, and here's the crux, I'll need your help. You were feeding Evander some of your life force, weren't you, when he transformed Rodri into Rory? How clever you are. I'd wondered if you noticed that. I did, so no doubt I'll need you to reabsorb that power while I'm working the Dweomer. Do you really think I'd help you take away my mate? You must be daft. I was assuming you'd feel that way, frankly. You have the winning stone in this game of Carnoic, and so there's no need for you to whine, is there? Arzosa rumbled, then pulled one of her paws free and curled it to contemplate her claws. Delandra waited, hands on her hips, and tried to think of some argument that might change the dragon's mind. Humph, Arzosa laid the paw down again. Why doesn't anyone ever consider my feelings on these matters? Because you always do it for them, Delandra said. You're so busy considering your own feelings that no one else can get a word in edgewise. The gall! You've got a fair bit of that, too. Arzosa opened her mouth, then shut it with a clack of fangs. You're only angry, Delandra went on, because I'm right. You don't need to be smug about it. It was, Delandra decided, as much of an admission as a dragon could possibly make. I suppose, Arzosa continued, that if I refuse, you'll only force me to do it anyway. If I could think up some new curses for Evander, I would, giving away my true name the way he did. That slimy little clot of ectoplasm. No, I won't. I'd never force anyone to work Dweomer. You must be jesting, just to add to my misery. I'm not doing anything of the sort, forcing you to use Dweomer against your will. That's a kind of slavery I could never ever countenance. Arzosa's head jerked up, and she slithered around to look Delandra in the face. Slavery? Arzosa spoke so softly that the word was almost a hiss. You bring memories to mind, Dweomer Master. Her tail slapped the ground hard. Do you truly mean this, that if I refuse, that will be the end of the matter and Rory will stay mine? That's exactly what I mean. The decision is yours and Rory's. The great worm went very still, crouching, her eyes fixed on some far-distant thought or time. You're free to go, Delandra said, but please think well on this. Now that I can promise you, I shall think long and hard. She turned and waddled some yards away, where she could spread her enormous wings without causing Delandra harm. With a shudder of muscles, she leaped into the air and flew, flapping hard as she gained height with her greenish-black wings drumming the clear sky. Delandra watched as she headed north, dwindled to a speck of shadow, and then was gone. Rory had followed the Horsekin south all that day, but the army made slow progress. Some hours after noon, when they stopped yet again for no discernible reason, his impatience got the better of him. He suspected that Arzosa would be returning as soon as she possibly could after speaking with Delandra. His life hung on that conversation like the sword that hung from a single thread in the ancient Gregan fable, whether he lived 500 years as a dragon or only a few as a man on Hain Marn. Waiting to hear became intolerable. He took out his dread on the army below.
He swooped down, scattered their horses, killed one, grabbed one of the keepers of discipline and let him fall to his death, then made his escape from the cloud of angry arrows and javelins that followed him without doing him harm. In a considerably better mood, Rory headed south, but he'd not gone more than a few miles when he saw Arzosa flying north in the last of the long summer daylight to join him. They circled round each other in greeting, then flew back toward the army together. That night they made a lair on a long ledge of rock tucked into the side of a hill. Below at a good distance they could see the campfires of the Horskin army spread out along a stream. "I spoke with Delandra in Sir Conan," Arzosa said, "but I suppose you realized that I would." Rory winced and braced himself for a tirade. None came. "She says as Mage has that book," Arzosa went on. "She doesn't know if she can work the Dweomer in it or not, because she's yet to read it." She paused to consider him with narrowed eyes. "But Delandra also told me that she can't reverse the transformation unless I help her." "That settles that, then," Rory said. "I'll be staying in dragon form." "And I suppose you'll fly off and sulk for 100 years, leaving me all alone?" "No, why would I do that?" "To punish me, of course." "For what, wanting my company?" Arzosa sighed and crossed her front paws. For some while she stared off into the gathering night. "Do you remember Evander's silver ring?" Arzosa said abruptly. "Of course. It's the beginning of everything between us." "I like the evasive way you say that. You're beginning to speak like a dragon, Rory. Are you sure you want to turn into a despicable two-legged earthbound creature again?" "Does it matter?" "Think back. You threw me that ring, and I ate it, and I was free of its spell over me. You set me free when I might have been your slave. Why wouldn't I do the same for you?" Hope sprang up in his heart. Slowly, Rory swung his head her way. She uncrossed her paws and held one up, curling it to contemplate her claws. "You'll help Dalla?" he said. "If you want me to, say so and I will." "I don't want to lose you and your company forever." "Why would you? You were Rodri Dragon Friend before, and you'll be Rodri Dragon Friend again." He felt his eyes, those traitorous human eyes, fill with tears. "When Evander was going to work the change upon me, there in Sir Conan Delandra warned me that I'd be throwing my human soul away. That's what I wanted then. I remembered too many evil things, and I wanted to forget them all." "Your soul seems a rather high price to pay to purge some evil memories." "Oh, I never paid it. Dalla was wrong. I've never been able to rid myself of that human soul, and now it's calling me back." "Back to your true form?" "Back to my true home." Arzosa lifted her wings as if she were about to spread them, then let them fall to her sides in a rustle like the wind in 1,000 oaks. "So be it," she said. "We'll fly to Hainmarn together." "My thanks." His voice broke, and he laid his head upon the hard rock. He heard her scales scrape on the ledge as she moved close to lick his face, comforting him as she'd done so often before. "But do one last thing for me while you have wings," she said. "Bid farewell to our son." Rory hesitated, thinking back to his other mostly human sons. He never said farewell to them because he could never have told them why he was leaving without disinheriting them. This son, at least, could hear the truth. "When the time comes, I will," he said aloud. "In the morning let's fly to our lair. I'd like him to help guard the evacuation, anyway. Part of his heritage comes from the West folk, and part from Aberwin as well. He needs to become a friend to both." "So he does, and that's the one doubt I have about your leaving us. How will he know whom he may trust, and whom he should despise?" "Ebony will be here. He wants to repair the old watchtower he tells me to live in. He'll teach De Vere while he studies more Dweomer."
Oh, fires and fumes! You mean I'll be afflicted with that chattering elf for years to come?
Would you rather he stayed away? Or you could find a new lair away from the tower?
Arzosa growled and turned her head away. He waited while she thought the matter through.
For de Vere's sake, I can put up with your brother, Arzosa said eventually. Medea's fond of his antics, and I suppose Meza will be too once she sees his silly tricks and the like.
As long as you won't see him as some kind of affliction.
I won't. No.
All at once she rumbled with laughter.
Let me think about this new wretched annoyance. Somehow or other it must be Evander's fault.
Delandra woke long before daylight. She fed Hildy's son Fry, dressed, and wandered outside to look down at the town below. The lake mists were beginning to clear in a soft rising wind, and she could see in the windows of every house the gleam of candles and cooking fires. The town had woken early as well. She turned to the east and saw in the dark gray sky a sliver of pink dawn just breaking. When she turned her mind to Derry, she saw her daughter just waking in her hanging cradle. Nearby, Sidro sat up and rolled free of her blankets without waking Pier to tend the baby. Delandra smiled at them all, then broke the vision. Soon she'd see them all again in the flesh. As the sky brightened, she returned to Giotto's house and found it awake. The servants were setting out the last of the food while the family and guests stood around the table to eat rather than sit. Few people spoke, no one smiled. The farewell to their beloved city had begun. Delandra took a chunk of bread and beckoned to Niffa and Salamander, who followed her out to the morning light. They walked round the back of the house. Below they could see the ruins of the old temple, and beyond that, down the steep hill, tangled brush and shrubs. The slope led down to the lake, where black rocks raised jagged heads out of the water. As the morning sun gathered strength, the mists began to clear away, revealing the turquoise water.
"This be a beautiful sight," Niffa said. "It does break my heart to think I'll not see it again."
"I know you love it," Salamander said, "despite the fiery earth blood under your feet, but truly it's a dangerous spot."
"It did be our home for so long,"
Niffa paused to wipe a few tears from her eyes.
"Still better to leave than stay. I be well pleased that our citizens did make the better choice."
"I am too," Delandra said. "I was terrified that they'd choose to stay." "So was I." Salamander looked off to the north. "The Horsekin aren't coming with a real army. It's a mob, a horde, a howling crowd that's only barely under the control of its officers. If they conquered the town with the people in it, the slaughter and rape would be horrifying, worse even than what your usual army would perpetrate. They are children of fire, after all. Their rage escapes the control of their will and flares up like burning grass." Niffa shuddered profoundly.
"I do pray that we might get far enough away before they do reach our gates and find us gone."
From their perch they could see the council barge crossing the lake toward the North Commons. Niffa pointed it out.
"The load it carries, that be the mule packs. My brother, he does keep his mules over there. His men will load them up and take them round to the south gate. I think me it be time for us to ready ourselves to ride."
With the morning, Rory and Arzosa took wing. They made one disrupting pass over the Horsekin army, then headed north to their lair above the ruined tower. On their way they saw a flock of wild sheep grazing on a grassy hillside, descendants of animals that had once grown wool for Tan Balapalum or Bravelmelum. The dragons wheeled round in the sky, stooped, and killed a sheep each to take to the lair. When they landed on the ledge, the three young dragons slithered out of the cave mouth, all talking at once in Dragonish to greet Arzosa. She made a maternal clicking noise and licked each of their faces in greeting.
"I'll be sending you south to guard the Prince of the Westlands and his friends," Arzosa told them. "So eat up while I tell you why and how."
"De Vere," Rodri said, "I want you to listen especially carefully. You and your sisters have a very important job to do, guarding the Prince of the Westlands. I want you to fly now and join them. Some day when you're grown and the Prince of Dragonkind, Prince Dar will be your ally, someone you can count on to help you. So you need to help him now."
"I will, Da, I promise."
"Good lad. Now you can have your breakfast." While her young ate mutton, Arzosa repeated her instructions several times just to make sure, as she put it, that they'd heard her. "Hatchlings, you obey Medea," Arzosa finished up. "She's the eldest, and she knows how to be cautious. Now lick your faces clean, everyone. It's time for us to fly." Once they saw Mesalina, Medea, and De Vere well on their way, Rory and Arzosa flew east. For Sir Conan's sake, they spent one last day harrying the Horsekin army. First, Rory would swoop down upon them from one side, then as he flew up, Arzosa would attack from the other. They would both retreat, allow the army to gather itself again, then repeat the attacks. Finally, when the sun had reached zenith, the army came to a narrowing of the valley where the western hills rose in steep stony cliffs. It huddled against the cliffs and made camp, barricading the horses between cliffs and a line of wagons. Rory and Arzosa flew off, well pleased at the delay, but by then the army was a scant 12 miles from the town. That night the two dragons laired in the empty town, up on Citadel's highest peak. Rory could remember Sir Conan as a lively, noisy place, children laughing and playing, market vendors crying, the men of the militia joking together, their weapons and armor clanging and jingling as they went about their rounds on the town walls. Now silence lay over everything, as thick as the mist rising from the lake. "It gripes my soul," Rory said, "to think of those white savages taking over the town." "Mine, too," Arzosa said. "You know we can't stop them from taking it, but we don't have to let them keep it." "What? We could summon every dragon in the Northlands, and we still wouldn't have the strength to drive these hairy rats out of their hole." "Quite true, but I can turn the place into an oven and bake them. Don't you remember what I told Delandra all those years ago when you'd been stabbed?" "The Fire Mountain." "Exactly that. Sir Conan's lake is fed by springs deep, deep under the land. What heats the springs? An ancient fire mountain, worn down by its own erupting, but still alive deep inside the earth. It's a sullen creature, that fire mountain, hateful and ready to snarl and spit hot earth blood from its crumbling mouth." Arzosa raised her head and stared at the starry horizon. Her eyes gleamed in the faint light. "I'll teach you the insults and curses that will wake it again, and together we'll call forth its fire." Rory found himself remembering the day he'd met her, when she'd looked much the same, grand and Dweomer-proud. He realized that consorting with him had diminished her, made her petty and demanding. "You need to be free of me," he said, "as much as I need to be free of this body." She turned toward him with a clack of fangs as if she were about to argue, but she hesitated, then sighed. "True spoken," she said. "I hate to admit it, but true spoken." They looked out at the town in silence while the moon rose, a few nights past its full, but still bright in the sky. The silver light lay over the silent houses and gleamed on a chimney there, a glass window here. At its final mooring, the council barge bobbed by a rickety wooden pier over on the northern shore. "If we burn the town," Rory said eventually, "I don't want the fire spreading. Can you keep it within the walls?" "I can't, but the water meadows will. The ground all round here was a swamp years and years ago. The Ridair folk drained it a few stretches at a time, but once the fire comes and the walls tumble down, then the water will burst free." With the first light of dawn they woke. Arzosa announced that she had preparations to make and sent Rory off to scout the Horsekin column. He found it breaking camp where they left it, some 10 miles away. Even though he glided far above it, he could see the 1,000 glints of dawn on metal that meant the warriors were arming. Apparently, they'd sent out no scouts of their own to discover that the townsfolk had fled. Despite the desertions over the Alchandra sighting, the army still presented a formidable enemy. Horse warriors, of course, 1,000 of those left, he estimated, along with about 500 spearmen and archers, more archers than he'd ever seen with one of their armies, maybe 100 in all. They must have stripped their cities of their best soldiers for this attack. Scurrying around, packing supplies, saddling horses, and the like were men-servants, slaves he supposed, and he pitied them, but only briefly. Before they could notice him, Rory soared up high. The wind that day was blowing steadily from the south. He tacked into it as if he were sailing a little boat in Aberwin's harbor, all those years before when he'd been a boy. Never a hatchling, he thought. Maybe that's why I can't be happy like this. With his decision made, he felt oddly calm, at peace despite the war brewing beneath him. When he returned to Sir Conan, Arzosa flew up to greet him. She led him off to the west and a hillside several miles from the town, where they could settle and wait. "Will they invest the town today?" Arzosa said. "Toward sunset," Rory said. "Good. Then they won't be marching out again right away. We'll work the spell in the dark of night, when the tide of earth is flowing. Now listen carefully." Since Delandra had spent her entire life traveling with the Westfolk flocks and herds, the disorder of the townsfolk's retreat surprised and appalled her. It took a couple of hours for all the refugees to march out of the town gates. Next came the water meadows, where they had to pick their way through on narrow trails. The mob split up into a myriad of lines and columns. By the time everyone had gotten through to the firm ground of the grasslands to the south, the sun hung close to noon. The entire column seemed to think as one. Without asking their leaders, they stopped to rest and feed their livestock and children. Delandra used the interval to scry for Rory. She saw him just leaving the embattled Horsekin army under the western cliffs, but she had no idea of exactly where that spot was in relation to the town. "By the Black Sun herself," Delandra said. "We've got to get these people moving faster." "I agree," Calendariel said. "Let me go talk with Giotto." Giotto agreed as well, but the logistics of the move defeated them all. It simply took time to get a mob of civilians ready to move on, more time to get them actually moving, and still more time to deal with wagons, children, dogs, horses, oxen, and the like during the march. Delandra felt as if they were crawling south on hands and knees. At least the weather would hold clear and dry, or so the wild folk assured her. They'd spotted no rainstorms anywhere near. A further delay arrived with the young dragons, who appeared in mid-afternoon, flying high over the refugee column. With Medea leading them, they landed a good half-mile ahead and to the east of the vulnerable livestock. Still, everyone stopped walking and paused to watch them, so graceful in the air. Cal, Dar, and Giotto managed to get the line moving again while Delandra turned her horse, one of those Pyr had accustomed to dragon scent, out of line and trotted over to join them. She dismounted, dropped the reins to make the roan gelding stand, and walked over to Medea. "Here we are," Medea said. "Mamma said we're to help guard the prince." "And I'm very grateful that you will," Delandra said. "Do you know where the Horsekin are?" "Not very far from the town, last I saw them." Delandra swore under her breath. "Mamma and Rory are planning something," Medea went on. "I don't know what, but I know what it means when Mamma gets that look in her eye. She told us she'd do something to the Horsekin, and then she and Rory would come south too." "Splendid. That lifts my spirits considerably." Delandra paused, glancing at Meza and the young silver worm. "Is that your half-brother?" "It is." Medea turned her head. "De Vere, come meet the Dweomer master." De Vere was still young and slender enough to move with some grace on the ground. He trotted over, ducked his head in greeting, then looked at his sister as if asking what to say. Rodri's son. That reality still had the ability to shock Delandra, but she smiled and fell back on platitudes. "My thanks to you too, De Vere," Delandra said. "Your uncle's riding with us, by the by." "Good, I do like him." De Vere hesitated briefly. "Mamma said that you have Dweomer." "Yes, I do." "Will you show us some?" "Hush," Medea snapped. "Mamma said you weren't supposed to bother Delandra." De Vere hung his head, so abashed that Delandra pitied him, dragon or not. She patted his broad jaw. "I will," she said, "but I don't have the time to do it now. We have to keep these refugees moving, or the Horsekin will catch and kill them." "They won't, not with me on guard." De Vere raised his head high and lashed his tail. He was acting so like his father at that moment that Delandra found herself speechless. Medea turned to him and hissed. "Oh, listen to you," Medea said. "Very fierce, I'm sure, for a hatchling." "Well, there's the three of us," De said. "That's triple fierce." "Just so," Delandra said. "And now I suggest you all get ready to fly. I see the columns moving again." By some hours before the late sunset, the disorganized throng of townsfolk had managed to travel 15 miles from their town walls. Delandra realized that while they dithered and complained and spread out randomly, they also had a grim persistence that ignored exhaustion and drove onward. The column began to remind her of the slow tides in the estuary of the Delandarial that crept in a few inches at a time, barely noticeable, until the seawater filled the channel and threatened to drown anyone caught in it. Still, once the Horsekin held the town, they could send out fast-moving patrols to search for the refugees. Once they spotted the townsfolk, they would be able to strike fast, too, without worrying about their supply train, safe behind good stone walls. When Delandra scried for Sir Conan, she saw the town clearly. Just to the north, she spotted the tangled mass of the army's auras. As she watched, the red and gold clouds of etheric energy, shot through with the black lightning of sheer hatred, poured in through the north gates. Detachments broke off and swirled east and west to secure the other breaches in the walls. "Oh, dear gods," Delandra thought. "Our only hope now is whatever our Zosa has in mind." Rory had followed the army for the last mile or so as it approached Sir Conan. He too saw the Horsekin ride up to the north gates and find them open. The Raxoneer at the head of the line of march drew their horses up to one side and conferred for a few brief moments. Squads trotted through and paused their horses to look around, then trotted out again. Brass horns blared as shouts spread up and down the line. Although he couldn't understand them, he could assume that the men were being warned to ride ready for a trap. Detachments of several hundred cavalry each broke off from the main army and trotted round the walls to secure the east and west gates. Another 100 horsemen rode straight through the north gates to the commons, where they paused, guarding archers who climbed up the catwalks on the inner wall and secured the high ground. Only then did the rest of the army ride in, breaking into two columns, one spreading east, the other west, along the grassy area below the walls. Citadel presented a nice military problem. The Raxoneer rode down to the lakeshore and drew up on horseback. Rory could see them shading their eyes with their hands as they peered through the lake mists at the rocky island across the water. The council barge, tied to a nearby pier, sat invitingly close at hand, but Rory doubted that the Raxoneer would risk using it, not so close to nightfall. If the townsfolk had planned some sort of ambuscade or armed surprise, they would have laid it on Citadel, and doubtless the Raxoneer could figure that out for themselves. Sure enough, they turned their horses and rode back to the army. Brass horns blared once more. The army began to ride half east, half west around the lake, spreading out as they rode. Some men dismounted and peered into the houses built on shore. Some, bolder than the rest, found their way through the maze of steps and piers to the Crannog houses and gardens. As the sunset turned the lake mist pink and gold, the Horsekin slowly took over the entire town. Rory circled high above and watched them tethering out their horses in the various sectors of the grassy commons near the gates. Squads climbed the catwalks and manned the walls, while down below them slaves pulled the gates shut under the eyes and whips of the keepers of discipline. The rats had helped build their own trap. With a rumble of laughter, Rory flew back to Arzosa through the gathering twilight. Still bruised and sore as he was, Salamander had spent a painful day riding south among the Westfolk archers. Sleeping on the ground proved worse. In the middle of the night, just as the tide of water was flowing out and that of earth flowing in, he woke, squirmed, turned over several times, swore, squirmed some more, and finally got up. Besides his stiff muscles, he felt a sense of dread, a coldness in his mind and very soul. The Horsekin were near, too near. He could feel it. He put on his boots and picked his way through the sleeping camp. Out among the sentries, Prince Dar greeted him in a voice just above a whisper. "What are you doing here, Dar?" Salamander said. "You should be sleeping." "I can take a turn on watch with all the rest," Dar said. "What about you?" "I'm too bruised to sleep. Why not let me take your position, and you go get some rest?
You'll need your wits about you tomorrow dealing with this lot. Dar chuckled and agreed. Salamander watched him as he made his way back to the archer's camp. Dawn would be soon enough to apprise the prince and the Banadar of the omens he was feeling, the dread and the sense of death hovering close on widespread wings. When he turned his mind to Sir Conan, he saw in vision that the Horskin army had invested the town. His stomach knotted so badly he nearly vomited. Too close indeed. He thought of alarming the camp right there and then, but the two dragons, the silver and the black, were flying toward the lake. He waited, watching them in vision. Rory and Darzosa flew high above Sir Conan in an odd path, back and forth in long loops, one flying docile, the other widdershins, while the waning moon shone upon their scales and made them glitter in the night, back and forth as if they were weaving. They were doing just that, Salamander suddenly realized, weaving a Dweomer spell over the sleeping army. All at once, the pattern changed. Rory spiraled down toward Citadel, while Arzosa flew a spiral up toward the stars. It seemed that he might land on the island, but he smoothed his flight and began to spiral up, whilst she changed her course and spiraled down. 3 times they danced out the Dweomer, then met in the sky and began to wheel in tandem. Salamander focused his vision upon them. Their mouths moved as if they spoke, but he could of course hear nothing. Around and around, the earth shook under him, breaking the vision. Salamander dropped to his knees as the camp behind him exploded with shouts and screams of fear. The earth trembled and rolled yet again. He twisted round and saw everyone in camp getting to their feet only to fall to their knees as the earth quaked a 3rd time. Horses whinnied and pulled at their tethers. Children shrieked, and the young dragons took flight, wheeling high above the panic. Salamander forced his mind steady and brought all his trained will to bear upon his second sight. The vision returned. It seemed that he hovered above Sir Conan with his brother and Arzosa, as below the town shook and rolled. The water in the lake broke into waves as large as a stormy sea, rushing onto the Cranogs, then pulling back to expose the lake bottom. Steam rose in great gouts from the lake and between the houses. Once again the earth trembled under him, but Salamander managed to lock his scrying onto the town. Sir Conan's walls were shaking and twisting as the earth beneath them quaked and bucked like the terrified horses tethered on the commons. The wooden gates shattered and tore away from the stone. The horses reared, kicked and broke free, racing in panicked herds out of the town at every gate. Behind them men went running back and forth. Some rushed out of the broken gates behind the horses just as the walls began cracking into huge hunks of mortared stone. They fell, crushing anyone beneath them. Out in the lake, the water rose into huge waves that bubbled and steamed. They came roaring toward land and slammed onto the Cranogs. Houses ripped apart and fell. Salamander saw men slide, open-mouthed and screaming, into scalding water, and tore his gaze away. Citadel shook the worst of all. The sides of the island were giving way, crumbling like a child's sand castle at high tide. Rocks, houses, huge lumps of soil, they all slid into the lake below. Above the island, Arzosa and Rory still flew their long loops, weaving their Dweomer. The peak of the island cracked open and split in avalanches of rock and dirt. Ugly yellow steam rose in tendrils through the cracks. Through the shimmering curtains of this deadly mist, Salamander saw the gleam of fire. With a roar that reached the camp some 15 miles away, the ancient caldera sprang to life. Liquid fire, the boiling blood of the earth, rose high into the air in long streamers and then plunged down. A deadly rain of glowing rocks fell with it, pounding down on the Horsekin camp and the Horsekin soldiers. Salamander saw men catch fire as they rushed back and forth, their mouths open in an agony that he couldn't hear. As much as he hated them for Meridan, Salamander could no longer bear to watch. He scried for the 2 dragons, saw them flying safely south, and broke the vision. Salamander staggered to his feet just as Delandra came running.
"Did you see?" she called out in Elvish.
"Yes, and it's horrible."
"Very, but hurry. We're moving the camp out. I have no idea of how far or fast the molten rock will run."
In the gray light of first dawn, the refugees rushed to gather goods, livestock, and children. Salamander mounted the horse that an archer brought him, then scried again.
He could see nothing of the town under a huge blanket of steam. The water meadows were boiling around Sir Conan's grave. From the center of this cloud, ash rose in a tower like an enormous fist thrust into the sky. When Salamander expanded the vision, he saw terrified horses, dusted with ash and cinders, still running south, and a few men as well, staggering through air that seemed as thick as porridge. He broke the vision to find Calendariel and his archers forming up around him. "Some of the horses escaped," Salamander called out. "We'll worry about that later, you drooling idiot," the Banadar called back. "Ride!" The war band set off at a fast walk, with the prince at its head and the Banadar at the rear, herding the refugees along as quickly as they could possibly move. Every now and then the earth trembled, but more and more gently, as if the shocks were dying away in slow waves. At intervals, Salamander scried. He could assume that Delandra and Growlizar were doing the same. Steam mostly obscured the smoking crater that once had been a town and an army, but occasionally Salamander could see enough of the fringes of the disaster to realize that the lava had stopped spreading some 5 or 6 miles from the eruption. He reminded himself that he'd witnessed no natural event, but one caused and thus to some extent controlled by Dweomer. Yet the tower of ash, gray flecked with black, continued to rise into the sky, like the smoke from a funeral pyre for the Horskin army. All that morning he could see it, rising on the horizon, until a south wind sprang up and began to push it to the north, spreading it out into a vast fan, letting it fall like deadly snow upon the farmland and the grass. Delandra was riding near the middle of the column of refugees when she saw Rory and Arzosa arrive. The 2 elder dragons joined their young, then sorted the clutch into a formation like that of flying geese, with Rory at the head. They glided as much as flew, swinging first to one side, then the other as they kept pace with the slower refugees below. Delandra had seen so many horrible deaths during the eruption that she hated the thought of scrying out the destruction again. Growlizar, however, had more steel in her soul. At times she tossed her reins to Delandra and let her lead her black gelding along while she herself scried. She came out of one vision trance with a grimly satisfied smile upon her face. "It be safe to let the folk stop and rest," Growlizar said. "The earth's blood flows not our way." "Well and good then." Delandra tossed Growlizar's reins back to her. "I'll go tell the prince." Delandra turned her horse out of line and rode at the trot up to the head, where Prince Dar rode beside Calendariel. She guided her horse in between theirs. "We can stop now," she said. "The molten rock's not spreading our way." "Good," Dar said. "Everyone's weary, especially the horses." He glanced up at the dragons wheeling in the sky. "I want to send one of the worms off with messages. We need to let Garen and Cadric know what's happened." "Just so," Calendariel said. "And I suppose we should send a letter to that spoiled child in Sengorn." "It would be politic." Delandra glanced Cal's way with a smile. "If Rory takes the messages to Cadric, Cadric will probably agree to pass the news on to Ridvar. For now, though, everyone needs to rest, even the dragons." "Especially the dragons, I'd say," Dar put in. "They worked that Dweomer, and it must have been draining. Maybe that young green one can take the messages on." At the prince's orders, the grateful refugees spread out along a stream and made a rough camp in the tall grass. The dragons landed a good ways off to the south. Delandra and Salamander left their horses with the Westfolk archers and made their way over the rough footing to join them. The 2 elder dragons were rolling on their backs in the grass, wiping away ash and cinders. At the sight of the 2 Westfolk, they rolled back onto their stomachs and arranged themselves in more dignified poses, front paws outstretched. "I suppose you're wondering how I worked that Dweomer," Arzosa said. "It's a dragon's secret, and I shan't tell you." "Even if I knew," Delandra said, "I couldn't make it work, even if I wanted to. I've never seen such an astounding act of magic in my life. I never dreamt that anyone could do such a thing, frankly." Arzosa rumbled and ducked her head in a modesty that Delandra suspected of being false. "You've saved the townsfolk," Delandra said. "I doubt me if we have to worry about being chased now." "I doubt it too," Rory said. Dalla, I'd be willing to wager high that the dead troops were the flower of the Horskin army. They had the best warriors, the best equipment, and a fortune in horseflesh. It'll take them a long time to recover from this. And the priestesses of Alshandra will have plenty to say about it too, Salamander broke in. I can hear them now nattering about how the army refused to listen to their goddess warning and thus paid for their stubbornness, arrogance, and so on and so forth. The Raxoneer are going to have a cursed lot less authority from now on, while the ones that survived. Delandra knew that she should feel joyful over this defeat of an enemy that would have slaughtered her and her entire people, had they been given the chance. But the memories of scalded men and burning horses rose up in her mind and turned the victory ugly and sour. Yet a victory it was. As she walked back to camp, she saw the children and the townsfolk huddled together around their wagons, refugees, exhausted, impoverished, but alive. That afternoon the townsfolk laid campfires and lit them with no fear of attracting their enemies' attention. The women cooked soda bread and tried to quiet their frightened children while the men talked together in soft voices. Every now and then the earth shook, but each tremor felt weaker than the last. Still, Giotto insisted that the town watch, he still thought of it as the town watch, post sentinels just in case. No matter how many times the Dweomer folk told him what had happened, even his own sister, he found it hard to believe that the threat had died with the enemy army. Late in the day he walked out to the northern edge of the camp and stood looking back in the direction of the place that had once been his home. An enormous smear on the horizon, the plume of ash still rose, and the south wind still blew it back toward the north. How long, he wondered, would the caldera vent? He could ask Arzosa, he supposed, and eventually he would. For the moment he only wanted to stand and look at the end of everything he loved. Niffa walked out to join him. When he turned his head to look at her, she slipped her arm through his. "Be you mourning?" she said. "Of course, be not you?" "I do truly, as you do say, of course." Giotto forced out a twisted smile. "Aye, our homeland it be gone now past all reclaiming. The cursed horsekin they be welcome to it now." Niffa nodded and patted his arm. While he knew that she mourned Sir Conan in her own way, he doubted if the loss meant as much to her as it did to him. He'd realized years before that her true home lay with the Dweomer. Where her body might dwell mattered very little. "On the morrow," Giotto continued, "we'd best try to make speed. When we do reach this promised farmland, there be much work to be done ere winter falls, building shelter and planting the seed grain. Our time of mourning best be short." "True spoken. Think of it this way, brother. We be finally going home. The wretched slavers stole our land so many years ago, but now they do need us so badly that they be forced to give some of it back." Giotto laughed, one startled bark. "Truly I never thought of it in such a way, but you be right enough. Let me go back now and summon the rest of the council. We shall tell everyone we be going home to the summer country, and this time we be a free people." As the news spread through the ragged camp of the refugees, laughter and cheers spread with it. Later, Giotto knew there would be more tears and regrets for what they'd lost, but from this moment onward, they once again owned the future. With Kerr and her children riding in the lead, the Royal Alar had been traveling toward Sir Conan, slowly of course, the way Alarli always traveled. They were still over 50 miles away when the earth's blood boiled and rained down on the distant town. Even so, they felt the earthquake as a hard trembling of the earth. The flocks of sheep immediately panicked. Ewes and wethers bleated, shoved one another, and finally ran off in all directions. The Alar had to stop to allow the dogs to round them up again with the help of some of the men, while the rest of the riders, under Pier's direction, kept the horse herd under control. By the time order had been restored, the sun was sinking low in the west, and the Alar decided to camp where it was. Valendario had scried for Delandra and the prince, seen them safe, and then contacted Dalla mind to mind. When the news spread through the Alar that the Meridani army lay entombed in the boiling remains of Loch Vade, such a loud cheer went up that the sheep nearly bolted again. The West folk broke out skins of mead and passed them around. Those who could play unpacked their harps and flutes. The music began as soon as the tents were raised, and the singing followed. Brenna, however, found it impossible to share in the celebration. As she told Neb, slaves and other innocent souls had died in the eruption along with the army.
That's true, Neb said, but I still thank the gods for our Zosas Dweomer.
If the Horsekin had followed the retreating townsfolk, the army would have slaughtered the prince, his guards, the townsmen, everyone they couldn't enslave and sell. And then they would have come for the rest of us, I know that. It just must have been such a horrible way to die.
Well, that I can't argue with. Neb shuddered and tossed his head as if he'd throw off the truth of it. Truly horrible.
Others also stayed away from the general merriment. Sidro, Peer, and the rest of the Horsekin left with the Alar. Brenna and Neb joined them at Valendario's tent, which as usual stood some ways away from the noisy camp, for the evening meal. Young Vec had had a seizure, in fact, when he'd heard about the grim weird that had fallen upon the army.
I did give him his usual medicaments, Sidro told Brenna. He be inside Val's tent sleeping.
Well and good then, Brenna said.
Oh, by the gods, Sissy, do you remember that vision he had back at the end of winter?
Sidro caught her breath in a little gasp.
The Tower of Smoke, she said, and snow did fall upon the crops. The snow it be ash, I think me.
Indeed, Valendario joined them. When I spoke to Delandra, she told me how the smoke rose up in a pillar, and she thought of Vec. When they fell silent, the nearby music and laughter spilled over them. In a blaze of golden light as thick as honey, or so it seemed, the sun hovered just above its setting. When Brenna shaded her eyes with her hand and looked off to the west, she could see a jagged edge etched along the skyline instead of the straight-as-a-bowstring horizon more usual to the grasslands. Neb joined her and followed her gaze.
We've come a long way west, haven't we? Brenna said.
We have, he said. Those must be the western mountains you hear so much about, or at least their foothills. The remains of Zak Growl are over there somewhere.
I was thinking more of the 7 cities than Zak Growl.
Those too. And what do the songs call that? The Vale of Roses, that's it.
All gone now. They must have been lovely.
Truly. Neb looked briefly solemn, then grinned at her. Ah, well, are you hungry? It smells to me like someone's roasting a sheep somewhere.
They are. One of the poor stupid things broke its leg in the general panic.
No use in letting it suffer. Neb took a deep breath. Lots of pot herbs and some wild garlic, too. After everyone had eaten, Valendario took Brenna aside. They walked out into the silent grass and turned toward the east, where the last crescent of the moon hovered in the starry sky. Crickets sang in the grass, and a soft breeze blew away the sweat and heat of the day. Dalla asked me to relay a message to you, Val said. You know that she wants you to come to Hainmarn with her.
I do. Will we go on Dragonback?
She'd rather use one of the hidden roads. In the morning she'll arrive back here, and then the two of you will leave once she's rested. Brenna yelped aloud in sheer excitement, and Val laughed at her.
My apologies, Brenna said.
I've seen so many Dweomers in the past year, but I've only watched, except for that one ritual about reversing the astral currents.
Even then I just filled the station in the circle. All I did was speak when everyone else did. But this, getting to travel on the astral roads, it's truly an adventure, isn't it?
Very much of one. Val turned solemn. It could be dangerous. You'll need to do everything Dalla tells you and do it exactly right. Do you understand that?
I do, and I will.
Brenna did her best to calm herself.
It just sounds so fascinating, though.
It does at that. Val sighed and glanced away. I remember being so young and enthusiastic myself.
But you're still young. I mean, for one of the West folk.
Val kept silent for so long that Brenna began to fear she'd offended her. All at once, though, Val laughed with a rueful shake of her head. I am, Val said. You know, it's good to be reminded of that every now and again. But now as for Dalla, she needs to read that book of Anderleft before she can decide who will work with her in the ritual. Though I'm assuming that I will.
Well and good then. I have hopes I'll get to take part.
That's up to her. Now the rest of us will join up soon with the prince and the Circonan people. They'll be heading east eventually to the Melon River Valley. Dalla particularly wants Neb to accompany them because the prince is minded to settle some of them on the site of Neb's old village.
No doubt my uncle will be pleased. He's talked for years about needing settlers for the valley.
The prince is sending him messages about just that, and those will go by dragon.
Well and good, then. I'd best go give Neb the news. With the help of some of the other men, Neb had just finished setting up their tent. Brenna followed him inside to help spread the floor cloth and arrange their blankets upon it. She was expecting him to be unhappy that she would be making the trip to Hainmarn without him, but to her surprise he agreed it would be best. "I've done much thinking over the days past," Neb said.
"I think your weird lies more with the Dweomer than mine does."
"What?" Brenna said. "Of course you're marked for it." "True spoken, but that's not what I meant. We know I'm meant to be a healer. You'll need to know some healing lore. There's a difference.
To me, the Dweomer's a tool.
To you it will be your life. Do you see?" "I do truly." She felt a cold chill run down her spine. "But I want us to be together." "So do I. Never doubt it. But there may be times we're forced to be apart. I think that may be why I had to go play the fool in Sengarn, so I'd know I could go away and yet come back again. Now it's your turn to go off, but you won't be playing the fool." He paused to grin at her. "Some of us learn more slowly than others." She laughed and threw her arms around him. He kissed her, and for the rest of that night they talked of very little indeed. With the dawn, Brenna went out with Alessi to feed the changelings. As they left the camp, the pounding of wings split the silence. She looked up and saw Medea flying east on the prince's business, like a sleek green arrow in the rising light. It had taken Berwinna some days to realize that Mirren considered himself to be in love with her. Since they hardly knew each other, she doubted if he actually did love her, but he followed her around the dun, took her riding, ate with her at meals, smiled whenever he saw her, and in general made a nuisance of himself. She took to staying in the women's hall as a refuge, where Lady Sala, who was finding the stairs leading to the great hall more and more difficult thanks to her advanced pregnancy, tended to join her. Usually the tyrann's widowed daughter Adrana sat with them, although sadly enough she rarely spoke. Generally Adrana sat in a chair by the window and sewed upon an elaborate embroidered coverlet for her daughter's dower chest. At times tears filled her eyes. She would brush them away and bend to her needlework as if her life depended on filling up the wolves drawn into the pattern with scarlet thread. "Will I end up like her?" Winnie would think. "Mourning Dougie all my life?" Now and then Sala tried to draw Adrana into the conversation, but generally the lady answered briefly and withdrew into herself again. Berwinna and Sala had taken to sitting at the other side of the chamber where their talk wouldn't disturb her. "About Mirren now," Winnie asked Sala one afternoon. "Know you if he does realize that I were betrothed to another man?" "He does," Sala said. "But it doesn't matter to him, and for that I honor him. Garrow asked him outright, you see, and told him that you needed time to mourn." "That be true spoken. Not a night does go by when I do fail to dream about Dougie. My thanks to your lord truly." "He's a good man, Garrow." Sala hesitated briefly. "But so is Mirren in his way. You'll not always be mourning your Douglas." "That be true as well. I do know it be so, yet it be like a knife in my heart to be thinking I might forget him." "Na, never that." Sala smiled at her. "That's not what I meant. You'll never forget him, but you'll find room in your heart for a second love. You're too sensible, alas, not to." Berwinna managed to smile. "My thanks, and I think me you have the right of it." That night at the evening meal, Berwinna found herself looking at Mirren in a new way. When his father died, he'd be Lord of the Red Wolf Dun, right there on the border near the Westfolk, part of a wider world than Hainmarn could ever offer. If she stayed on the island, whom would she meet to marry someday, she wondered, if Sala were right and her heart healed? One of the mountain folk and live underground all her life? The thought made her shudder. "Is somewhat wrong?" Mirren said. "Not, my apologies," Winnie said. "Just thinking of a painful thing." "I realize, my lady, that there's been much pain in your young life." Mirren sounded as if he were reciting a bit of bard lore that he'd got off by heart. "I only hope that someday all such trouble will be behind you." She glanced at Garin, who sat across the table from them. He'd probably told Mirren what to say, judging from his approving smile. When a servant girl put baskets of bread upon the table, Mirren took one. He drew his table dagger and cut a chunk off the loaf before passing it across. He tore it in two and offered half to Berwinna, who took it from him, had a bite, then laid the rest on the wooden trencher they were sharing.
What be the thing you truly hope for, Mirren? Winnie said. I do wonder if somewhat lies behind those fancy words. Mirren blushed scarlet. Winnie rested her chin on her hand and smiled at him until the blush receded. Well, I'm hoping you'll favor me, of course, he said. Surely that's obvious? It be so, which is why I did want to drag that fox out of his hole. Now that you have, does the color of his fur please you? In some small way, I think me that with much time the day will come when such things do please me greatly once again. When that day comes, I hope with all my heart that it's a wolf that pleases you, not a fox. A red wolf, it be a fine sight truly, yet none of us know what weird the gods have in store for us. That's so, and wisely said. Rowena suddenly realized that Lady Galla was leaning so sharply their way, desperate to hear in the noisy great hall, that she looked as if she might be feeling faint. In his seat at the foot of the table, Uncle Mike was struggling not to laugh. Mirren had noticed his mother's angle as well. I hear that Lord Pedris is planning on holding a tourney, he said a trifle loudly. I think mayhap I'll ride to it. Garrow, are you up for a little sport? Depends, Garin said, on how my lady fares. I don't want to be away from the dun when she's delivered of the child. Conversation and Lady Galla's posture returned to normal. Rowena had barely finished her dinner when she heard drum beats thrumming through the sky. With a murmured apology to Mirren, she got up and left the table to run to a window and look out. By then the rest of the great hall had heard the sound as well. Everyone stopped talking to listen as it came closer. Is that your father, Winnie? Galla called out. It be not so, but my stepsister. Winnie saw a flash of green and gold circling the dun. I think may I'd best go meet her. Uncle Mike joined her as she left the great hall. In the warm summer twilight, they hurried down the path to the meadow by the dun, where Medea was drinking from the stream. She lifted her head in a scatter of drops and rumbled in greeting. Strapped to the tallest spikes on her neck was a leather pouch. Messages for the Tyrian, Medea sang out, and one for you, Winnie, though that one's not in the pouch. I'm here to take you and Mike back to Hain Marn. Oh, ye gods, Mike muttered. Another wretched, sick-making ride through the air. It be too far to walk, Uncle Mike, Winnie said. My thanks, stepsister. My heart does long to see my mother again. I assumed it would truly, Medea said. Mike, will you untie this itchy pouch and get it off me? I will, and I'll take it up to the Tyrian as well. Carrying the messages, Mike hurried off, but Rowena lingered to ask her stepsister for news of Rory. He's in splendid form, Medea began. So, now that the war's over— The war be over? Wait, go not so fast in your telling. I knew that not.
My apologies. Here I was thinking you'd have Dweomer, so you'd know.
Our sister Mara has all of that on my side of the family. I have none, and truly I be glad of it. Rowena sat down in the grass. She stayed in the meadow for some time, listening to Medea's report of the destruction of the Horsekin army, while the twilight slowly faded into night. Above them, in the clear sky, the stars came out and seemed to hang close to earth, as if they too rejoiced in the death of so many enemies. Eventually, Rowena heard someone calling her name. Medea stopped talking and swung her head toward the sound. A gleam from a lantern, held in someone's hand, bobbed down the path toward them. Uncle Mike? Rowena called out. It's not, Mirren answered her. It's Miro. I thought you might be glad of the light and an escort back to the dun. He had used the familiar form of the second person. T, she realized, perhaps as a token of friendship, perhaps in hope of something more. She hesitated, then decided that it would be ungracious to deny him that hope. It does gladden my heart, she said. My thanks, E.T. To you, again in the familiar form. As he walked up to join her, he was smiling so softly that Rowena made a decision. We'll be leaving you on the morrow, she said. Uncle Mike and me. My heart does ache to see my mother again. Mirren's smile disappeared. Ah, well, he said. I can understand that. But if my stepsister be willing to be so kind, Rowena continued, mayhap she'll come to the island to fetch me here again in the spring. Of course I will, Medea said. Then I'll look forward to the spring doubly this winter.
Mirren made as much of a bow as he could without swinging the lantern so hard that the candle went out. "My thanks to you, fair ladies both." "Most welcome, I'm sure," Medea said. "Winnie Delandra asked me to tell you that Las Mage has returned to the island with the missing book." Berwinna let out a whoop of pure joy that made Mirren jump back a step. She laughed as she apologized to him. "You ken not how that news gladdens my heart," Berwinna said to Mirren. "I'll be telling you the tale, should you wish." She turned to Medea again. "Will Dalla be going to the isle to fetch it?" "She will, and knowing her I wager she'll get there before we do." Laz had taken to doing what kitchen work he could with his maimed hands. He'd worked out a way to hold a broom reasonably well, and every morning he swept out the kitchen hut while Lana went outside to toss scraps to the island's cats. Since the Geldathay relied on ferrets to control the rodents who inevitably attacked stored food, Laz had never seen house cats before coming to Hain Marn. In fact, he'd assumed that they were some species of wild folk until he'd seen Lana and Mara feeding and stroking them. After she tended the cats, Lana would come back into the kitchen, look at the swept floor, and grunt a brief thanks. The moment was Laz's chance to fish for information. "Lana," he said that morning, "I heard the name Lynn Reg once. Was it a dwarven stronghold?" "It was," Lana said, "and a grand one, or so I heard as a child. It stretched for miles and miles underground, but there were gardens too up above. That's how your folk got in, through the garden stairways, when they were a-burning it and slaughtering my folk." "My apologies, You weren't there." Lana fixed him with a gaze as sharp as a knife point. "My thanks for the sweeping." Laz bowed to her for want of anything to say and left the kitchen hut. He found himself wondering if he had been there, one of the horsekin who'd destroyed the dwarven city. If so, it had happened too many lives ago for him to worry about, he decided, especially since he had a more recent set of transgressions to brood over. Every afternoon, Laz spent several hours teaching Mara Dweomer lore. The need to organize the material efficiently showed him that his own training had a good many gaps, things that Hasdrubal had never told or shown him. The Bardekian, of course, had expected to be paid for his lore. Most likely he'd held things back in order to get a better price for them later, not that he'd lived to see that later. More and more, Laz was coming to agree with Fahorn that Hasdrubal was, not a sham certainly, but suspect. Had Hasdrubal studied the legendary Dark Dweomer? Something had made him flee his home in the islands. Now and then Hasdrubal had made sharp comments about meddling government officials or cowardly masters of magic who refused to see and take the strange powers available to those who dared to use them. While Fahorn had bristled at such talk, Laz had found it oddly familiar, even though he couldn't place where he'd first heard it. That life before Lord Tren, he would think, the one that Dalla and Ebony never talked about. What did I do then? What was I? As the drowsy summer days rolled by on Hain Marn, Laz began to feel that he knew the answers to those questions. His mind merely recoiled every time he tried to voice them. Yet in the event, it was neither Ebony nor Delandra who forced him to the answer. One hot afternoon, Laz stood under an apple tree, holding out the basket, while Cov, up on a ladder, picked the ripest fruits and tossed them down. Flies buzzed, birds sang, a breeze from the lake stirred the air, and Laz was fighting off the urge to sleep where he stood when he saw a lozenge of astral force appear nearby. His first thought, in fact, was that he slept and dreamt, but Cov had seen the quivering silver shape as well. "What in the name of Gon's hammer is that?" Cov said. "I'm not sure," Laz said, "but I'd get down from that rickety ladder if I were you. Something's made a gate from somewhere, and I've got no idea what's going to come out of it." Cov swore aloud and climbed down. Laz set the basket of apples on the ground and watched as the shape began to drift toward them. A bare foot across at first. As it traveled, it grew until it was some 6 feet high and 4 across. Its color turned from solid silver to a strange bluish green, spitting and snapping with silver sparks. It stopped some 3 feet from the two men and hovered briefly, then split open like a pair of double doors. Delandra and Branna stepped out of it, both of them laden with packs like peddlers. Della turned and snapped her fingers. The lozenge disappeared. "Good morrow," she said. "We've come to take a look at the island." Cobb started to speak, rolled his eyes, and sat down suddenly upon the ground. "Put your head between your knees," Delandra said, "and my apologies for startling you." She knelt beside Cobb, whose face had gone white. "Breathe deeply." Branna shrugged off her pack, laid it down, and turned to look at Laz. Although he'd seen her from a distance during his time near the Westfolk camp, he'd never been close enough to speak with her. She stared at him with a gaze that seemed to be looking through his eyes and plunging into his mind and memory as if she would pierce his very soul. For a brief moment he saw a lass with dark hair and a twisted hairlip. Then the image dissolved back into Branna's face and a scorn that sliced into his pride. She turned her back on him and walked over to help Kov stand. "He'll be all right in a bit," Delandra said cheerfully. "We'd best go introduce ourselves to Angmar, and I've got somewhat to give her as well." "I'll come with you," Kov said. "I think I need a sip or two of ale." Delandra smiled at Laz as if she expected him to accompany them, but he let them all troop up to the manse without him. He walked along the lakeshore to the little bench under the willow tree and sat down with a sigh. Out on the lake the wind rippled the water, and the sunlight glinted upon it like gold coins, but all he could see was the memory image of Branna's face, ice-cold with scorn. She had looked at him like that once before, but when? Not in the Westfolk camp, certainly. He had not a trace of a memory of knowing her when he'd lived as Lord Tren. That life before, suddenly he saw in vision the different face, the dark-haired lass with a hair-lip sneering at him, then laughing with a sound as raucous as the cry of a raven while he wept. Others stood around and stared at him, all men, these shadowy figures of memory. Laudlane. The name rose up and attached itself to one of the men. A friend who'd turned on him, a friend upon whom he'd revenged himself once he'd gathered the power to break Laudlane's will. The power came from... No. Laz began to tremble. No, I couldn't have done that. But he had done it, whatever it was. His memory balked like a terrified horse and refused to go any further. Laz sat and watched the sun on the water for hours that afternoon, until at last Mara came looking for him to tell him that the evening meal was on the table. "I'll eat in the kitchen, my thanks," Laz said. "What?" She laughed at him. "Why?" He could never tell her. "Oh well," he said. "I thought mayhap you had too many guests already." "Be not so foolish. There always be room for my teacher at table." Yet Laz made sure to take the place at the foot of the table, because Branna was sitting at Angmar's right hand up near the head, just across from Delandra at Angmar's left. Eng and Kov sat next on either side, a welcome barrier between him and the women. Yet now and then throughout the meal, he noticed Branna glancing his way with a look that might have melted glass, had there been any on the table. When, at the end of dinner, Branna went upstairs with Delandra, he let out his breath in a long sigh of relief. "Branna," Delandra said, "why do you hate Laz?" "I don't hate him." "Oh, indeed. I saw the way you looked at him. Ye gods, I thought he'd shrivel like a moth in a candle flame." "Very well." Branna gave her a sheepish smile. "I don't know why I hate him, and that's the truth." "Much better. I suggest you meditate upon it." They were sitting in the chamber Angmar had prepared for them, a long narrow room with a window that opened out to the east and a view across the lake to the low hills. The last of the sunset light picked out the oak trees scattered along the far shore. "This is such an odd house," Branna said. "I can't see how this chamber fits into what we see from the outside." "Remember that it doesn't truly exist, which explains a great deal." Branna agreed with a laugh. Delandra glanced around and saw the basin she'd brought up earlier. "My breasts ache again," she said. "I'd better express some of this milk. I wish I could have brought dairy, but it would have been too dangerous traveling on the roads." She paused, struck by a surprising thought. "I miss her." When she was finished, Delandra returned to the great hall, where Laz was waiting at the honor table. In the sconces at either side of the two hearths, an array of candles burned, or at least the illusions of candles seemed to be burning. Delandra noticed that none of them dripped wax, nor did they get shorter as time went by. Laz looked up warily, nodded her way, then craned his neck to glance at the staircase. "Branna's staying in our chamber," Delandra said. "Ah, you noticed the way she looked at me." "I did." Delandra sat down next to him. "So, there's the book at last." "Indeed." Laz slid it over to her. "I'm cursed glad to hand it over to you. I kept worrying that it would take off on its own one fine night." They shared a pleasant laugh. "I owe you a great many thanks," Delandra said. "It must not have been easy fetching this." She glanced around. "Where's Fahorn, by the by?" "I'm afraid he's dead. As you say, it wasn't easy." Delandra felt herself gaping at him like a half-wit. "It saddens my heart to hear that," was all she could find to say. "We were traveling with the Mountain Axemen contingent," Laz continued. "We were set upon by Horskin raiders." "I see. Truly, my heart aches for your loss." "So oddly enough does mine." "Oddly—" "Oh, never mind," Laz snarled, then took a deep breath. "Forgive me, it's a sore spot." "I can understand that. My apologies." Yet she wondered if she did understand it, or much of anything that Laz might be thinking or feeling. His knife-sharp face betrayed no feeling whatsoever when he looked at her. She'd been planning on simply taking the book upstairs to examine it in private, but Fahorn's death made her feel that she owed Laz a debt. At the very least, she decided she should satisfy his curiosity about the Dweomers Evander had woven. As soon as she laid her hand on the cover, she felt the tingle and snap of astral spirits. She opened her sight and perceived the pair as geometric shapes, one a blazing white, the other a peculiar turquoise color that reminded her of Evander's eyes. Laz leaned onto the table on folded arms to watch. "My thanks for your aid," she said to the spirits. "I come in the name of Evander." The wards glowed brightly, then shrank and disappeared. Under her fingers, the cover felt like ordinary leather. When she opened it, she saw a page of elven script, just as Laz had described. The next page, and the next, the same digraphs in the same order on every page. She stared at the writing and wondered why she was so surprised. Is somewhat wrong," Laz said. "This is utter nonsense," Delandra said. "What?" Laz straightened up and slammed his maimed hands palm down on the table. "Except for the occasional word, like Draconin, it means nothing at all." Laz swore under his breath in a mix of several languages. "I agree," Della said. "How like Evander, he never could do anything simply. I wonder what sort of lock he's put on this. An elaborate one, most like." "Oh," Laz leaned back in his chair. "You mean there's some sort of meaning under all of that?" "So I hope, anyway. Ye gods," Della thought, "if poor Fahorn died for no reason. I'll have to work with this. I just hope it doesn't take me days and days." She stood and picked up the book. "I'll let Branna have a look at it too. She seems to have a good mind for symbols. The key might well be hidden in the swelter of runes, for all I know." "Very well, if you could tell me eventually what it says, I'd be quite grateful." "Of course. Tonight I'm truly weary from traveling the roads and all, or I'd try to open the lock right now." She hurried to the staircase before he could ask any questions. At the top of the stairs, she glanced back to see Laz still sitting at the table staring at the place where the book had once lain. Branna could make no more out of the writing in the dragon book than Delandra had. Della sprawled in a cushioned chair and watched as Branna examined each page by Dweomer light. Finally, she looked up and shut the book with a snap. "I can't make any sense out of this," Branna said. "Maybe Val can. My Elvish still isn't very good." "That's true," Delandra said. "I keep hoping there's some sort of cipher hidden among the runes, but of course it would be in Elvish, if there is one. Maybe Val's right about Evander and his wretched riddles." "Well, he really did make things difficult, I must say." Branna frowned at the book in her hands. "Omens tucked here and there, and dragon rings, and that scroll, the one in the strange language." "It was very strange indeed.
The ritual we worked with it did have some effect on the island, I think. I'll have to keep that in mind.
And then there's the crystal, the black one I mean, with the visions in it, and—
Wait.
Delandra leaned forward.
The black crystal held a vision of the book and Hainmarn. Salamander saw it there. He must have mentioned it to you.
He did one day when he was helping me with one of the lore lessons.
Good. We've all been assuming that the point of the vision was to tell us that the book was on Hainmarn. But what if the crystal itself is part of the vision's meaning?
Brenna blinked at her, then suddenly grinned. What if the crystal holds the key to the book, you mean?
Just that.
I hope we don't need both of them. Salamander told me that Laz lost the white one. Delandra's excitement disappeared as fast as it had arrived.
Oh, by the black sun, she said. Let's hope we don't indeed. I also hope that Val hasn't smashed the black one. She wanted to at one time.
Can you contact her from here?
Let's hope so. If I have to go across to the mainland, it'll mean waiting till morning, which will drive me daft.
Delandra got up and walked over to the window. Outside, the stars glimmered high above in the moonless night. She leaned a little way out of the window and used the snowy road as her focus, then let her mind reach out to Valendario. Although Hainmarn's astral forces turned the vision fuzzy and small, eventually she saw Val sitting in her tent and studying her array of scrying gems. Dalla? Valendario looked up suddenly. I can barely see you.
Yes, it's because I'm on Hainmarn, Delandra thought to her in Elvish. Do you still have that wretched black crystal?
The spirit stone, you mean? Yes, I do. I was going to smash it, but somehow I just couldn't. I kept thinking that it still had secrets inside it.
It does, and thank every god that you still have it. When you come here, bring it, will you? It might be the key to one of Evander's wretched riddles.
Very well, I won't let anything happen to it. Wretched riddles, are they? I'm glad you can see— Delandra broke the link. She was in no mood for one of Val's little lectures, even though she had to admit that on this occasion at least Val was right.
She still has it, Delandra told Brenna, and I'm exhausted.
You need to sleep, Brenna stifled a yawn. And so do I. You take that big bed, I'm the apprentice, so I'll take the trundle. When Laz woke, just after dawn on the next morning, he dressed and left his chamber, then hesitated at the head of the stairs to look down into the great hall. He saw no sign of Brenna, but Delandra was standing at the wall near the main hearth and studying the carvings. He trotted down the stairs and strolled over to join her.
These are fascinating. Delandra traced a group of marks with one fingertip. They must be the sigils of Aether that you told me about.
There's another group next to the other hearth, Laz said. When we stand here, we face north most of the time at least, though you never know with this island.
Does it move often?
It twitches. Laz paused for a grin. Never very far, but it does stir in its sleep like a dreaming dog. Anyway, if we were looking at that other group of identical sigils, we'd face south. I think the two groups define an axis.
You're doubtless right. Brenna and I have a theory about these carvings, that somehow or other they contain the information we need to control the construct. I think we may be able to convince the island to move itself to the Westlands.
Truly? Laz whistled under his breath in amazement. That's very impressive.
My thanks, but it's only a guess.
When the island came here from Alban, these groups of sigils glowed lavender. Laz frowned, searching his memory. And another group, these here, he laid his fingertip on a set of asymmetric loops and spirals, glowed turquoise, but with curiously unpleasant orange-red flecks in them.
Ye gods! I've never seen marks like that before.
That's a pity. I was hoping you had and could explain them. Delandra shook her head and glared at the three little circles, each sprouting 4 pairs of thin wavy lines, as if they'd personally insulted her.
I have no idea if we can make the Dweomer work, she said at last. But be that as it may, I told Rory to wait till I send word before he and Arzosa fly all this way to Hainmarn.
Ah, good, Laz thought. That gives me time to figure out how I can avoid him. I take it that the other Dweomer masters in your Alar won't be coming here until you know?
Just so. Why?
I was wondering if Sidra would come with them.
She won't. Delandra hesitated for an ominous moment.
I suppose she doesn't want to see me.
Delandra said nothing.
Here, Laz felt a stab of worry. She's not ill, is she?
Not truly. Ah, well, you might as well know. She's with child.
Pier's child?
The words seemed to stick in his mouth like phlegm. He had to force them out. It is. She hesitated again, then patted him on the arm. I'm sorry.
Laz turned on his heel and strode out of the great hall.
She'll never come back to me now, he was thinking. Never. The word tolled in his mind like a bell. He made his way through the underbrush down to the lake shore, where the little bench stood under the willow tree, only to see Kov and Mara sitting there holding hands and smiling at each other. With a snarl, Laz trotted back to the manse. He banged through the door into the great hall. Delandra had left. Cats scattered at his approach. He ran to the stairway and rushed up with the word never still ringing in his mind. Sissy was gone. She'd left him once and for all. She was carrying another man's child. He hurried into his chamber and slammed the door behind him, then leaned against it while he panted for breath. I can't stay here, he whispered. They'll have to read the wretched book without me. Cursed if I'll help them. He paused on a wave of self-pity. Not that they even asked me to. Faharn was dead, Sidro gone forever, Delandra profoundly uninterested. What was left to him? The charity of some Daveri lord? Life among the Westfolk? A line of cold sweat ran down his back. He was maimed, lost, alone. Nothing left to him but pleading for shelter somewhere from someone who might or might not grant it. Angmar and Mara would have taken him in, but once the dragon had turned back into Rodri and claimed his place as lord of the island, what then? He might kill me for one wrong word. I'd best get myself gone. Laz found his sack, packed up his belongings, then stripped off his clothes and crammed them in too. By then he hovered on the edge of weeping. As he laid the sack onto the windowsill, it occurred to him that he'd felt happy here in Hainmarn. A few tears came. He wiped them off on his arm and swallowed heavily. It took all his will for him to steady his mind enough to transform into the raven. In bird form, he hopped onto the sack, sank his claws in deep, and flew, dropping out of the window and heading for the distant shore. Ahead loomed the astral vortex that surrounded and interpenetrated Hainmarn. Laz did think, briefly, of returning to his chamber and man form, then asking to be ferried across, but his old recklessness caught him up. Maybe it's better if I just die. He made one turn over the peaceful manse below to say farewell to the apple trees and the tower, then banked a wing and turned straight for the loch and its astral matrix. With a cackle of raven laughter, he plunged straight into the swirling, snapping lines of light. Blue and silver, gold and brilliant white, they wrapped him round and snared him like a fowler's net. Branna happened to be out walking on the island when she saw Laz in raven form come swooping out of the upper window of the manse. For a moment, when he made his turn around the island, she lost sight of him. He reappeared from behind the tower and headed straight for the open water of the loch. When she realized what he was going to do, she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Laz, don't! Dalla! Laz, stop!" Branna took off running, following the raven as he flew toward the water. She'd found him disgusting at first sight, but at the moment she saw only a troubled soul rushing to some unknown disaster. "Stop!" she yelled as loud as she could. "Laz!" Too late. The raven slammed into an invisible wall high in the air. For a moment he hung there, his wings splayed, his head thrown back. With a flutter he fell, spiraling down like a bird arrow-pierced, to land sprawled on the sandy shore. Branna rushed over and flung herself to a kneel beside him. He still lived because he'd fallen across his sack of clothing, which had broken some of the fall. The raven was gasping for breath and rolling its yellow eyes, its beak open and helpless. "Hold still," Branna said. "Help's coming." She heard voices behind her, Delandra and Mara both, and the sound of running footsteps. The raven gasped out a word. "I can't understand,"
Branna said. "Just lie still." On impulse, she reached out and stroked the ruffled feathers on his head, smoothing them back into place. Laz shut his eyes, and slowly his breathing quieted. Mara dropped to her knees beside Laz and gently lifted a wing. With her help, he folded it close to his body. "What happened?" Della knelt down beside Branna. "He tried to fly through the vortex," Branna said. "I don't know why." The raven spoke, and this time she understood him. Crazed. "You were that," Delandra said. "Is somewhat broken. Your wings, arms, I mean." The raven turned his head and seemed to be thinking. "Be the strength to change back be with you, Laz," Mara said. "We then could see if somewhat be wrong after you did change back." The raven nodded. With Branna's help, he got to his feet, shaking his wings with a great shudder and flapping to balance himself on one leg. "That ankle's bad, isn't it?" Delandra got to her feet, then pointed to the dangling leg. "Or more than just the ankle?" The raven nodded again. "We'll turn away," Della went on, "to let you concentrate." Branna followed her lead and looked out over the water. From behind them she heard a shriek, a long cackle and croak of pure despair. Branna spun around and saw that Laz had fallen again, still in raven form, sprawled like a black cloak over the pale sand. Can't change." Delandra's eyes suddenly went unfocused. Branna could assume that she was studying him with the sight. "Just rest now," Delandra said. "Later you'll have more energy, and you can try again. You're exhausted, Laz. Here, Mara, will you go back to the manse and fetch the boatmen? We'll need them to carry him back." With a nod, Mara turned and ran. Delandra knelt down next to the raven and began to stroke his injured leg with gentle fingers, assessing the damage. As she watched, Branna realized that something far worse than a broken bone was wrong with Laz, just from the limp way he sprawled. He tried to lift his head, then let his eyes roll back and slumped again. Delandra, however, went on speaking in a quiet, soothing voice to her patient, a sure sign that she, too, saw some more serious injury. Inge, Kav, Lon, and the one real boatman carried the raven up to his chamber, where Mara waited with splints and other supplies for Laz's broken leg. Branna squatted down in a corner out of the way and watched as Delandra set and bound the leg with Mara's help. Now and then Laz made a croaking sound and tossed his head from side to side, but he kept himself remarkably still. "That should do it," Delandra said. "Mara, I'll leave soothing the patient to you. He's been in a lot of pain, and he's absolutely got to rest." "Well and good then," Mara said. "I'll be trying to calm him." Delandra gestured to Branna to follow, and led her out to the corridor. They walked to the head of the stairs and paused there to speak in whispers. "Shouldn't you have waited to set that break until he's back in man form?" Branna said. "He may never return to it," Delandra said. "What's happened is truly horrible. Getting caught in the astral vortex, it stripped away his etheric double, the human part of him, that is. It should have killed him. Fortunately, his body of light is strong enough to replace the double and keep him alive. Unfortunately, it exists in the shape of a raven. As far as I can tell, he'll be trapped in that form until he dies." Unthinkingly, Branna laid her hand over her mouth, fearing she'd vomit. "He always did fly too much," Dalla continued. "Over the years, his body of light must have taken over some of the functions of the etheric double, or perhaps warped it somehow. I don't understand exactly what happened." "But the end result be obvious enough," Mara spoke from behind them. "He does ken the truth, Dalla, and he does agree with you." They turned to include her in a circle. "He does talk of killing himself," Mara went on, "but I doubt me if he will. The talk, his voice, they convinced me not of true despair." "You can understand him, then?" Branna said. "Mostly. He be my teacher, and there be a bond between us." She tried briefly to smile. "I did tell him that it were his weird to live, for much remains for me to learn." "Excellent," Delandra said. "That's exactly what he'll need, some reason or purpose for his life, since he'll be the raven until he dies." "But how much longer will that be?" Mara said. "Birds, they do live but a short time." "I have no idea, but I'd wager he'll live out a long span of years if he stays here.
The island will give him strength. That's its purpose, isn't it? To act as a talisman of healing.
I kenned that not. Truly there be so much Dweomer yet to learn.
Well, Laz can teach you some of it, and I can help as well. For now, though, your task is to help Laz heal.
Well and good then, he be welcome as long as he wishes to stay.
And our task, Dalla, Branna said, is to understand the carvings on the walls. Now that I've seen them, I've no doubt that they'll teach us everything we need to know about the island, if we can only read them.
Well and good then. Will it take long?
Branna was all wide eyes and enthusiasm. Delandra suppressed a laugh. I have no idea, she said. I hope not.
I was just thinking of poor Rory waiting for our aid.
The best time for unwinding the Dweomer will be at the dark of the moon, but Rory's been a dragon for nearly 50 years.
I don't suppose waiting another month will strike him as unreasonable if we should have to.
Well, true spoken, yet Branna looked saddened by the thought of such a wait. When Delandra considered the moon that night, she saw that it had reached its third quarter. They spent several days studying the vast and elaborate carvings to fix them in their minds. Delandra drilled Branna mercilessly until they both knew the position of every cluster of design, every sigil that they recognized, every digraph, and every unknown mark. Delandra had been hoping that the digraphs would identify the various portions of the designs, but they seemed to be mere abbreviations, perhaps well known to the founders of Hain Marn, a mystery to her. In between their sessions of study, Delandra would look in on Laz. His delicate leg, turned hollow as bird bones are, would heal very slowly, she realized.
You'll have to be patient, she told him one day.
He answered with a croak that might have meant anything. Only Mara could truly understand him, though she had hopes that in time, as he worked on speaking more clearly, others would be able to as well. He does say that he wishes not for you to see him in this pass, Mara told her.
Laz croaked out a fairly clear, "That's true."
Very well, Delandra said.
Mara can do everything for you that can be done.
When Delandra left his chamber, Mara followed her out. They stood at the head of the stairs to talk. Think you that you may ken the secrets of the isle? Mara said.
Eventually, perhaps, Dalla said. It's a very tangled puzzle.
No doubt. I do think me, though, that the isle will go nowhere till all its people come home. You should call my father to us.
I know you're eager to meet him, but I doubt me if the time is right for that.
Mara smiled, but her eyes flashed anger. With a toss of her head, she strode away, followed by half a dozen cats.
You may be the lady of this place one fine day, Delandra thought, but that doesn't mean you can give me orders. Berwinna discovered that she enjoyed flying on Dragonback, even though Uncle Mike's constant shrieks, moans, groans, and heavy sighs did detract from much of the pleasure during the first 2 days traveling. By the time they found Hain Marn, though, he had lapsed into a welcome if abject silence. Although Medea had worried about her ability to find the island, with Winnie along, a true daughter of Hain Marn, they flew straight to the river that led to Lyn Sur. From there, following it upstream to the island itself proved simple. Through wisps of mist, Berwinna saw the lake and in its center the island. The sight of the familiar manse and Yvain's tower moved her to tears. Only then did she realize how badly she'd missed her mother and Yvain and Lana, and even, she had to admit, her sister. I'll see my brother Enge again, too, she thought. It be good to be home. Down we go, Medea called out. With a swoop of wings, the green dragon sailed through the mists, made a wide turn over the lake, and landed with a graceful flapping onto the shore by the boathouse. Berwinna and Mike slid from her back just as Yvain came running with a howl of joy. Winnie, bring a dragon! Yvain was chanting the words in Dwarvish as she lumbered along. Winnie, bring a dragon! Behind her came Angmar, walking with some dignity, but smiling like the sun itself breaking through clouds. Berwinna rushed to her mother's arms and, holding her, wept again in sheer joy. A smiling Delandra turned from the window. "Let's just stay inside," she said. "I don't want to intrude on the family. They all look so happy to have Winnie back, even Mara." "Well and good then," Branna said.
It gladdens my heart that Medea could fly through the vortex. Safely, I mean. She's a true dragon. That is, dragon is her natural body form. It's not like the situation with Rory or Laz. Of course, I should have thought of that. Mara's not the only one with much to learn. All of us have much to learn. With a sigh, Delandra walked over to join Branna. Especially about Hain Marn. They had spent the morning studying a particular section of the carvings on the east wall. In the center of an oval, delineated by an arrangement of small sigils of aether, stood a depiction of a tree, half of which had stylized leaves on its branches, but the other half stylized flames. Across the room behind them on the west wall stood another similar design, but with its oval defined by repeated sigils of air. The tree had to refer to the tree that stood by the gate between the worlds, Delandra realized, but the realization had not gotten her much farther. So far, Delandra said, we've got 4 places on the walls that seem to refer to traveling, the patches of sigils of aether and air that Laz pointed out to me, and then these 2 trees, and then... She paused to walk along the wall until she reached another set of symbols that at first glance looked like a design element and not more. And then there's these. They're the key to the egregore, I'd wager. Mara mentioned how the healing lore began to come into her mind the night after she'd been studying this bit of the wall. If you say so, Brenna frowned at the designs. Oh wait, I think I do see. Birds plucking things from a garden? Is that it? In a very stylized way. Now over here. Laughing, calling out to one another, the inhabitants of Hain Marn came trooping in, Berwinna arm in arm with her mother, and behind them Mara, Yvain, and Enge, with Mike and Kov bringing up the rear. From the east door, Lana hurried in, and Lon after her, to greet Berwinna. Even Medea joined in by the simple expedient of sticking her green and gold head through the window closest to the long table. So much for study and meditation, Delandra decided. We'd best pick this up again later, Delandra told Branna. True spoken, Branna said, though I can't say I begrudge them their joy. Yet at dinner that night, in the midst of laughter and the noisy telling of tales, Delandra found herself glancing over at the huge swags of carving that swooped across the walls of the great hall. Somewhere among them lay the secrets she needed. In the middle of the night, Branna woke from a dream too strange and unfocused to be one of her true dreams, yet she felt that she'd been given a kernel of important lore. She got up and made a small Dweomer light, shielding it with her body to keep from waking Delandra, only to realize that the master had already gotten up and gone before her. Branna allowed the light to swell, then dressed and went downstairs. Delandra was standing in the great hall beside the door in the west wall. "Did I wake you?" Della said. "My apologies if so." "You didn't," Branna said. "I had a dream. I was looking at a part of the wall, and a voice said, 'This bit was made to be yours,' or something like that. You know how dreams are with words. So I woke and felt I had to come look for the piece that's mine before the memory faded." "Very good. Which bit is it?" "The pair of aether sigils in the midst of some animals that might be horses. It's on the east wall by the other door." "Very good. I've been looking at this pair of air sigils here. Look, they're surrounded by what look like ships. It must have somewhat to do with motion and travel." Delandra touched one of the ships with her forefinger. "I have the feeling that maybe this piece is mine somehow, now that you mention it." Branna ran across the room to the back door. When she tossed her Dweomer light onto the wall, she saw the sigils and the animals, clearly horses now that she was awake. "Here they are," she called out to Dalla. "Good," Dalla called back. "I see the 2 groups are on an east-west axis, and both of them are near the burning trees." "So they are." Branna reached out and ran her fingertips along the sigils, then glanced back just in time to see Delandra laying a casual hand on the sigils by the other door. The entire manse lurched and trembled. Branna yelped and nearly fell, but her hand seemed to have become stuck to the wall, or into the wall. She stared open-mouthed as her hand sank into the astral illusion up to her wrist. When she heard Delandra call out, she glanced over her shoulder to see Dalla similarly pinned. "The tree, Branna. Put your other hand on the tree."
By stretching, Brenna could just reach the carving of the tree. Half of it began to flicker with red and orange light as if it burned, whilst the other half glowed green with fresh leaves, when again her hand sank into the wall. "We're moving," Delandra called out. "Pray to every god we don't end up in Alban." Brenna tried to speak and failed. A cool lavender mist was seeping through the great hall. The sigils of Aether were glowing brightly. Beside them, 2 elvish digraphs gleamed a turquoise flecked with a poisonous-looking green. She could just see out of the nearby window to the space between manse and kitchen hut. Even though the purple mist drifted around her, Medea lay curled up, asleep and apparently unaware that the entire island was flying like a dragon itself. At the far end of the hall, Delandra began to chant, but not in Elvish. Branna could only pick out the occasional phrase, not that she understood any of them. "Hanmara, Hanmara, ol da da non si ol zir do noko. Ol pir te de, ol pir te, Hanmara." Delandra chanted these phrases over and over, with other words in between that Branna's mind simply could not parse. A spirit voice, very high and clear, began to sing the words in descant harmony with Delandra's chant. After some little time it faded away, and Delandra fell silent as well. Branna had no idea of how long they traveled. Trapped as she was by the astral forces of the illusory wall, she was forced to stand still, unable even to lean against the carvings to rest for fear of starting off some other Dweomer process. The construct shook so hard at moments that she nearly fell. Her outstretched arms first pained her, then became numb. Her legs began to ache in their stead, and she felt shivering cold from the lavender mist that swirled around her. At moments, the mist grew so thick that she could no longer see Delandra. She became so terrified then that it took all her will to keep from screaming. Eventually the mist would thin. Once she could see Delandra again, the fear would leave her. After some long while, Branna became aware of noises, the muffled sounds of people calling out, the croak of a raven voice, the sounds of footsteps running back and forth, all of them coming from above her. She could guess that the other inhabitants of the manse had woken up and realized what was occurring around them. When she glanced out of the window, she saw that Medea too was awake. She'd sat up, and Yvain huddled between the dragon's front legs. Bit by bit, the normal noises became louder. Branna could pick out individual voices, including Laz's raven cackles. The lavender mist began to thin out. Sunlight streamed in through the window as suddenly as the lighting of a giant candle, when but a little while ago the night had wrapped everything in darkness. The mist vanished, one soft curl at a time. The wall became only a wall. Branna's left hand rested on a carving of horses, and her right on a stylized carving of a tree. All of the spirit lights had gone out. She pulled her hands away fast, lest they sink in again, and rubbed them together to regain some feeling in her cold fingers. Her shoulders ached as if she'd been carrying a heavy load for miles. "Branna," Delandra came hurrying toward her. "Are you unharmed?" "I am," Branna said. "Are you?" "Just very tired. Here come the others." Enge came pounding down the stairway, followed by Berwinna and Mara, all of them talking at once. Behind them, a white-faced Kov led a silent Angmar who leaned heavily on his arm. Branna was relieved to see that the raven had stayed in his chamber. Despite his broken leg, he could still fly, had he wanted to come down. "What happened? Where are we?" Everyone began speaking at once, and kept it up until Delandra shouted at them to be quiet. They stood in a shocked semicircle around her and waited. "Hein Marn moved," Delandra said calmly. "As to where, I don't know yet. I suggest we go outside and look." Delandra let the others go outside ahead of her. She was dreading the news that the inadvertent Dweomer she and Branna had stumbled upon had sent them all back to the mysterious land of Alban, though she could take comfort in knowing that she had an idea of how to get them back again if so. When she went out, she saw the others hurrying to the pier that jutted out into Hein Marn's lake, which offered an unobstructed view of the surrounding landscape. As Delandra walked toward the water, Branna fell in beside her. Together they studied the view. The island still sat in a lake, but one easily 3 times the size of its original location. Delandra could see across the water to a grove of pine trees planted in straight rows like a garden. Along the shore stood little wooden structures and stone fire pits. Branna began to laugh. "What?" Delandra said. Branna merely shook her head. Apparently she couldn't stop laughing. She raised her arms, leaped into the air, and jigged a few dance steps, laughing all the while. Delandra grabbed her right arm in both hands, but stopped short of shaking her. "What is it?" Dalla snapped. "Is somewhat wrong?" "I know where we are." Branna got her voice under control at last. "Trout. I know now why the trout. We've done it, we've done it. We've brought the island home." Branna pulled her arm free of Delandra's grasp and dropped to her knees. She covered her face with both hands and wept. Delandra stood close and patted her shoulder to comfort her, but said nothing. It was far too soon to ask Branna why she wept or how she could know such things. Not that it mattered in a way, because Branna was incontrovertibly right about one thing. They were gazing upon the elven death ground by the lake that Deveri men term the Sint Pedroloch, but the West folk call the Lake of the Leaping Trout. Delandra glanced up and saw, high in the eastern sky, the pale sliver of the last of the old moon. Another night, and the moon would disappear into her dark. Branna had stopped weeping. She pulled a handful of grass and blew her nose, then got up, wiping her face on her sleeve. "My apologies." Branna's voice sounded thick with recent tears, but she was smiling. "I just had the strangest feeling that at last I'd paid back some sort of debt." The icy cold of recognition ran down Delandra's spine. "Then most likely you have, and you should discuss that with Gralazar when she gets here. At the moment we need to go explain things to the others." The day after Delandra and Branna had left them, the royal Alar and the Sir Conan folk had met up at last. Under Prince Dar's leadership, they continued their slow march eastward toward the Melon River Valley. Every morning Valendario scryed the surrounding terrain for horsekin raiders. Once she did see a small squad, but they were heading north. At odd moments during the day, she followed them in vision until they disappeared into the broken tablelands. "It looks to me," she told Dar that evening, "like they were cut off from some larger body and they're desperate to get back to safety." "Good," Dar said. "We've got no time to worry about them now. Do you think this good weather will hold?" "Yes, for a few more days at least, which reminds me, where is the Alar going to enter this year?" "Down on the coast as usual. I've been consulting with Chief Speaker Giotto. The townsfolk are going to need the rest of the year to mark out their farmland, plant their grain, build shelters, and the like. They won't have the leisure to worry about us and our bargain till the spring. The same holds for Garin. He'll get his done once our people have gotten themselves settled and reasonably secure. They'll need to take care of themselves before they can take Garin's money for building it. If there's nothing to eat, the coin won't do them one cursed bit of good." Our people. Dar's choice of words struck Valendario as somehow momentous, as if they echoed down a long tunnel of years. "Why?" Dar continued. "Do you want to winter with us or in Mandra?" Val was about to answer when she felt Delandra's mind tugging at hers. She muttered a quick excuse to the prince, then trotted off to seek a scrying focus. The sun was hanging low in the cloudless sky, but not far from camp a small stream ran over rocks. She concentrated on its swirling water and sent her mind out to Delandra. The image built up fast of her fellow Dweomer master, grinning in sheer delight. "Where are you?" Val said. "On the shore of the Lake of the Leaping Trout," Delandra said. "What, by all the gods, are you doing there?" "Studying the walls of Hain Marn, for one thing." All at once Valendario understood. "You've done it," she said. "You've moved the island." "Well, not precisely. Branna did as much as I, and frankly, we were very, very lucky. Either that or we had help from the inner planes." "Did you hear knocks?" "No, which is why I'm invoking sheer blind luck as an explanation. Although, I think it simply may have been time for the island to come home." Delandra's image, floating on the surface of the stream, frowned briefly in thought. "Branna's been receiving omens and odd flashes of memory. I've come to believe that she was involved, deeply involved, with the creation of the island.
If she'd been farther along in her training, working the Dweomer might have been a good deal less harrowing.
But neither of us died, so I suppose you can call us successful. Yes, certainly I can. I'm overwhelmed, in fact. It's utterly amazing what you've done. Amazing, perhaps. Exhausting, certainly. On the morrow, can you get the elder dragons to bring you and Gralazar here?
I'm hoping that our Zosa hasn't changed her wretched wormish mind about helping us unravel the Dweomer.
They're both off hunting at the moment, but I'm sure that Rory will talk sense into her if she has. When the two great worms returned to camp, each laden with a dead deer, they both proved willing to do what Delandra had asked, though neither seemed joyful at the prospect. Arzosa kept her ears laid back and hissed even after she agreed. I do understand, Val said to Arzosa, how heavy your heart must be. I lost my mate many years ago now, and I miss him still. My thanks, Arzosa said.
Yours is the first sympathy I've gotten out of any of you wretched Dweomer people.
I'm glad to see that at least one of you understands my heart-sickness. Both Valendario and the dragon turned their heads to look at Rory, who was assiduously studying the ground in front of him. When he stayed silent, Arzosa turned away with a snort and waddled off to return to her dinner. Valendario waited, but in a moment Rory did the same without another word. That evening, Valendario and Gralazar packed up what few things they'd need for the journey. Valendario emptied out a quiver of arrows and put the black crystal, wrapped in several layers of cloth, into it in their stead. She could sling the quiver across her chest, she decided, and keep the crystal right close to her during the journey.
While the prospect of flying troubled her not at all, Valendario did worry about leaving the Alar with only Ebony and Neb as Dweomer workers.
Niffa had more than enough work to do among the townsfolk, and only the two youngest dragons for protection from the air as well. In the morning, however, Medea returned full of chatter about the astonishing island and its Dweomers. Her presence reassured Valendario immensely, but she took Ebony aside for a private talk. If you run into the slightest trouble, she told him, contact me immediately. I shall, O learned lady of little-known lore, Salamander said.
But truly, after all these years of Dweomer work, I do think I'm capable of scrying for enemies.
Well, very true, and I don't mean to be insulting. It's just that... I know, Salamander grinned at her. It's just that in the past I've been less than studious, indeed rather more flippant, frivolous, and downright stupid. Well and good then, self-knowledge is always the beginning of wisdom. Salamander opened his mouth to reply, then shut it again. Valendario had the exquisite pleasure of seeing him speechless. At some distance from the camp, Gralazar and Arzosa were waiting for her. As she walked out to join them, Valendario looked around her, but saw no sign of Rory. He had one thing to do before we leave, Arzosa said. We've already explained everything to the girls, but he's gone to speak with our son. After the hatchlings had eaten, Rory told the Vare to follow him to the stream beyond the camp. As they took turns drinking, watching his young son stretch his wings to the sunlight wrung Rory's heart. He would miss de Vere more than he'd ever missed any of his human sons, more even than Cullen Maelwade, his favorite out of the lot. I have some evil news to tell you, Rory said. De Vere slewed around to face his father, his eyes wide with fear. I have to leave you, Rory went on. It aches my heart, lad, to tell you this, but now that the prince and his people are safe, I have to leave the clutch forever. No, de Vere wailed out the word. No, Da, don't go. I have to. I'm sorry, it's my weird. What have I told you about weird? That no dragon can turn his aside, but... There's no but or if or mayhap about this, lad. From now on you're going to be the male in this clutch. You'll have to be brave, very brave in fact, but you won't have to face it all alone. Soon your uncle will come to live in the tower below our lair, and he'll teach you what you need to know. I like Uncle Ebony, but he's not you. I know, and I'm sorry, but weird is weird, and it can't be denied. Can you be brave? I'll try, Devere hung his head. "I'll try very hard." "That's all you or anyone can do. You're growing daily, and soon you'll be able to protect your sisters while your mother's off somewhere, rather than them protecting you." Devere nodded, looked away, and spoke in a choked, wet voice. "Can you even come back to visit?" "No, I'm sorry. If I could, I would, but I won't be able to. Here's the worst news of all. I probably won't live very long, not as dragons measure our lives. A few years, perhaps." "You're ill?" "Very ill." It wasn't precisely a lie, Rory decided, and might make the parting a little easier for Devere. "You know the dragonish way. When our time comes, we go off alone to await our end." "I do know that." His voice began to tremble. "I don't want you to die." "No one wants to die, but when their time comes, what can they do against it?" "Not." Devere sounded one small step away from weeping. "I know that, too." "Still, one day we may well meet again. I'll be in a different body then, a human one. I'll hope and pray that we do meet. But while you'll recognize me, I'll not be able to recognize you. Not at first, anyway. Don't feel slighted. It's merely the way things are. Do you understand? If I have a new body, I'll not be able to recognize you." "I'll remember." Devere looked up, and his eyes, that strangely elven mix of dragon and human, glistened with tears. "If I tell you, will you remember?" "I don't know. You may have to be patient and explain things." "Da, I wish you didn't have to die." "But I do. Your mother will explain more when you're older. Now I need you to be brave, but your sisters need you even more. You need to be strong for their sake." "I will then." His young, clear voice strengthened. "I promise." Rory knew that if he stayed a moment longer, he would weep and shame them both. He turned and walked a safe distance away, then leaped, wings beating hard, and soared the brief distance to the gathering place in the grass where the others waited for him. Once Gralazar and Valendario had secured themselves, Val on Rory and Gralazar on Arzosa, the two worms took flight, wheeled once over the sprawling camp, and headed south and east for the Lake of the Leaping Trout. "Mara," Delandra said, "I need to speak with you." Mara, who'd been studying one of the egregore keys on the north wall, turned to her with a smile and curtsied. "I'm wondering if you want the island to stay here or return to where it was. Eventually, I mean," Delandra continued. "There are certainly more people living here on the very border than live up north of Lynn Sur." "That be very true," Mara said. "I did spend some time in thought over that myself. The mountain folk be hardy, and their women do possess much healing lore of their own. Mamma does remember not one soul from Lynn Sur ever coming to the island for help, and she did live here for 70-some years before the taking of us all to Alban." "That says to me that the island should stay here, then, if you agree." "I do indeed." "Splendid. How does Laz fare this morning?" "As well as can be expected." Mara frowned, biting her lower lip in thought. "I do wish he would allow you to see him, but he be still so heartsick and so, well, humiliated. He does curse himself for a fool and croak on and on about a woman. Her name be Sidro, but I do understand few of his words. I think me he does then speak in the language of his childhood." "Most likely he does. Perhaps when his leg stops paining him so much, he'll grow calmer, and then we can talk with him." "I shall hope so with all my heart." "Now I've got some good news to give you. Your father is on his way here. He and your stepmother should arrive soon, in fact. He can't fly through the vortex to reach the island, so you and your mother will need to go over by boat to greet him." Mara smiled, and at that moment she looked more like a child filled with joy by the prospect of some splendid gift than the accomplished healer she was. "Let me be off to tell ma'am," she said. "We must make ourselves and the manse ready."
The sun stood just past zenith when the two dragons settled upon the farther shore. The dragon boat immediately set out from the island with Mera and Angmar, who'd been waiting on the pier. Rowena stayed behind and joined Delandra and Branna in the great hall. "I did have daughter myself for some weeks," Winnie told them. "It be Mera's turn to greet our father." "That's generous of you," Delandra said. "Winnie, have you thought at all about the rest of your life?" "I have, and I think I may marry Mirren of the Red Wolf." "He'd be a splendid choice," Branna put in. "He's my cousin, and I know him fairly well, you see. He'll make a better lord than many another man I've known." "Well and good, then, if ever my heart heals from the losing of my Dougie." Rowena got up from her place at table. "Wish you some ale or such like, I could fetch it." "None for me," Delandra said. "Nor me either," Branna said. "We've got a lot of work ahead of us." "Very well, I'll be taking myself to the kitchen hut to help Lana and Cobb with the meal." Winnie glanced at Branna. "I do think my sister shall be marrying far sooner than I. She be fair taken with Cobb, and the island demands she give it heirs." With a nod all round, Rowena hurried out. Branna moved around the table to sit next to Delandra, who had brought the dragon book down with her. Delandra opened it randomly to one of its infuriatingly identical pages. "I've tried all the simple ciphers I know," Delandra told Branna. "Reading the first rune of each line, and then the last, and every third word, and the like. None of them make sense except by chance. Down here," she pointed to the bottom third of the page, "if you take every third word starting at the last word, you can put together after the rabbit tree. I doubt me if that has much to do with anything." Branna laughed and nodded her agreement. The sound of a bronze gong drifted in through a window, growing louder as the boat made the journey back across the lake. Delandra left the book with Branna and walked outside in time to see Valendario and Gralazar disembarking at the pier. With a shout of greeting, she trotted down to meet them. "I've got the crystal." Valendario petted the quiver slung across her chest. "Splendid, and my thanks," Della said.
"My heart aches to see the Dweomer book at last," Gralazar said. "Though truly my mind does need a few quiet moments to recover from riding upon Dragonback."
"Well, the Lady of the Manse has planned a feast for tonight," Della said, "so I suggest we find some quiet spot outside and study it there." Delandra went to the nearest window and called to Branna to bring the book. They walked around the manse in the opposite direction from the pier. Branna joined them at the back door, and they trooped down to the lake shore. As they walked along, looking for a place to sit, Delandra heard a sound she couldn't quite place at first. A bird, perhaps? "Someone weeps," Gralazar said. "The sound does come from that willow tree." On the little bench under the willow they found Yvain, sitting slumped over and sobbing into her cupped hands. When Branna rushed over to her, Yvain looked up, but continued weeping. "Here, here," Branna said. "What's so wrong? You sound as if your heart would break." Yvain paused to wipe her eyes and her nose as well on one sleeve. "Yvain wants to see the dragons." "Well, mayhap later you can go across and see them." Yvain's eyes narrowed in thought. "The dragon, he be not my daw. Mamma did make me stay here." With that she began sobbing again. "Branna," Della said, "I doubt me if she understands what you mean by later. Time is a hard thing for such as her to comprehend." "So I see." Branna hesitated, then smiled. "I'll fetch Winnie. I'll wager she knows what to tell her." The elder Dweomer masters stood helplessly around as Branna trotted back in the direction of the manse and the kitchen hut. In the soft summer breeze, the overhanging willow branches rustled softly, as if commiserating with the poor girl. Delandra noticed Gralazar studying Yvain with half-lidded eyes. "Yvain," Gralazar said suddenly, "be it that you wish you were a dragon?" Yvain looked up, with snot smearing her upper lip. "Yvain wants to fly." She paused to wipe her nose on her sleeve again. "Yvain dreams about dragons." Delandra became suddenly aware of Yvain's green eyes, lashless, round, and slit vertically. She opened her sight and immediately saw what Gralazar had seen. Yvain's etheric double, a faint dragon shape hovering around her. "Tonight the moon will be dark," Della thought. Rory's true form will be dominant, so why not Yvain's as well? The three Dweomer women exchanged glances, but no one spoke until Branna returned with Berwinna. Winnie immediately went to Yvain and threw an arm around her sister's broad shoulders. She spoke in Dwarvish, a soft murmur of words that soothed Yvain the way a soft voice and stroking will soothe a nervous horse. "I'll coax her back to her tower," Winnie said. "My thanks for fetching me, Branna." To please Winnie, and upon the promise of apple cake, Yvain stopped weeping. She stood up and let her sister lead her away down the path toward the manse and tower. Gralazar set her hands on her hips and watched them till they disappeared among the apple trees. "Well, well," Gralazar said. "I think we now know what we might do with that excess of etheric substance. It wraps Rory up like a pit in a peach, and truly I did have doubts we could earth all of it after we stripped it away." "Indeed," Della said. "I see what you mean, if we can keep from killing both of them." Gralazar smiled with a show of fang. "Too true, but still I do count this as one problem solved." There remained the problem of the dragon book, or, to be precise, the problem of reading it. Delandra sat down on the bench astride, as if she were on horseback, so that she could lay the book down in front of her. Branna hunkered down at the far end of the bench to watch. Both Valendario and Gralazar preferred to stand and keep their feet upon solid ground after their experience of sailing through the sky. Valendario handed Delandra the black crystal. A quick glance into it confirmed what Laz had told her, that the white one lay at the bottom of the lake. "I hope the black will work by itself," Delandra said. "Wish me luck." First, Della tried looking at one of the pages through the crystal with no particular result. When she set it down on the page, nothing changed. She tried placing it upon the front cover, the back cover, on each page, in different areas of each page. Still nothing. Finally, she picked the crystal up, holding it without thinking close to her face. "You wretched book," she snapped. "Will you unlock, or shall I burn you?" The book shimmered like the reflection of a book upon water. Delandra nearly dropped the crystal in surprise as the illusion disintegrated. The front cover vanished first, then the back. The pages began to peel away one at a time and fade into air. In a startling gleam of silver light, the last page but one followed the others into nothingness. A single piece of parchment, slightly singed around the edges, lay on the bench. "Ye gods," Branna whispered. "He always did like to make a gaudy display," Delandra said. "Evander, I mean, when he worked Dweomer, no matter how much Dweomer force he wasted doing it." Valendario quirked an eyebrow in her direction. "Let's see what this thing says." Delandra handed the crystal back to Val. "I know what you're thinking, and no doubt you're right. Does it matter? He's gone now." "That's very true," Val said. "I shan't mention it again." When Dalla picked up the parchment, she was relieved to see that the writing had turned into simple Elvish. As she read, she translated the words into Deverian for the sake of Branna and Gralazar. "If the man's shadow survives, then he will survive," it began. "If his shadow has died, then he will die unless he remain a beast. Fear not the dark of the moon, but its full. Unweaving the Dweomer is much like unpicking a length of cloth. Unraveling the threads is a simple task, but without a spindle upon which to wind them, they tangle and are lost. If you lack a spindle, then he will be lost. If the threads fall into water, they will drain the man's life. If they fall upon the ground, they will strangle the one who attempts the unweaving. If they come loose and waft through the air, they will destroy the spindle." Delandra looked up to find her listeners nodding in understanding. "Well and good, then," Dalla said in Deverian. "At last, somewhat that's perfectly clear." "True spoken," Val said. "But you do realize, don't you, that he just copied that out of the pseudo-iamblicos scroll?" Now, Gralazar broke in before Delandra could make an angry reply. "He did copy a bit here, a bit there, but he did put together a new sense out of the bits. And here did he not point to the source with the picture upon the cover of the book?" "Of course," Delandra said.
That's why it's the opposite of the picture on Laz's copy of the scroll.
That's very true, Val said. I wonder if he saw Laz's book somewhere, but it doesn't matter anymore. We have the information we need.
Branna looked so stricken that Delandra could practically hear her thinking, "We do?" Gralazar gave her apprentice an indulgent smile.
"I shall tell you the answers to these riddles before the night does fall," Gralazar said. "But for now I think me that Dalla's part of this work lies with Yvain. Think you her mother will agree to what we have in mind?"
"I don't know. I'm going to go ask Winnie first."
"What about Yvain?" Val said. "We should be asking her."
Delandra laughed, one startled bark. "True spoken, but I think me Arzosa can convince her." She swung her leg free of the bench and stood up. "Val, if you'd call Arzosa over. I'll just be talking with Winnie in the kitchen."
Although she never would have claimed that she understood the Dweomer in Evander's book,
Branna did have some vague idea about the meaning of its instructions.
She merely had no idea of how the elder Dweomer masters were going to carry them out.
One thing had come clear to her, however, the reason that Laz would remain in raven form for the rest of his life. His shadow, his human etheric double, had indeed died. Trying to unwind the raven form would kill him. When Delandra went to the kitchen, Branna followed the others down to the pier and the lakeshore. They could see both dragons, Rory lounging in the grass, with the two small figures of Angmar and Mara beside him, and Arzosa lying a good distance away with her back firmly toward the group. When Valendario cupped her hands around her mouth and called out the dragon's name, Arzosa roared in answer and took to the air. With a few beats of her enormous wings and a glide, she crossed the lake and landed nearby on the sandy fringe of beach. Out in deep water, a beast rose to the surface and lifted its head to stare at the dragon. Branna could see a fine row of needle teeth as it opened its mouth, but it came no closer. "It's trying to smell us," Arzosa remarked. "They have another nose, as it were, deep in their throats." "These beasts never lived in this lake before," Valendario said, "so they must have arrived with Hain Marn. Do you know what they are?" "Water beasts is what I've always called them. A few live up in the Northlands. They're really quite stupid. Just animals, if huge ones." Arzosa rustled her wings in a shrug. "Their race, though, is even older than worm kind. I'm surprised that any are left." A second beast rose out of the water to stare. Arzosa swung her head toward them and roared so loudly that the sound echoed back and forth across the surrounding hills. Both beasts dove with a splash and disappeared into the rippling water with a flick of their long skinny tails. "Aye," Brenna said. "My poor ears." "My apologies, but sometimes a lady just has to relieve her feelings." Arzosa turned toward Valendario. "Now why did you fetch me?" "There's a person here we very much want you to see." Val paused and glanced back at the manse. "We need your opinion about—" "Ah, here she is, in fact, with Winnie and Dalla." Yvain saw the dragon, broke into a grin, and came skipping down the path ahead of her two companions. Arzosa's lower jaw sagged open. She shut it with a snap of fangs, then shook her head. "The poor soul," the dragon muttered, "trapped in that nasty pink skin." She raised her voice. "Little hatchling, come here." Yvain ran the rest of the way. She threw her arms around Arzosa's neck as far as they could reach while the dragon murmured to her in a soothing flow of incomprehensible words. Dragonish words, Branna assumed. When Yvain let Arzosa go and stepped back, the dragon licked her face with just the very tip of a surprisingly gentle tongue. Yvain laughed and clapped her hands together. "You agree, then," Val said, "that she's a dragon in her soul?" "Of course she is," Arzosa said. "Will her mother let her fly free, or will she insist on snatching her away like she's snatched Rory?"
"Ma'am will do what be best for Yvain,"
Berwina said, "and truly that would be letting her go. But, stepmother, there be a need on you to know that my sister does have her troubles."
Never has she had keen wits. Arzosas snorted and rolled her eyes. She's very young, is all, for a dragon. Fear not, once we restore her to her true self, her mind will begin to blossom. Well and good then, Gralazar put in. You do know more of such things than we do. Of course I do, Arzosas snorted again. I suppose Evander had somewhat to do with this poor child's misery. He did not, Delandra snapped. And you're a fine one to talk. You're the one who insisted Rodri become a dragon in the first place, aren't you? Arzosas glowered, but held her enormous tongue. Distantly, the boat's gong began to ring. Rowena shaded her eyes with one hand and looked across the lake. Here they do come, Winnie said. Mam and Mara that be. Let me speak to my mother straightway about Yvain. Yvain wants to fly. The subject of this discussion spoke up at last. But Yvain loves Mam and Winnie and Mara. We all shall talk about this. Winnie caught her sister's huge hand in both of hers. See you, ma'am? She be on the boat, and the boat it does come toward the pier. We'll let you all make this decision in private, Delandra said. We need to go plan things out. Will you be joining us for the evening meal? Winnie said. We won't. We all have to fast, and truly Yvain should as well, if you can explain it to her. That be no hard task. She does eat oddly little, and often but once a day. Good. We'll wait at the bench under the willow, if you could let us know what your mother— Of course, I know not how long I'll be. Delandra glanced at the sky. We have a long while till sunset. If your mother will agree to releasing Yvain, we'll go across the lake to speak to Rory. Otherwise I don't know what we'll do. Not, I should think, Gralazar said, lest we slay the man we do try to save. Rowena gave her a sharp look, began to speak, then turned to Yvain. See you at the boat? She said. Go you now to the pier and wait for them. Yvain trotted off, humming a little tune under her breath. Rowena set her hands on her hips and considered Gralazar for a moment. Be you telling me, Winnie said at last, that my sister be the price of my father's return? Not a price that we demand, Gralazar said, but no great Dweomer comes without great price. Never did I think that it were you who did demand it. Winnie caught her lower lip between her teeth and thought for a long moment. I'll be telling Mam that. It be a hard choice. Oh, come now, Arzosas said. She can always fly your way and visit. As a dragon, not as a Yvain, and never will she be able to fly across the lake again to join us in the manse. Winnie turned away. The boat it be docking. She strode off, heading for the pier. Come along, Delandra said to her flock of Dweomer folk. We can't influence their decision either way. Arzosas, that means you too. Grumbling under her breath, the dragon waddled after them as they walked away. While Rowena helped her mother and Mara climb onto the pier, Yvain kept up a constant flow of chatter in Dwarvish about the black dragon. Rowena had never seen her sister so happy, her smile so broad, her eyes so bright with life. Her words, too, made better sense than Winnie had ever heard her make. When, however, they turned to leave the pier, Yvain realized that Arzosas had gone, and she burst into tears. Hear, hear, Winnie spoke in Dwarvish as well. She's just gone round to the willow tree. She's still on the island, Yvain. The tears stopped, and the bright smile returned. Well now, Angmar said, I see that Yvain has a new friend. More than a friend, ma'am, Rowena said. Come inside and let's sit down, and I'll tell you what's happened. I'm not sure how much she understands. Although Yvain disliked being inside the manse, for this occasion she did come in with them. She refused, however, to sit down at the table. Instead, she wandered around the great hall, looking at the carvings on the walls and glancing out the windows, while the rest of the family discussed a weird she could barely understand. Angmar spoke not at all when Winnie told her of the price of Rory's return. Mara had a few questions, but it seemed obvious to Winnie that the sort of Dweomer Delandra and Gralazar wanted to work lay well beyond her sister's knowledge. Finally, Angmar shook her head and sighed. I don't understand everything.
Angmar said, but I've always understood the price that Hainmarn demands for its Dweomers. It exacted the fee of my whole life when it brought me here. It demanded that Yvain's father marry a half-breed woman he'd never seen. It took me away from my Rory when he was a man, and it took him away from me by turning him into the silver worm. Why would I be surprised that it would demand such a great price for giving him back? Mara and Berwina exchanged a glance. Berwina noticed with some surprise that her sister's eyes were full of tears. I never truly knew her before, she thought. Her heart's not stone after all. Yvain, Angmar said, darling, come here, tell ma'am this one thing. Do you want to fly? Yes, Yvain smiled at her. Yvain truly wants to fly. Do you want to fly away with your new friend, the Black Dragon? Yes, but Yvain will come back. Yvain loves Mam and Mara and Winnie. Very well, then. Learning to fly is dangerous. You could fall from the sky and die. Yvain considered this for a long moment. Berwina wondered if she understood what death meant. If you die, Winnie said, it will be like sleep, but you'll never wake up. You'll be gone. It will be dark, but you won't see the dark. You'll see naught. Yvain frowned down at the floor while she thought this through. Her lips moved as she repeated to herself the things Berwina had said. Yvain is frightened, Yvain said at last. But Yvain will try to fly. Yvain truly wants to fly, ma'am. Very well, then. Tonight the Black Dragon will help you grow wings. Yvain threw both arms in the air and began to dance, a clumsy jigging of her body, an awkward thrust of her massive hips to one side and then the other. She doesn't belong on the ground, Berwina thought. I'll go tell the others. Berwina stood up from the table. If you're sure, ma'am? Oh, yes. Angmar was fighting back tears. But I'll have you know that it's for her sake, not my own, even though I long to have Rory back above anything in the world. I never thought otherwise, ma'am, Berwina said. No more did I, Mara said. I think me this is the moment when the Dweomer gives back some of that fee you paid it, ma'am. I truly do. Close to sunset, Branna, Delandra, Gralazar, and Valendario went down to the pier. Arzosa carried Yvain across on her back, but Lon and his crew of boatmen rowed the women across. Rory waited for them at the verge of the pine forest. The boatmen backed water and turned the boat into the shallows to let the women splash ashore. Branna carried a sack of cloaks as well as the implements she'd use for the ritual. Once she'd gotten the sack safe and dry onto the land, Branna turned back to watch the dragon boat gliding away. Mist rose from the water, just a few curls and tendrils as the evening breeze blew cool after the heat of the day. Delandra used her consecrated sword to cut a circle some 30 yards in diameter in the grass near the forest verge. We'd better mark out the circle now, Della said, while there's still a little light. Valendario had brought several sacks of ashes from Hainmarn's hearths. She began to walk the circle, trickling ashes between her fingers as she went. When she'd marked out about 2/3 of the figure, she paused. Rory, she called out, come take her place. The silver dragon got up and shook himself, spreading his wings as if he would fly away, then folding them tightly against his back and sides. Head held high, he walked over to Valendario, ducked his head as if bowing to her, and walked into the ritual space, all without saying a word. Delandra placed Rory in the northwest quarter, facing the center, and Arzosa facing him in the southeast. The dragons lay with legs tucked under and tails wrapped around them, a posture that left just enough space for Yvain to sit between them. The lass was so excited that she could barely sit still until Arzosa chanted a tuneless sort of lullaby under her breath. Branna found it irritating, but Yvain smiled and grew calm, a mood that lasted even after the chant stopped. Valendario took her second sack of ashes and finished the circle. She put the sack down, wiped her hands on her leather leggings, and picked up her sword. Gralazar had already taken up her ritual falcata. Branna, as a mere apprentice, held only a wooden staff. They are enclosed, Val called out. It's time to begin. The Dwemer workers lined up behind Delandra, then walked around the outside of the circle docile. They made one full circumambulation, then began another. As they reached each directional point, the woman whose station it was stopped there. Once everyone was in place, Delandra nodded Branna's way as a signal to begin. "I stand in the north," Branna said, "the station of earth and darkness." "I stand in the south," Gralazar said, "the station of fire and light." "I stand in the west," Valendario said, "the station of water and the setting of the sun." "And I stand in the east," Delandra said, "the station of air and the rising of the sun." "And I," Arzosar rumbled, "represent the aether and the portion of weird." Delandra raised her sword high. "May the kings of the elements lend us strength, for we come in the name of the light that shines behind all the gods. We would set right errors made in its name." She lowered the sword and pointed it at the ground. Although the sun had long since gone behind the western hills, the light within the circle suddenly brightened, a pale blue light that glittered on the dragon's scales and turned Yvain's face a pasty white. The kings had heard and agreed. "All powers, you have my thanks." Delandra walked into the circle and laid the flat of her sword upon Rory's neck. "The unwinding begins." Branna, Gralazar, and Valendario all knelt to conserve their energies. Besides the maintaining of the ritual circle, their primary task was to lend Delandra some of their own life force, should the senior mage require it. Branna summoned her Dweomer sight and saw the auras of the three within the circle: Arzosar's strong dragon etheric double, Yvain's weak one, and Rory's human form hovering uncertainly above him. Delandra sent a pulse of blue light along her sword that burrowed into the dragon's body just at the joining of his spine with his skull. A line of light sprang out from the space just above and between his eyes in answer, a tendril like that of a vine seeking purchase on a wall, waving back and forth, reaching for Delandra's aura. She held up the sword and caught it, then turned and tossed it Arzosar's way. The dragon caught it on a line of light emanating from her own aura. The two began to tangle, but Arzosar's Dweomer had vast strength behind it. As Branna watched, the two tendrils separated again and floated downward toward Yvain. Arzosar used a spear of light from her own aura to manipulate the thread from Rory's aura and fasten it to Yvain's solar plexus. "Now," Delandra called out. She used the sword to describe a sigil in the air above Rory's head. The line of light thickened and began to pulse, unwinding just like the thread of Evander's chosen imagery. It flowed to Yvain and began to wrap her round, while Arzosar guided it carefully, patiently, spinning the thread around her just as, indeed, a spindle collects the spun thread from a spinning wheel. Standing beside Rory, Delandra used her sword, flicking it this way and that, guiding the thread free of the dragon's body in front of her, to allow Arzosar to catch and claim it for Yvain's etheric double, that slowly, ever so slowly, began to take shape and size. Thanks to the flying threads, the glittering blue light, and the mists of etheric substance flowing and forming between the two Dweomer masters, Westfolk and Wormish, Branna couldn't see either of the two physical bodies they worked upon, not even Rory's massive frame. She planted the end of her staff on the ground in front of her and clutched it with both hands. When she glanced at Gralazar, she saw golden light pulsing in bursts from her falcata and traveling across the circle to Delandra's aura, lending it power and strength. Valendario stood ready to do the same should the Geldathay master tire. Branna would be the last resort, the apprentice who could offer little but who stood ready to give all she could if called upon. On and on the working continued, unwinding from one, winding again around the other. Branna's back ached and her knees as well, but she kept herself unmoving, watching, ready to join the battle in front of her. Once she did glance up at the sky and noticed that the wheel of stars had moved to mark the halfway point of the night. When she brought her gaze back to the working, she saw that Valendario had taken over from Gralazar, who had lain her falcata down in front of her and now merely watched. "I'm ready," she thought, "ready to fulfill the vow Jill made." Yet in the end, the only aid she needed to offer had nothing about it of the great and mighty act she wanted. Several hours before dawn, Delandra suddenly stepped back and lowered her sword. "It is finished," she cried out. From the sky came three great knocks, booming out over Hain Marn's lake, echoing back and forth from the hills. The blue etheric glow faded, plunging the circle into darkness.
Branna flung up her staff and made a golden Dweomer light upon it.
She staggered to her feet and saw with her normal vision a young dragon, mottled blue and silver, crouching in front of Arzosa. A man with silver hair lay on the ground, sprawled out naked and shivering with cold. Branna tossed her glowing staff to Valendario and grabbed the sack she'd brought across with her. She pulled out a cloak and darted forward to lay it over Rodri, then brought another for Delandra, who'd fallen exhausted to her knees. "Val, the silver horn," Delandra said. "We've got to get him into a warm bed." Valendario sounded the silver horn while Branna and Gralazar wrapped the unconscious Rodri in a second cloak as well. The young dragon, slender enough to walk gracefully, came over to them and bowed her head. "My thanks," she said. "Yvain wants to fly now." "I'll take her back to my clutch." Arzosa waddled over and looked at the man lying wrapped on the ground. "Will he live?" "I hope so," Delandra said. "After all of this effort, he'd better." Arzosa rumbled in laughter, then touched Rodri gently with her massive nose. "Sleep well, Rodri, dragon friend," she said. "Soon you'll see me again, and our young son will have a mate once he's grown." Ye gods, Branna thought. She's as bad as Aunt Gala. Yvain followed as Arzosa waddled some distance away. They spread their wings, then leaped into the air and flew, heading north and west to rejoin the Royal Alar. As their wing beats died away, Branna heard the bronze gong as the dragon boat glided up to the shore.
The three elder Dweomer masters picked up Rodri and carried him out to the boat.
Branna watched as Lon helped them lie him down in the bow. The three women knelt around Rodri as, with a shout, the rowers turned the boat and bent to the oars. Branna watched them as they glided into the mists that shrouded the island and disappeared. Even though Valendario would be contacting Salamander and Niffa to tell them, and thus the Royal Alar, how things had gone with the working, Branna decided that she wanted to tell Neb herself. She'd stayed behind since she lacked the skill to contact him through Hainmarn's vortex. When she sent her mind out to Neb, she found him awake. His image, bright with candlelight, built up fast, floating on the dark waters. "We've done it," she said. "Rory's Rodri again, and we've all survived." "That gladdens my heart," Neb said, "but not half as much as seeing you unharmed gladdens it. Are you truly well?" "I am just tired," she stifled a yawn. "Well, exhausted, actually. Where are you?" "Still some miles from the melon. You know how Alarli travel, and the Sir Conan folk are worse. Still, we'll be there soon by my reckoning." "I'll join you there. It's only been a few days, but I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too, and worried as well. I managed to see a bit of the ritual, you see, by scrying. It went on for a truly long time. I hate to admit this, but I finally fell asleep." Branna laughed, and she could feel his laughter join hers. "One thing," Neb said. "That child they were turning into a dragon, did she survive?" "She did, and truly she must have been a dragon in her soul, because she leaped into the air and flew. She was born to the air, I swear it." "Splendid. You can tell me more when we're together. But I need to ask, is it truly all right with you that we'll be spending the winter with the Sir Conan folk?"
"It is. Dalla told me that we can learn much from their Dweomer woman and their spirit talker."
"That gladdens my heart. I hated to think we'd have to stop our studies." "So did I, and I'm looking forward to getting to know them all. The folk from the town, that is. It was their land, after all, before our folk came here. Somehow that seems truly important to me, that we all understand what our people did, even if it were ever so long ago." They spoke for a while more, mostly about how much they loved and missed each other. Exhaustion finally got the better of Branna, though, and she broke the link. She blew the silver horn to summon Lon and the dragon boat, then walked down to the shore. She could hear the gong answering the horn's call, coming closer and closer, and the splash of oars in the water. Far off to the east, a thin silver line appeared in the sky as the sun announced that it was intending to rise. "I'm free of him," she thought, "of Rodri and everything he meant to me." Although she didn't know how she knew, she did know, and that, she decided, would have to do for now. With the morning light, Rodri woke and realized that he was lying in Angmar's chamber on Hain Marn. The wide window across from the foot of the bed stood open. He could see the figure of a woman sitting on the window ledge, silhouetted against the brightening sunshine. Angmar, was it? His dreams still clung to him, confused images of flying among dragons, of pillars of smoke reaching to the sky, and ruined towers and vast caves inside fire mountains. He sat up and remembered that the horsekin were marching upon Sengarn. "Reyna, the Mazrak," he said in Elvish, "and that cursed false goddess of hers. I've got to get to Sengarn." The woman by the window stood up fast as if she were alarmed. "Don't I?" Rodri went on. "I've fetched the dragon like Jill told me—" He remembered suddenly that Jill was long dead. Or no, wait, that all happened years ago. "Over 40 years ago, truly," Delandra said. "Rodri, do you recognize me?" "Of course I do. Ye gods, Della, I had the strangest dreams last night." He let his voice trail away. "Not dreams." "No, not dreams at all." She stood by the edge of the bed. "You've been ensorcelled for a very long time. It's going to take you months to get everything clear in your mind. You've got Angmar and your daughters to help you. Do you remember meeting your daughters?" "Yes, and I never forgot Angmar." "I know, and that's what saved you." "So it did? Where is she?" "Just outside the door, waiting to come in." Delandra turned away and started toward the door in question. "Wait," Rodri said. "There's one thing I have to ask you first. Sir Conan, is it true that the town's been destroyed?"
"It is, and the Horsekin army with it. Don't you remember?"
"I was hoping it was a dream, a nightmare more like."
"What? Why?"
"There were slaves there, innocent souls. I saw them, so I know. What chance did they have? Why didn't I see that before? Why couldn't I remember my shame over Slaith? Why couldn't I see that—" "Hush." Della laid her hand over his mouth. "Because you weren't a man at that moment, Rodri. Because you were on your way to becoming somewhat cold and cruel. Soon you wouldn't have been a man at all." She took her hand away. "We brought you back just in time, before you became a dragon in your soul." "So you did." At that moment, Rodri couldn't bear to look at her. He covered his face with his hands as if he could physically block out the memory of the earth's blood boiling up and the screams of men dying in agony. He heard Delandra moving away, heard the door open and the murmur of Angmar's voice. The door shut again. He lowered his hands, thinking he was alone, but Angmar stood quietly, leaning against the closed door and holding a small cloth-wrapped bundle in both hands. "Be it that you want me to leave?" she said. "Never," he said, "if you'll forgive me for the things I've done." "I care not, Rory." She walked over, laid the bundle down beside him, then perched on the edge of the bed. "Whatever it be that makes your heart feel shamed, it's not to me now." "Truly?" He held out his hand. "Truly." She caught it in both of hers. "Then I never want you to leave again, and even less do I want to leave you." "Well and good then, I do feel the same, and all be as well as ever it can be." She glanced at the bundle, then let go his hand. "Delandra, she did bring somewhat for you." Rodri picked up the bundle and unwrapped it to reveal his silver dagger. Someone, Cal he suspected, had rewrapped the hilt with fresh leather. "It gladdens my heart to see this," he said. "Not that I'll be riding the long road again." "You won't, truly," Angmar said. "You'll be taking my hire and none other's." He looked up and saw her smiling at him. He laid the dagger down and caught her by the shoulders. "So I will," he said, and with their long waiting over, he kissed her. Epilogue. The Westlands, Autumn 1160. Your soul does not sit in your body like a nut in a shell. It forms the etheric double, which interpenetrates the flesh. Indeed, the soul creates the body for its own purposes. The Secret Book of Cadwell and the Druid. The Royal Alar reached the trading grounds near the sea-coast shortly before the autumnal equinox. Several other Alarli had already gathered there, and a few last traders from Eldid lingered for the inevitable feasting and celebrations as well. The news spread quickly that Prince Darylantariel had established new farmlands and planned to found a city up north along the river that men called the Melon, but elves Cantariel, though the name means honey-colored in both languages. News of a quieter sort arrived when Medea flew into camp, carrying messages and a passenger. The bards immediately dubbed Prince Dar Dragon Friend, an epithet that Medea graciously acknowledged. "He's certainly my friend," she told Delandra, "so your people can call him that if they'd like." The passenger, Paul, whom Laz had freed from slavery, stood quietly beside the young dragon and looked at the trading ground with wide eyes. Contrary to Laz's descriptions of him, Delandra decided he wasn't so much obese as oddly formed, thanks to the barbarous practice among the Horsekin of turning young boys into eunuchs. He'd continued to grow long past the usual age, so that he was nearly 7 feet tall with an abnormally large rib cage and long spindly arms. When he finally spoke, his voice was high-pitched but strong. "I have messages for the prince." Paul laid a hand on the leather pouch he carried. "From the Red Wolf Dun." "Excellent," Delandra said. "Am I remembering this correctly? You're a scribe." "Yes, I am, but I'm just learning the syllabary. I can write in Devarian and Geldathay, though." "You'll pick up the Elvish script fast enough. The prince needs a scribe. The last one left his retinue to settle in the new town up north. Come with me." As Paul accompanied her through the camp, Delandra noticed the other West folk doing their best not to stare at him, and he grimly kept his gaze fixed ahead. When they reached Dar's tent, however, painted with red roses in memory of the far west, the sight of the flowers made him smile. He reached out and touched one of the images. "We have these at home," he remarked. "In the seacoast villages, the legend runs that the people brought them from the old cities." "Do you?" Delandra said. "So something of the Vale of Roses survived. That's lovely." At Delandra's urging, Darylantariel took Paul on as his new scribe. When he read the messages out, Delandra heard what she'd been waiting for. Lady Sala had been safely delivered of a fine, healthy son. Garin and his wife and heir would spend the winter with Tyr and Cadric, then move out to the Melon Valley with the spring. "That's splendid," Delandra remarked to Valendaria later. "The Gold Falcon clan's off to a good start." "So it is. Garin will make a decent lord, I think." "If he doesn't, Dar will take him in hand." Valendaria nodded and pulled her cloak a little tighter around her shoulders. They were sitting in front of Delandra's tent and nursing a tiny fire against the chilly evening breeze. Around them swirled the normal sounds of a night camp: children crying, dogs barking, harp music, singing, and the occasional angry quarrel followed by soothing words. "Summer's almost gone," Delandra said. "Will you be going back to Mandra for the winter?" "I don't know," Valendaria said. "I'm too comfortable there." "What? There's not wrong with being warm and dry?" "That's not what I meant. Comfortable in my soul with my gems and the books all around me."
"How long has it been since I truly worked Dweomer?"
"When you evoked the spirit of Hanmera." "Oh, that was just a typical evocation. I wouldn't call it a real accomplishment." "Well, your scrying system is certainly valuable."
I know, but once Sidro gets it written up from her notes, anyone with the smallest Dweomer gift will be able to use it. I mean real Dweomer.
Something to stretch my mind and soul, something with risks even. Val paused to add another patty of dry horse dung to the campfire in front of them. "Ever since I approved Ebony's plan to go live in that tower, I've felt guilty.
I was always badgering him to do more with his Dweomer gifts, but I wasn't using mine fully either."
"I wouldn't say that." "But I would," Val smiled at her. "I've been looking back over my life. When Jav died, I retreated from it, life that is. I've been living in a jewel-encrusted shell, Dalla. I've forgotten that I'm still young, and I've been a coward." "Here, I wouldn't call you that." "Thank you, but I would. I can't even make up my mind whether to destroy the Blackstone, can I?" "Why should you, really?" "It caused a murder, and Evander meddled with it." "That's true." Delandra hesitated, then decided against saying anything. She badly wanted the crystal, she realized, wanted to cherish it as the last token of her love for Evander. "It's Val's," she reminded herself, "not yours to have or destroy." She concentrated on watching the salamanders basking in the tiny flames. For their sake, she added a few sticks to the fire. "I'm going to ride out tomorrow," Val said eventually. "I want to take the black crystal back to the place where Jav found it, the ruins of that tower. I have the feeling that I'll know what to do with it once I'm there."
"But the tower fell nearly 200 years ago. There won't be much left. You probably won't even be able to find the place."
"He said the broken stones were huge. The tide won't have washed them away."
"Ah, I see. Who's going to go with you?"
"No one. I'm going alone."
"What? That's dangerous."
"I don't care."
"Val, you can't."
"I've made up my mind." Val rose from her seat. "I'm leaving on the morrow." When the morrow came, Delandra continued arguing the point while Valendario loaded supplies onto her pack mule and saddled up her riding horse. Val merely smiled, refusing to answer. Eventually, Delandra ran out of words. "If I get into trouble," Val said, "I'll call to you mind to mind. Besides, if you're truly this worried, you can always scry me out."
"That's true," Delandra said. "Very well, I'll hold my nagging tongue. The truth is, I keep wanting to beg you for the crystal. It's the last thing of Evander's that I have."
"I know you loved him, but it's time to put his schemes to rest."
"So it is." Delandra hesitated, then forced out a smile. "Take it, and give it to the lords of Aether, then, should they want it. It's time indeed for me to let Evander go."
Over the next few days, as she rode west, Valendario was aware now and then of the touch of Delandra's anxious mind, watching over her. At first, Val found it annoying, but by the end of an 8-night, she began to welcome it. The grasslands stretched out empty to the north. To the south lay only the sea, muttering on its rocky beach. For company, she had only the seabirds, wheeling and mewling over the green swells and the dark water that stretched to the southern horizon. Although she'd brought a canvas shelter with her, most nights she left it tied in a bundle. She lay out in the grass near her tethered horse and mule and watched the wheel of stars while the sea murmured and sang nearby. On nights when the fog came in thickly over land and sea, she gathered driftwood for a fire. She watched the flames, burning blue from the salt crusted on the wood, for half the night. At times she saw strange images among them, of tall towers of stone amid the streets of ancient cities. On the 12th day she reached the ruins of the old guard tower. A half-circle of broken walls stood on the edge of a cliff. On the beach below, the corners of huge stones emerged from nearly 200 years' worth of sand and driftwood, as if they were swimmers just coming up from a dive. Jav had found the box with the obsidian crystal somewhere among them when they lay clean and exposed to the open air. If any Dweomer objects lay in the sand now, they were too well buried for her to sense. The remains of the tower wall, however, still stood on the cliff edge. Some 100 yards west, Valendario found a rivulet of fresh water digging itself a channel through the grass. It slithered rather than cascaded down the cliff face, then lost itself in the sand, but up on top it ran deep and clean enough for drinking. She unloaded her stock, watered them, and set them out to graze, then walked over to the tower. The half-circle of wall, gray stone mottled here and there with green moss, stood to a height of about 10 feet. Ancient, broken, gutted by time and sea storms, still the remaining stones gave out a peculiar energy. Val felt it as a tingling in the air and smelled it as the clean, sharp aftermath of lightning. Someone had worked Dweomer in this tower, someone powerful enough that the traces had lingered for over 1,000 years. She ran her fingers along one flat stone about 5 feet above the ground and set next to what seemed to have been a doorway. Under the moss, she felt deep-carved runes, still readable by touch. "Lords of Aether," she called out, "grant me your protection in your temple." She felt their answer as a cold ripple down her back. The lightning scent intensified around her. She stepped through the doorway and looked down. The grassy ground fell away some 10 feet from the threshold. How far it would be safe to go was debatable. "Lords of Aether, my thanks to you." Valendario turned and walked back out to ordinary ground. That evening she took one of the long sticks from her canvas lean-to and consecrated it as a ritual staff. She wanted to test the footing before she trusted her weight to the cliff edge. In the morning, once the tide of Aether ran strong out on the etheric, Valendario stuffed the black crystal down the front of her tunic. She took her sword in her left hand and the staff in her right and walked back to the tower door. After a brief invocation to the powers of Aether, she stepped over the threshold and felt the etheric forces gathering around her. By tapping with the staff, she determined that she could safely walk some 3 feet in. She laid the staff down and with the sword slashed a circle out of the tall grass, just a small one, perhaps 2 feet across. She took the black crystal and placed it in the center, then picked up her staff again. She'd barely begun the ritual invocations when she saw a glimmering point of turquoise light appear above it. "Be welcome in the name of the light." The point expanded to a circle and changed to a pale lavender. The circle extended itself into a shimmering silver cylinder, some 10 feet tall. Within the smoke-like interior, another turquoise point appeared and gleamed, then swelled itself into a vaguely man-like shape, glowing with white light. The King of Aether himself had deigned to appear. With a swing of her arm, Valendario used the staff to sketch out the sigils of Aether. The sword she laid crosswise at her feet. The king acknowledged her with a nod. "Have you brought this crystal back to us?" The thought came to her mind as a chorus of voices, not a single voice, even though a single figure floated inside the pillar. "I have," Val said. "I believe it has been consecrated in your name." "You are correct in that. We shall retrieve the shadow, for that is what this black stone is, and reunite it with its true self. Child of air, break the circle." Val laid the staff down across the edge of the circle in the grass. The spirit stone began to glow, first with its usual dark fire, then with a brighter, cleaner light. It shone gray, turned silver, and with a sound like a pair of hands slapping a drum, it rose from the earth. It hovered some 3 feet above the grass for a few heartbeats, then began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, ever faster, until with a burst of light as blinding as a lightning flash, it disappeared. From the sky above came 3 booming knocks of no natural thunder. "The crystal has gone to its true home," the king's voice echoed the thunder. "The great ones approve." "The working is done," Val called out. She knocked the butt of her staff 3 times on the ground. "May any spirits bound by this ceremony go free?" "It is finished in truth and deed." The silver king of Aether began to fade within his pillar. His voice rustled like wind in distant grass. "Farewell, child of air, you have done well this day." His image swirled, faded into a beam of sunlight, then disappeared altogether. Val picked up her sword and slapped it against the grass to earth any lingering forces within it, then retrieved her staff. With a long sigh of exhaustion, she walked across the threshold and out into the ordinary world of the grasslands, the sea, and the sky, where the dawn had brightened into day. When she lay down in her blankets that morning, Valendario fell asleep almost before she could pull them up to her chin. She found herself in the gatelands of sleep, which her mind conceptualized as a green lawn stretching out in front of a garden of roses. By the gate into the garden, Katharine stood, smiling at her, in the form of the silver-haired teacher she remembered so well. "Val, Val," he said, "it's time you laid aside your long grief." "I know," she said, "and I will. I must ask you an enormous favor. It's time for me to be reborn. Will you be my mother?" "I never wanted a child." Val was startled into truthfulness. "I know that. Never would the lords of Weird force a child upon a woman dead set against it. Why do you think I'm asking? It's your choice, Val. Your free choice." Valendario hesitated, remembering herself as little more than a child, orphaned by a flash flood that had swept away her parents and half their Alar. Katharine had taken her in, raised her with his own son, so patiently and so well, perhaps because she wasn't his bloodkin, and thus her success or failure had been less important to him than Lodline's. He was watching her patiently now, his face carefully composed to show no emotion that might influence her choice. "For you I will," Valendario said. "I would be honored." He did smile then, a flicker of relief. "But you know," Val went on, "I'm going to have a difficult time conceiving on my own." Katharine laughed, so heartily that she knew his astral self had already turned toward life once again. "So you would," he said. "Meet the ships coming from the southern isles. Remember that. Meet the ships." With a glint of light, like sun on water, he vanished. She woke, sitting up in the grass, seeing the long shadows of late afternoon, and wondering if the dream had been true or just some odd fancy. Perhaps she was merely lonely, envious of Delandra, nursing her child, and of Sidro, so elated to be pregnant again at last. Yet his last words stayed with her. Meet the ships. On a day when a warm wind drove away the rain clouds, Valendario returned to Mandra to find the town preparing for a festival. Down by the harbor, they'd set up long tables and dug pits where several sheep were roasting for the meal ahead. Musicians sat on the grass and tuned their instruments or practiced bits and pieces of songs. When Val arrived at their house, Lara and Jin greeted her with delight, and as they were carrying her goods up to her old chamber, Lara explained. "Ships are coming from the Southern Isles," Lara said. "We've got a lookout on the roof of the new temple, and he saw them this morning. If this wind keeps up, they should make landfall tonight." "Wonderful," Val said. She was thinking that she'd arrived just in time. "New temple?" "The town built it this summer. It's not very splendid yet, but it does have a few statues of gods inside." Just at sunset, the town crier went running through the streets. 4 ships were pulling into the harbor under oars. As Valendario walked down with Lara and Jin, she felt oddly calm. She'd convinced herself, she realized, that she'd merely dreamt about Adrin and his messages. Surely they couldn't be real. Surely they could have nothing to do with Jav. But he arrived in the first boat, a sailor with jet-black hair and golden eyes. Valendario was watching from the beach when she spotted him, leaping onto the wooden pier. A shipmate threw him a rope, which he hitched around the nearest bollard. With the knot secure, he walked a few steps down the pier, hooked his thumbs into his leather belt, and stood looking wide-eyed at his new homeland. Or his old homeland, to which he'd returned. When he glanced her way, Valendario recognized him. "Jav," she thought. "Oh, Jav, do you remember me?" Not, of course, that he would know that he did. Still, he took a few more steps, staring at her, smiling. She climbed the steps up to the pier, and as she walked toward the ship, he came to meet her with the rolling walk of a man who still expected his footing to rise and fall under him. "Good morrow," he said in a soft, dark voice. "I seem to have come to the most beautiful spot in the world." Val could feel her face burning, and he laughed. "Forgive me," he said. "My name is Braylandar. What's yours?" "Valendario Gemscryer." "The wise one." It was his turn to blush. "Marinalder told us about—" He dropped to one knee and looked down. "Forgive me, wise one, I didn't mean to be so forward.
"It's perfectly all right. I'm not in the least insulted."
"You're sure?"
Bray raised his head to look into her eyes. "Very sure." She smiled at him. "Oh, do get up. It's not like I'm royalty or some such thing."
He did as she asked, then grinned at her. "Things are truly different here," he said. "They warned us, but I don't think I realized just how different they'd be. Back in the islands, I'd never have dared speak to you, much less— well, what?" He laughed, she joined him, and they stood smiling at each other while the rest of the shipload of immigrants hurried past down the pier to their new homes on the land. In the halls of light, they spoke to him of the work ahead. They stood in pillars of crystal, pale lavender or mottled silver. They themselves appeared as shafts of light, glinting inside their crystal towers. He himself was but a glimmer of light, a beam of sun, perhaps, glinting on a stream, flickering, uncertain. Yet he heard them. "They have all been born," they said in 1,000 voices that were yet one voice. "Those twisted souls you once failed, they who are called changelings. They have left behind the world of images, and they must learn now to live in the world of flesh, as children of the West folk, children of air. It is your task to help them learn. Will you remember? In the halls of light, there are no lies." "I will try to remember," he said. "I will strive to remember." "You will be helped to remember. Adrin your name was once. You will learn to fly again." In the midst of the light, a lack of light appeared, a shapeless thing, not a true darkness, for there can be no darkness in the halls of light, but still it opened. He stepped to its edge. Among the crystal pillars, a tiny flame of gold burned, quivering. He could hear its cry of pain. "You'll follow me, Evander," he said. "In due time you will follow me, and I shall father you a body. Delandra's child will be your mother, and she will cherish you. They have promised." "So we have," they said. "Farewell, and remember." He took one more step and fell, soaring, spiraling down and down through indigo light, until he floated above a pair of golden auras that marked elven bodies.
He recognized Valendario even in his disembodied state, because once she'd been his pupil in the Dweomer.
Deep within her body he perceived a dark knot of unensouled flesh, his body to come. For a moment he hesitated, remembering the freedoms of the halls of light. "Courage," he told himself. With a wrench of will he surrendered to the pull of the flesh. He sank down into the dark prison and slept. Author's note: I understand that some few things will vex readers if I leave them untold. Once Yvain had flown free to her true home, Laz moved into her old tower, his refuge for the rest of his days, as he unwound the evil weird his life as Alaster had given him. Kov and Mera married and had the children the island demanded of them. And speaking of offspring, during his meditations in the tower at Dragon Meadow, Salamander did remember that Hwili had once been his mother and Roderick's his father, all those long years before. As for Angmar and Rodri, they lived peaceably on their island for some years more, then died within a few days of each other. Kov and Marmara laid them in each other's arms on the same funeral pyre, so that their spirits could rise free of the dead flesh together. No doubt they were reborn at some time and place, but I for one know not of what happened next, so you'd best not be asking me. For so my saga ends. Of the souls who have formed its core there is little more to be said, though many a fine tale about other souls lies in the archives here on this priestly island. Whether or not I will some day write about them, only time knows, and as usual time isn't telling. So farewell, dear reader, and may you stay forever young in your heart. Catasurmor, Umglade, in the 1794th year after the founding of the Holy City. Received and translated from the Devarian by Katharine Kerr. Glossary: Alar, Elvish, a group of elves who may or may not be bloodkin who choose to travel together for some indefinite period of time. Alardan, Elvish, the meeting of several Alarli, usually the occasion for a drunken party. Astral, the plane of existence directly above or within the etheric, QV. In other systems of magic often referred to as the Akashic Record or the Treasure House of Images. Avro, Dwarvish, a war leader roughly equivalent to Cadverdoc and Banadar, but possessing more absolute command than either. Banadar, Elvish, a war leader equivalent to the Devarian Cadverdoc. Blue Light, another name for the etheric plane, QV. Body of Light, an artificial thought form constructed by a Dweomer master to allow him or her to travel through the inner planes. Cadverdoc, Devarian, a war leader. Not a general in the modern sense, the Cadverdoc is supposed to take the advice and counsel of the noble-born lords under him, but his is the right of final decision. Captain, Devarian, Pendali, the second in command after the lord himself of a noble's warband. An interesting point is that the word Taili, the root or unmutated form of daily, can mean either a warband or a family depending on context. Docile, the direction in which the sun moves through the sky, clockwise. Most Dweomer operations that involve a circular movement move docile. The opposite, Widdershins, is considered a sign of the dark Dweomer and of the debased varieties of witchcraft. Dweomer, translation of Devarian Dwundevad. In its strict sense, a system of magic aimed at personal enlightenment through harmony with the natural universe and all its planes and manifestations. In the popular sense, magic, sorcery. Pronounced Dweomer. Egregore, a body of knowledge that has been bound by astral forces and stored on some higher plane. An egregore may be read by a person who knows the symbols necessary to unlock it. Ensorcel, to produce an effect similar to hypnosis by direct manipulation of a person's aura. True hypnosis manipulates the victim's consciousness only and thus is more easily resisted. Etheric, the plane of existence directly above the physical. With its magnetic substance and currents, it holds physical matter in an invisible matrix and is the true source of what we call life. Etheric double, the true being of a person for a single lifetime, the electromagnetic structure that holds the body together and that is the actual seat of consciousness. Falcata, Latin, a curved and weighted saber derived from the earlier falx, an ancient weapon carried in our world by Hispanic tribes of the 2nd and 3rd centuries BC, independently reinvented by Geldathay swordsmiths. Gurthdin, Devarian, literally a music man, a wandering minstrel and entertainer of much lower status than a true bard. Gorbrit, Devarian, the name derives from the Gaulish vergobretes, the highest rank of nobility below the royal family itself. Gorbrits, Devarian Gorbretian, function as the chief magistrates of their regions, and even kings hesitate to override their decisions because of their many ancient prerogatives. Lud, Devarian, a blood price, differs from weregild in that the amount of lud is negotiable in some circumstances, rather than being irrevocably set by law. Malaver, Devarian, a full formal court of law with both a priest of Bel and either a Gorbrit or a Tyran in attendance. Matchfala, Horsekin, a mother clan, the basic extended family of Geldathay culture. Mazrak, Horsekin, a shape-changer. Raksan, Horsekin, the highest-ranking military officer among the Geldathay regiments, a position that bestows high honor on the Matchfala of the man holding it. Ron, Devarian, a political unit of land, thus Gorbrethren, Tiranrin, the area under the control of a given Gorbrit or Tyran. The size of the various Rons, Devarian Ronau, varies widely depending on the vagaries of inheritance and the fortunes of war rather than some legal definition. Scrying, the art of seeing distant people and places by magic. Sigil, an abstract magical figure usually representing either a particular spirit or a particular kind of energy or power. These figures, which look a lot like geometrical scribbles, are derived by various rules from secret magical diagrams. Tyran, Devarian from Gaulish Tigurinos, an intermediate rank of the noble-born, below a Gorbrit but above an ordinary lord. Devarian Arclode. Weird translation of Devarian Tinged. Fate, destiny, the inescapable problems carried over from a sentient being's last incarnation. Weird, portion of, also known as the Pars Fortunae or Caput Draconis, in the Gregan system, an astrological term for the position of the Earth within a horoscope. In the Elvish system, it represents Aether. Devarian astrologers have conflated the two meanings over the years. A note on dating. Year 1 of the Devari calendar is the founding of the Holy City, or to be more accurate, the year that King Bran saw the omen of the White Sow that instructed him where to build his capital. It corresponds roughly to 76 CE. Table of Incarnations. 71 CE, Hawili, 643 Brangwen, 696 Lissa, 773 Guinevere, 835 to 843 Branoic, 980 Morwen, 1060s Jill, 1160s Brana. 71 CE, Brenos, 643 Madoc, 718 Adric, 773 Glyn, 835 to 843 Caradoc, 1060s Blaine of Cumpecal, early 1100s Drummock, 1160s Voran. 71 CE, Rodericks, 643 Blaine, 696 Guerin, 773 Risson, 835 to 843 Madden, 918 Mare, 980 Medri, 1060s Rodri, early 1100s Rodri, 1160s Rory. 71 CE, Garantos, 643 Geraint, 696 Tannic, 718 Sinvan, 773 Dannon, 835 to 843 Owain, 918 Danry, 980 Gueric, 1060s Cullen, 1160s Garin. 643 Rada, 696 Cabrilla, 773 Dalian, 1060s Lovian. 643 Asola, 696 Cata, 773 Makla, 835 to 843 Cluna, 918 Breda, 1060s Suryan, 1160s Sala. 71 CE Galerinos, 643 Galrion, 696 Nevin, 718 Nevin, 773 Nevin, 835 to 843 Nevin, 918 Nevin, 980 Nevin, 1060s Nevin, 1160s Neb. 71 CE Nala, 643 Delandra, 696 Delandra, 718 Delandra, 773 Delandra, 835 to 843 Delandra, 918 Delandra, 980 Delandra, 1060s Delandra, early 1100s Delandra, 1160s Delandra. 643 Regor, 918 Kerr. 773 Dagwin, 835 to 843 Athan, 918 Lomer, 1060s Gwyn, 1160s Warwick. 773 Sadar, 835 to 843 Ogin, 1060s Ogwern, 1160s Oth. 835 to 843 Anassin, early 1100s Kiel. 643 Elena, 835 to 843 Belira, 918 Glenera, early 1100s Caramena, 1160s Caramena. 835 to 843 Lillariga, 980 Lanny, early 1100s Niffa, 1160s Niffa. 835 to 843 Bevian, early 1100s Dira, 1160s Gala. 835 to 843 Murada, 980 Mela, 1060s Milana, early 1100s Reina, 1160s Sidro. 643 Adaric, 835 to 843 Burkhan, 1060s Sarsen, early 1100s Verark, 1160s Athel. 773 Male, 918 Pertic Malewade, 1060s Rada, early 1100s Lady Rada. 835 to 843 Olane, early 1100s Jado, 1160s Jado. 835 to 843 Marin, early 1100s Rain, 1160s Clay. 835 to 843 Alyssa, 1060s Elena, early 1100s Marka. 1060s Riss, 1160s Ridvar. 1060s Sligan, early 1100s Erder, 1160s Cadric. 835 to 843 Brower, 980 Tiro, 1060s Alaster, early 1100s Tren, 1160s Lasmodge. 1060s Perrin, 1160s Pier. 835 to 843 Trevor, 1160s Nised.